Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine. You will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine. Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine. You will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine. Caution, look at my face, pay me respect. Please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check. We're stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment. Or you're doing it for down. Or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement. These are the days of the South. These days we play differently. This is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us or against us. Don't switch it cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens. Watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines. Wait, I keep protection for mine. You will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine. Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines. Wait, I keep protection for mine. You will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine. Caution.
Hold on, wait. See a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in a black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take them up with the anger and hate of all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines. Wait, I keep protection for mine. You will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine. Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines. Wait, I keep protection for mine. You will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine. Caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music. Always talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm only ripping with a painless. Coast to stepping, watching my lean shoes. Building weapons and goals, you know they aim is. Living levels and smalls all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, takes like one thing for certain where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play after the grizz, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what he needs, leave him watching like woo.
Yep, we back. Back in the house one more time. One more time. 1 second. 1 second. There we go. All right, got that going. All right, got that on. Got the link in the chat. Let's see. So now, where was we? What's up with it? Yeah. Looks like some technical difficulties. I seen a comment in the chat. What's up with it, J. Cal? Daniel Berry, Pigeon Feather, what's up with it? Pure Black back in the house. Well, I don't know. Because it's definitely not over, Frank. The discussion picking up a lot of steam for the past week, and really no signs of slowing down anytime soon. Now, I don't know. Psycho saying his system messed up. I seen a comment in the chat saying that he got flagged. I never heard of anybody getting flagged based on somebody talking shit about him. It just don't sound right. Did somebody else flag the channel? Because they didn't like us talking shit about Tariq Nasheed. Now flag this channel for talking shit about Tariq Nasheed, if you that bad. Y'all banning Lex from the panel. Oh, man. Yeah, he get that stuff off over there. He ain't gonna be able to get it off over here. So in either case, we're gonna keep it going. Got in there before the strike of midnight on the East Coast. Another round and edition of exposing one of the top grifters in the pseudo community, misleading the people. Other people not really having any type of I guess you want to use the word foundation, but hey, there's a group going around and they're popular. Let me join it. Okay, see, we got somebody on the panel. Okay, you good, man? Yeah, you don't have to leave the camera on if you want. If you want to join the panel. Let's see, you got what's up with it?
Can you hear me good?
Yeah, you good. You got a little background. I can tell you. public. It's all right. Go ahead.
No. I just want to be unblocked or something. Comment and
Say it again.
No, I was trying to see why I was blocked. I can't even come in the chat and highlight my folks and shit.
Oh, you blocked the chat. Oh, okay. Yeah, like Q-Butter's the only one that unblock you. Name, Herman?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Okay.
that's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
I was.
That's all good. Yeah, as soon as you see Q Butter on the panel active and talking, uh he'll be the only one that can do that. Can nobody else can do that.
Alright, that's what's up. Appreciate
All right.
you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I think I remember that name too in the chat. Oh, what's up with the summer goddess? uh so yeah, this sentiment about not being want to have anything or relation to do with Africa, anybody in the Caribbean, except if they got weed. Now, as long as the Jamaicans was coming through with the weed, you know, it was my nigga then, wasn't it? Yeah, no problem. They can even come through after hours. So I don't want to hear that. You know, somebody talk shit about me when I was in the eighth grade back in 1993. Uh, this shit's crazy. Yeah, you saw the flag up on the website. Um, the highlight some of the talking points, the ABO talking points. Uh, Also pointing out that the Native Americans uh, somehow is tied to black folks. Now, nowhere in hell can anyone dispute the fact that based on proximities, dynamics, and other things that cause various races, not only Native Americans but other groups as well, uh, Latinos, Hispanics, whatever. But I find it quite odd that the lineage is somehow no longer African descent, because that's the main reason why you told people that you was starting the group in the first place. Now the lineage is what? This group over here. No one tribe in specific, right? Black people related to all $5 Indian tribes, recognized tribes. If we can't get any of those tribes to acknowledge it, because they over here. So there shouldn't be no reason why somebody can communicate, whether it's on the internet or get in your vehicle and travel to some of these places to get some sort of consensus. Do you see anybody doing that in FBA or any of these abo movements? No, no need to do that. Let me create something on my own. What's up, Brazilian? Nah, you take your drunk ass home. You was on here at 10 a.m. as well. Shit. I see you ain't got nowhere to go. You right back up in this mug. Take a seat. If you don't like what the fuck you hear, you can kick rocks. Shit. Ain't nobody block you. Go ahead and type away. Let everybody else know how stupid you are. Now, as I was saying earlier, lineage somehow is now being tied back to native Indian, and then the word that they love to exploit the most, aboriginals. So why wasn't the word aboriginals ever expressed prior to the talk of reparations? You wasn't tied to the land before reparations became an actual subject matter in front of white folks. When black folks was talking about reparations only, I didn't hear no Indian talk, no Abo talk. But when white folks started talking about reparations, now I want to be first. And then when you get kicked out of an actual organized movement, you start another one, but no reparations talk. So one of them fools talking about that they still had some sort of movement going, and there was still a push. But like I say, I don't follow it that close to either validate or invalidate. But I do see the disdainment and the hatred and the vitriol for persons that are from African descent, Caribbean descent, even people that are born in America that may have direct parents from Caribbean or African descent. What do I hear? The same thing the white man has told black folks since slavery or since the end of the Civil War. Well, they didn't tell them why they were slaves. But since Jim Crow, at least the same exact words that the KKK and other white supremacist groups have told in black folks, take your nigger ass back to Africa. Cause what? We built. What you see in this country was built by who? FBA. What's up with it, Miss Chocolate? Wale, what's up with it? You ain't put up no facts. Post up a fact. Since you say facts uh, is what they teach. Then while you do that, we're going to acknowledge uh, this fake idea that most people that descend from Africa or the Caribbean, and because the only three places that I hear this from is Nigeria, Jamaica, and Haiti. Them the only three that I hear people saying most people from those places hate or dislike black people in the United States. Yes, Miss Cool Jim, that should be the primary discussion. But since the leader was kicked out of the original movement, uh, yeah, we really don't hear that talk. Yeah, since he was kicked out, we really don't hear that talk no more. He's not really concerned about it. And I didn't bring this up on the last platform, but this notion that you can just throw these three letters on prominent black pioneers that have actually contributed not only to the black community but to the country in general. And I hear this term protect lineage. Protect. What are you actually protecting? From what? How does a lineage get destroyed? Did somebody destroy my lineage? Oh, I forgot. The word that they hate. Africa. With propaganda and a lot of other anti-black organizations and material have contaminated and been blown into the minds of some of these groups, is that everything and most things that come out of Africa is bad and trash. But why do they always go over there and invade and continue to set up shop for the resources? Which one is it? Is Africa trash, or is everybody going over there to steal what other countries don't have? Which particular piece of land has the most resources available to sustain communities? Is it America? Do you need petroleum or oil to survive? I grew up in a state where it was the only diamond mine in North America. Most of the time when I hear the word diamond, I'm only thinking about Africa. That's it. Not America, not Russia, not Asia, not Australia, not Antarctica. Uranium, gold, titanium. We want to keep going down that natural minerals list. I don't understand. Why wouldn't you not want to be associated with something that's providing most of the resources for the entire planet, or at least uh, that's where you go to do the most exploitation. Most of the African countries didn't even gain their independence declarations until the mid to late 20th century due to overcrowdment. You said all you heard was Carl Thomas. Nah, they said the lineage stopped. We are different people. Yes. The human brain, and it's not limited to white people. As you heard on this very panel, there are black people that are alive in 2025 that will literally sell their own people's blood for a reparations check. On the last panel, you heard black men that said that they will disguise themselves as a slave catcher for deportation. I'm pretty sure uh, if the immigrants deportation for cash offer came up, Jamaicans, Haitians, Nigerians, or anybody else would also be included in their slave catching roundup, based on what I heard. But anyway, let's get back to the the main focal point on this whole. Uh, I don't even want to call it an ideology. If you're gonna disassociate yourself with Africa, you don't necessarily, have an interest or an intrigue with somebody from Haiti, uh, Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, Saint Martinique, Saint Lucia, these various places. It, is it that triggering to you? Does it physically get in your way if people here and there uh, display some sort of disassociation with you? Uh, I don't think you would have time to actually yell and complain about somebody else uh, basically supporting their homeland if you actually had uh, either at least one or multiple objectives and real tangible things that actually accomplish something on the ground, off the internet. Now, this thing about they will come to the United States, collect benefits from the governments, and so to them that puts them in a position of, oh, uh, I won't be allowed benefits from the government for some strange reason. I'm trying to read what he said. If you're a foreigner, if you're born here, how are you a foreign? How are you foreign if you're born here? Okay, there's only so low I can go on this. Let me not get distracted and at least finish this point out. uh, the government capacity to shield out money. When has it been ever an instance where you actually can track to see if X amount of dollars is given to this program, then this program over here will receive less? Are you able to demonstrate that with the federal government at any point? I mean, you're allowed to have a notion, or we can believe. There are government audits where you can actually go line by line. You would have to have, some detailed information, but that information is available in terms of what exactly do they spend their money on. But I've never heard federal funding being taken out of some sort of kettle pot that was initially meant for another government program. And so while the pot contained X amount of dollars, X amount was thrown at this program, and so the other program got less money in recent times. Yeah, they lie on audits. That makes my whole argument. Oh, okay. I see the Navajo acknowledgement in Arizona. Yeah.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
Hey,
Hey,
Miss.
Chad. Hey, how
What's
y'all? I had to come up. Thanks for having me because somebody said in the chat. Okay, I'm just gonna say this.
mm-hmm.
We keep talking about immigrants, right? But let's just do just the basic on that. Let's talk about the food industry, right? The corporate agricultural industry, their workers, majority are people who are here on those I can't, don't quote me, but it's like HB visa. Is that what it's called?
H1, yeah, B1 visas, yeah, like
Right.
work visas, yeah.
Right. So they've been doing this for years,
Yeah.
where they allow for uh, corporations or businesses who rely on lower paid wages
Mm.
to get their product to us, right? So my thing is like, right, what's getting ready to happen right now? If they go ahead and deport 10 million people
Mm.
who work in the food industry that people don't want to do or may not be able to do, picking, they still growing stuff out the ground.
Mm.
So you need people to go out there and pick. You need people to go out there and get lobsters and mussels and all of this stuff. The seafood industry is a great example because they have the most out of anybody. And then you have the whole state of California and the majority of the agriculture, a large portion of it in California that feeds American grocery stores. These farmers about to be in trouble because they're not going. They who gonna work for them wages? That's why I don't understand. I think again it's a distraction to have black people up in arms about these people taking jobs that are what jobs are they taking? The jobs we want, the black jobs. Like I'm lost with that. Like how do y'all think as every industry that we deal with, from tech, food, clothing, all of it, it is built on the back of low waged workers. And a lot of them are not, they are foreigners in that regard. And not just coming from Mexico. See, these people are coming from Venezuela, Honduras, Ecuador. They walking up here.
Mhm.
And then you got the people that's been here, that's 10 million folk,
Mm.
been here working. It's some, they work on farms or they work in different industries, but what, why are we so, well, I just don't think we want them jobs. I just don't, but that's just my 18 cent on that. I
No,
think it,
the immigrant discussion in the black community never comes up unless it's time to vote for the president. I mean that the track record shows.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And so that's why I don't understand why we even get up in arms about it. Because we benefit from it too.
Yeah.
But anyway, how you doing, Deb? You having a good Saturday night?
Oh man, trying to stay somewhat afloat of this roller coaster we've been on. The only reason why I'm on now is because somebody cut Psycho show short.
What? What do you
Yeah.
mean they cut it short? How? Like
Either
I mean they just stopped or
yeah, either something happened to his system, or I saw in the chat somebody said he got flagged for talking shit about Tariq Nasheed.
what?
Yeah, so I don't know what happened.
That's crazy. Well, you came in with the clutch.
Yeah,
Hats off to you, sir.
no, that's
Cause
all
I,
good.
but I just I don't get. Again, like when you were saying earlier about the reparations conversation, it costs money for that to continue, right? We have to have attorneys. We have to have people getting behind it. We have to talk about it. We need little commercials, all the things that are necessary for something to really have movement. But like I said in the chat, we can get there faster with group economics rather than trying to fight the government and get this money that they're not going to give us. They could never afford to pay us, even with it only being quote unquote 46 million of us. How they gonna do it? Who gets what? Is it what's it based on? Like we understand that all has to be planned out. But what's going on right now is rent going up, mortgages is going up,
Yeah,
car payments gonna go up,
yeah,
groceries are going up. So what do we plan to do? Because if the majority of our community is making less than 50,000 a year in this country that we know now, they like, oh, you need to be making some money now. You need to be making, big dollars. No, people is making 40,000 and less and surviving.
Mm-hmm.
So when do we stop and go, okay, we know we can't print new money. Let's just move the money. And how we move the money is the same thing I said the other night. I stand on that 100%, is that group economics and investing in our communities. And I mean, like, investing in our communities where you live and outside of that. And the outside of it is the business owners who are working together to across, you know what I mean? Like, okay, I do this, you do that, the same thing. And I just don't get why we can't focus and push that agenda, right? Rather than this, let's divide us even further over something that, how long do we wait? And how long do we continue to fight for that? While we watch our community get further and further behind. Let me get off
Exactly.
my box. What you talking about?
Uh,
My
the
bad.
needs to be stated and reiterated. And like I was saying earlier, uh, if the if the FBA group actually focused on either one plan or contribute to smaller groups, it doesn't even really have to
Right.
be every single state or every single.
Exactly. Right. Everybody, like, how we use it. Of course, we use everybody as an interchangeable, right?
Yeah, yeah,
But the truth be told is nobody. There's not a business on earth that will help everybody,
yeah,
right? So to me, when we use it in the context of, well, you can't help everybody, and you can't. It's not about that. It's about giving our community,
yeah,
and everybody in our community ain't gonna want the help or feel or gonna be against it or agents of chaos. Like, we already know that. So let's just focus on the folks who want to do the same thing.
right.
And like I said, oh, and wait, hold on. I will say this. Ain't a lot of us up here. Quick Mercy said, Chocolate Earth said, immigrants need to work the fields. That's not what I'm saying. I didn't start this.
I don't see any protest against that. Like who is against that?
That's what I'm saying. Like, for instance, I am not suggesting in any way. Let me be clear about what I said. I'll say it again. We are being bamboozled in believing that 10 million, those 10 million people are messing up our 46 million people.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Our focus, I'm not suggesting anything about whether immigrants should work whatever job they want to work. Okay.
yeah,
But
yeah,
what ends up happening is, on the outside of that too, is that they take that money and they go home. A lot of them go home. And if being on this channel and we talk about history, it was America's fault that we started getting such a large amount of immigrants staying in the country, because it used to be easy. People used to come into the country, work, and go home. They go
yeah,
back to Mexico, or they go wherever, or they just be sending money back to their people, because what our dollar does here is going to do triple for them where they are. So it's like, what do you guys want to see happen? Because that's the thing. What do we want to see? Because again, it comes down to, are you making money? What's in it for me? Am I making money and you making money? Are you able to take care of your family? Am I able to take care of my family in this society? Are you hold on? I'm sorry. I'm just reading it.
Nah,
So,
it's all good. Yeah, they
uh,
coming in.
yeah, are you implying that immigrants should be paid unfairly, similar to how slaves were historically exploited? I'm gonna just keep 100 with y'all. Historically, I understand the plight and the things that have taken place. I'm still a slave, but just in a different way. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. Like, we're all still slaves. We just at different levels of it. Because unless you own everything from the land, your food, your house, everything, and you still, even with owning all of that, making your own food, the whole nine, you still got to pay taxes. You still got to give somebody that's not you and not your family and not your community money for existence in this society, because we don't run it like that. We're not in the industries heavy like that. We think that one or two people be in the industry and that's enough. It's not. Oh, well, there's one black person. That's not enough. And I think it's unfair to continue to be like, oh, well, we need to do this and do that. It's very, 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 very simple. And no, I'm not implying anything. I'm saying exactly how I feel. Yeah. And it's like, and to your point, child of God, I like that what he said. He said, um, I have family that used to own cleaning, contracting, and landscaping businesses. And immigrants have all of those industries on lockdown now. No, they don't. It is the people who are hiring them. I don't blame the immigrants. I blame the corporations who sit up and hit and hide their hand. They know that they're hiring these people. J Cal, they gonna keep on. That's what they gonna get. Why? Why can't they be here? They can say that about us. They could say that about us because think about our community is a mixture. It's not one pure line of anything. It's a mixture. Right, exactly. If but yes, they do. Apartment 217. Owners do pay reoccurring taxes and fees. That's the government gonna want that. It doesn't matter. And it's not as the mom and pop farmers got taken out of the game. What was that? 90s?
Yeah, a
Shit,
little
the
bit.
80s?
Yeah, a little bit before that. It's been corporate con agra,
Right,
industrial agriculture, federal subsidies.
right.
Uh, no more organic seeds. Uh,
Yes.
yeah,
And it comes down to this. When you look at, because a lot of this information is available now. And they were just talking about, like, of course, those of you who do know me or have heard me talk, I'm a political head too. So it's like on the political side of this, they're not coming in. This new administration is not coming in to better our situation. Everything is about to be more expensive. And you know what's gonna hurt? The working poor people, and homeless folk, the elderly, people on fixed incomes. Those are the people that keep the consumerism going. Yes, honey, you pay taxes and fees on your clothes. No, I'm not suggesting that. I don't know why you want to keep going with that narrative, but I'll make it clear again. If we become our own supply chain within our community, none of this would matter to us. Then we can if you are running the supply chain from the beginning to the end, then guess what happens? You pay people what they worth. You can offer health coverage, and you do it in doses. This is why I was saying group economics. Ownership in this country is not no taxes and fees. I don't know what I don't know what that means. I think you're riding on semantics. Apartment 217. I don't think it's. Yeah, watch out. Somebody hit the link. Like, for real. I don't have a problem with talking about it. I like reading y'all's comments. Let me see what they saying. Average. We not doing that in the United States. We're going to have to leave this place to build something like that as a people. I am completely for. No, I didn't suggest that, Mercy. I'm happy to repeat myself again. I never suggested that immigrants have a particular job status or that they have to do anything. What I'm saying is we need to put the blame where it need to go. Blame it on the owners and the corporations and our government for allowing it to be. I ain't got nothing against these folks. They ain't did nothing to me. They're not my enemy.
So I put the link in the chat earlier about Trump's somehow flip stance on the H1B1 visa program.
Yes. MAGA is having a split. They fighting.
Yes.
So you
Before you
got
get in
your.
the office,
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I was just saying it's not even inauguration time yet, and here we
Oh, they
go.
already starting. He said on day one. Now, remember on the campaign, he said he was going to lower groceries, right?
Yeah.
He was going. Now, he said the last time that he was running, he was going to get the coal miners back their jobs.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, we are so focused on what we have been taught to keep us divided. I'm gonna tell you something. I'll do business with immigrants just like I would do business with any other culture that wanted to do business with me, and take that money and put it back into my community just like they do. So like when you go somewhere and it's all owned by a particular culture and you go give them money, I'm gonna put the money I don't have on it, that money is then going into their community. And there's nothing wrong with that. Again, we were able to produce in a crisis $1.8 trillion. A lot of the jobs that we knew during COVID, the people who had to go out and was working every day and had to continue to pay the bills. How you know they won't do business with me? Who told you that? Okay, go ahead. I think somebody else up here. I'm on my phone so I can.
That's all good. Taz,
Yeah.
you there?
What's up, Ted?
What up, though? I'm here. I'm just chilling, though. I ain't got nothing. Just chilling.
Nah, Psycho Stream got cut, yo.
Yeah, I was listening. It just zapped. It's weird shit. Yeah, I was in the chat.
Wow.
Oh,
Have y'all
okay.
heard from him? Did he say anything?
He said he was trying to work on it. Then he said he's just gonna end it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Yeah.
Go ahead. My bad.
No, I was just saying. Yeah, it was in the middle of. They were just starting to talk about the politics part of it. With this new news coming out about and he's always supported labor from immigrants.
Yeah,
I never
exactly.
seen
Trump has always used labor from immigrants. His whole house, every house he has maids, butlers, gardeners, and guess what? They not black. I'm just saying. Just throwing that out there. Just like how he set
But
up
is
his
this
cabinet.
so? I don't
Go
know
ahead.
though. So let me say this because it sounds to me like a little bit of a misrepresentation though. 'Cause
Okay.
what I think I'm seeing not necessarily traction, but more so like having to make the policy work. So
Right.
I don't think they're changing anything about the deportation policy, but I do think there's always been this sleight of hand that allows the working immigrants to come. But I don't think there's any benefit in being an illegal, right? But the legal ones, I do think a lot of what's being said is applicable to legal immigrants. Now, the illegal ones, I do think a lot of that is still on the table. What was
Yeah.
campaigned on is still on the table for illegals.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. Like I said, they have an agenda anyway. You have people who are coming into office that have a very basic agenda. Let us get out as many people we think shouldn't be here so that we can have enough. I'm going to just keep it 100. Like I said, after the 2020 census, when they said that there was 15% more Hispanics or Latin, however they put it, no disrespect, and there were 15% less white folks in this country, they lost it. And then after that, immigrants, immigrants, immigrants. And then come to find out, you have these people who are supposed to be or have America as the best interest, but all it's about is this senator said that they have babies too often. They're reproducing more than their culture and they want to stop it. So get enough brown people out of here because we need more white people. That's basically the simplicity behind a lot of the bills that are trying to be passed. That's it. It has nothing to do with real assistance with making, in quotation, America better. Who better? Which American is going to get better from that? Because if you start messing with the money with the corporate farming, the corporate agriculture, the the fishing industry, all of the different industries that rely on this, and again, that put the blame in the wrong place. You want to be mad at these people coming here, but our government has been, it's not like they haven't known the whole time. This isn't new. So I don't get the hype. I really don't. And so people are panicking though. That's all over,
They should be though. I mean, he did
yeah,
call for mass deportations. They should
exactly.
like
Yes.
motherfuckers better be trying to get their affairs in order because I mean I do
Well,
think there's always that part of politics where if Trump needs a boost,
yeah.
just pull off mass deportation and
Thank
his people
you.
get right behind him. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, I mean there
And
should be some fear of that.
yes. And so now it's bringing up, now the fear is, oh, wait, get the immigrants out, but now my bottom line going to be affected. That's why we're hearing about this stuff. Because the money gonna be affected. If there are less workers, they gonna use, corporations will use that excuse to raise the prices for food. They already getting ready to do it. Because the minute he starts doing it, which I believe they're gonna do it, because the guy that he put in charge, he crazy. And he'll have the power to do it. And then Trump already said he was gonna do it through executive order so that he wouldn't have to deal with the legal side of it. It's gonna be crazy. I'm telling you, and that's why I said black people, black folk, please do not get distracted. We have things we need to be doing, and we can survive this with group economics, and not just survive, but thrive from it. if we become our own supply chains. Like it and that's basically what it is. Somebody on the other night, they brought up the example of Chinatown. Well, that's because they're their own supply chain. That's why it's called Chinatown. They do everything there and overseas. So I don't
I would say that the low end of their population does everything there. People with money don't live in Chinatown.
right, exactly. Well, no, we can't say that. They
Oh,
I don't. And even if they do or they don't, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I'm just saying the concept of that we continue to use as the unification examples. We talk about the Chinese and we talk about the Jewish community all the time. And I'm
yeah,
like, but why?
because I don't think we have a nuanced understanding of those communities. Like the Chinese still operate in slave labor. They enslave
Right.
their own people. They
Yes.
mistreat their own people. And
Thank
so
you.
if we're willing to mistreat our own people in business, sure. But I don't think that's a working model for us to follow.
No, not at all. But yet and still we keep throwing it up. I hear more people talk about the economics of China, the economics of the Jewish community. Why? We got doctors, lawyers, surgeons. We got from the grave diggers to the CEOs. We got black people in an industry, however level they're in, they're there. So okay, we know that we exist. So why couldn't we create those things now for ourselves? Like that's what I guess I just don't understand with the technology and the ability and the information. And I'm that's where I get like this moment of like, is it something that is being chosen to not be being seen in our community that we can do this, that we can build up the areas that we complain about that are predominantly black, but money has to go into it. I just there you go, y'all got it. I be lost with that one.
Well, as I stated before, there is a large a large interest and intrigue with entertainment-based content, even before the internet. Uh, a lot of this FBA discussion that's been going on the past few days on this platform, uh, it seems to skip from slavery, Jim Crow, straight to hip hop. Um, when we're
Yeah,
talking about,
I've heard
yeah,
that too. Yeah, that argument baffles me too. So
yeah. So when the analogies are made and references are made to successful, black folks, rarely do you hear entrepreneurs, uh, actual board chairman of the board, CEOs, freelance, people that actually
right.
execute and do stuff in the ground. It's normally
Hmm.
to pocket watching and entertaining.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you said that because I get so tired of people saying stuff like, "Well, if these celebrities
Yeah,
would put their money, why do they have to take care of 46 million people?" Because when you start to break down that money and see what positioning they may be in, okay, you making millions a year, maybe billions. Shit, we now have people who are trillionaires. However, that doesn't mean that they want to take that money that they have worked hard to get to, or however, and then well, they need to put it back in the community. when did we? When did the just the regular folk that ain't celebrities? We can't do nothing no more. We have to wait on a celebrity to give us the okay. Like I don't get that. We've been doing that forever.
Yeah, they kind of glamorize what appears on the surface in terms of their capacity to, I guess, uh, spend their money in some sort of authority or mandate to, contribute a certain amount, for their personal needs. Uh, Now, don't get it twisted. There are several entertainment-based entertainers who quite naturally, they give back, to their home communities,
Right.
start programs, build organizations. But
Right.
yeah, they're not the savior. They're not going to be.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that word. They are
Yeah,
not the savior. It's almost like it is talked about as if one person's paycheck gonna solve all our problems. That's
nah,
not how this works. If you want a thriving community, there's got to be people on every level of that,
yeah,
politically, socially, you know what I mean, like economically, like those things have to be in play, and we're so distracted with the things that I don't understand. I've come to that conclusion, especially being on YouTube for the last, as a content creator, as a panelist for the past almost 3 years now, and it's the same conversation. We're still bringing up the same points, and I'm like, but why? When we can see around us, shit getting ready to get real wild. Now it may or may not affect you, but it's gonna affect somebody.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I've always been a weirdo where that's concerned. I've always believed that, of course, there are always going to be people that do this, do that, and we're so worried about those people instead of just the people who get together. They get together. Period. Whether you say something or not, right? You link up, you do business, whatever, whatever. But to continue to say that our community needs celebrity saviors to come in and fix everything. So what are we supposed to do? Stand by and just watch? We're not gonna be involved in it in any way. Like that's what I'm saying. Like what are we what's going on? Like what we doing?
Yeah, sound like a lot of wolf crying wolf and hopes and dreams. To me, it kind of mirrors religious cult type uh, following, especially when you see some of the economic and financial schemes that are being developed on the internet specifically. And it really don't take a lot to convince even a small group of people to uh, make various contributions based on the idea. I hate to bring up
Right.
Dr. Umar's name, but Dr. Umar, he probably one of the top top ones at the top of this hope and dream and faith type of situation.
I
I
mean,
lost.
yeah, I know. Yeah, that he's an interesting character. I will say he's a lot like, I'm sorry, that meant he's a snake oil salesman, just like a lot of them out here. They are selling something that, no, all of us don't have to all get together and get on the buzz to make change.
Nah,
Okay. But to sit up and then try to divide us even further, where right now we have the opportunity to talk to everybody all over, just say the states, all over the country. And this is what we want to, this is what we want to do. We want to come up with other things that are going to push and divide. And then, but like I said, that's part of human nature. People are always going to pick sides, and which is fine. My thing is, if you don't believe in it, that's fine. But get out of my way and stop putting your mouth out here saying shit like, "Oh well, we can't unify and we can't do this and we can't do." Then when then what can we do? Can we have that just what can we do then?
Focus
Because
on
mm, but it's always we can't, or the white man coming to get it.
that.
The white man coming to get me, Dev. I'm trying to tell you.
Nah, no smoke for that. We don't
No,
no
man.
protest in front of the in front of the corporations headquarters.
Right. Yeah, they're not. I don't get why we don't put the blame, point the finger where it need to go. We all have the same enemy in this society. If your class and economics do not meet a certain level, this is what we've set up. When you get to step F, you can buy X, Y, Z. It's just like playing a video game. If your level is whack and all you got is a pea shooter, you're not gonna be able to do much in comparison to the person who don't put big money into what they doing. And that's the other part. When we talk about investing in our community, the first thing we want to throw out is these absorbent amounts of money. It can be done on a very small scale and then branch out so that there's longevity. If you don't know how to swim, you gonna jump in the ocean first. You're not gonna try to maybe check out a lake, maybe, or a river, maybe a pool at the Y before you jump right into the ocean. And that's when we talk about, especially economics, we want to talk about people being bought, people, a person they go. How have we decided that everybody? And I'm saying it too. I'm being exactly what I like. Why are we saying that Black American individuals cannot unify and create? When was that ever the case? Okay, I'm gonna give me some water. Y'all got it.
Good. Yeah, we have plenty of track record and evidence, timelining in the United States alone, in terms of the ability to engineer, develop, sustain, focus, to produce various inventions, concepts, organizations that have uh, positively impacted, Black folks, through generations on in. But this notion that, for new concepts in the discussion of reparations, that we have to stop, pause, uh, get together, be on the same page, agree on this and that. Then uh, the checkbook will open, and an amount will be dispersed to all.
Oh, is that where do we go sign up for that? Who doing that? Is there a committee or do you sign up? Do we have a voter drive? Who in charge?
I don't know. The white man has been the enemy since day one. Now all of a sudden, the white man is gonna make the logical and moral and loyal decision to please
Right.
all.
Yes. Of course they are. That's the only way black people can unify. I be a petty, but that's how extreme it be out here.
Yeah.
Like we're talking about it right now, and I just just kind of monitoring the chat, even in the conversation. It's like you wanna you wanna assume what I'm thinking or what I'm saying because you're not hearing me, right? When I talk about group economics, what I mean, and I'll say again, is that you become the supply chain in a particular industry. For instance, your food. We now know that we can grow food in many different ways. Now we know we can grow it inside. We can grow it with water, not a lot of soil. We can grow stuff in pots. We can grow, like, we know this, right? So now it's like, well, I'm not gonna do that, and who gonna do that? Why not do it if you can? And if you can't, then hopefully we can get enough people or have enough entities that can provide healthy, affordable food. How about healthy, affordable housing? Those two things, our community suffer with those.
Right.
Like,
I, I see you, Dr. Lamb. Um, yeah, she's been giving us some valuable information on obtaining uh, uh, different grants, specifically the USDA, Department of Energy. We discussed, grade school children as young as fifth grade, literally getting together with projects. And by the time they got to the eighth grade, this one black girl in Connecticut received 11.5 million for her air filter concept. And she's not even graduated high school.
that's awesome.
Yes.
It's amazing. Like I said, we are a global entity. We can making money is one part of it. Like I said, the other side of it is being the supply chain. Then you do have control over what gets into the particular communities that we working in. Again, it's going to be a process of people actually seeing other people do it and talk about it. Both has to happen. You can't have one without the other. And it's like, if you're willing, I shouldn't say this. I don't know. But I'm gonna
No,
say it
get it
anyway.
out. Get it out now. Get it out. Get it out.
It's almost like we want to blame, well, we do. We blame ourselves for our own positioning as a community. When we know that unfortunately there have been roadblocks and different things put in place to keep us slower. Not stop us completely, but we only gonna let a few of y'all in. And we only gonna let a few of y'all make a certain amount of money. Because again, the neighborhoods that we live in, where they developed and the homes built or the housing built or the projects built by a black based community owned entity, no. Your car, the food that you buy in the store, the clothes we put on our back. And I'm not saying that everybody, we all need to, start, we need to become Amish. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that when we start having more options and replacing the things, like for instance, if you need, you got, you go to pretty much every urban area, right? And what do you see? There's no grocery store, but you can find a Dollar Tree, a Dollar General, um, a Family Dollar. And usually it's in a poor community where the bus system isn't that great or you don't have access. It's not the corner stores no more. It's Dollar General. It's Family Dollar. They selling food in there. And it's like right there, we need to start replacing that. We need grocery stores, healthy food. We talk about the kids all the time. So if you're worried about that, then children need healthy food. Children need access, but so do their parents.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because we tend to act like the kids can just automatically start working and making money and living on their own. You have to have adults that are okay in the head to keep it popping. That's economically okay. That their community is supportive of them and their families. And sometimes I'll be thinking maybe I smoke too much. I don't know, but I just don't like today. Which, if that's okay, I'll share a little news with y'all. Um, I have been working on this fundraiser, and so where, like I was saying, where I live, it's not this is not even a lower middle class area. This is poor and poor workers and homeless folk. That I was very surprised to find out that the way that the city was set up. But anyway, I thankfully worked it out with a person who owns a restaurant, but it's not being used. Right? It's just empty in its community space for the apartment complex. Well, he said he gave me the opportunity that now we can sell dinners out of the space, and he's not even gonna charge me, not right away. And so that was fantastic. I've been on cloud nine all day.
He's get a start. Take advantage of it before that window closes.
You're right, exactly. So tomorrow, I go and meet. I already have like the meal plan already together. We're gonna throw a menu out, order my little sign, and make it a simple and easy process. And that money then goes into getting more stuff for the first greenhouse so we can have a harvest. I don't think it'll be January, except for like the weekly stuff that I can grow. Like I can grow microgreens every week, and see, growing that I can put in my food. This is something that I can share that, okay, I use as many natural things as I possibly can.
Yeah.
Make it simple, make it movable. And so it's not just, oh, we selling dinners. We're selling dinners with a purpose. So if you buy dinner from us, a portion of that money goes toward a person or people who can't afford to even buy a dinner. It's a lot of veterans in my area, a lot of older single men or divorced or widowed, however. And the way the city is set up, there are apartments here, like with full-on kitchen, everything, and little houses and all that. But there's only, I want to say maybe 2 or 3 like real apartment complexes out here. Yeah. Everything else has been, these were like hotels and different things like that they've converted into apartments.
Yeah.
She said, oh my, if she is starting a greenhouse, she could get some funds. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am aware, honey. It is, of course, for the grants that are available, I'm competing with a lot of other people. However, thankfully in my area and in my state, the things that I want to do here, not a lot of people are doing it. So I can take advantage of that. I can take advantage of the fact that that money is just kind of sitting there and they begging people for the two things that I'm in, housing and food. That's it for
This
now.
this come.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, take it. You know, take it, take it, take it. Dr. Lamb,
Hey, peace, power, profit.
there you go.
Hello. Hey, nice to meet you.
Hey, peace. How you doing, sis? All is well. Peace to the
Hey,
panel. I was listening to you speak. What state are you in?
I'm in Arizona currently.
Oh, cool.
Yes,
So you
ma'am.
know, I mean, I heard you mention grants. Are you speaking of grants that you're competing for that's within your city or your county, or are you speaking of grants on a federal level?
Both. Both. I
Are
know on
you
the federal level it's a lot. Like that's where I'm wait that's the money. Hopefully, they see my little proposal and be okay. And then of course in my county I have a higher chance of being awarded a couple of grants because in the in the state of Arizona, the grants that they are giving out for housing and food, they've been sitting there. So, yes, ma'am. I've
are,
been at both levels. Go ahead. I'm
are
sorry.
Are you familiar with the grant makers grant, the sub grant for EPA?
No, ma'am. I am not.
So Arizona has one of the Tic Tacs, which is a thriving
You're
community
in the show. Everyone
technical
can
assistant.
see and hear you.
Hold
Hey,
on,
hello?
hold on,
Hello?
hold on.
Everybody
Robert,
see?
Robert, 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 Robert,
What's up?
Robert. The ladies are dialoguing, yo.
Okay, I understand that. Well, I want to speak when I get a chance to. Can we do
Okay,
that?
okay, just pause for a second, yo.
Yeah, well, I'll pause. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
okay, all right. Go ahead, ladies.
Okay, yes, this what I was saying was that if you Google EPA grant makers grant in Arizona. I think y'all fall under Region 6. So the grant makers grant, just to give you just a little small history of it, is
Please.
it's a
Thank you.
it's a it's a sub grant of the federal grant. And so basically what they've done is kind of cut out the red tape for the smaller nonprofits, and they're putting the book of the paperwork on the Tic Tacs. And in Arizona, there's a Tic
Nice.
Tac in Arizona that governor's grant. So what I would encourage you to do is to look up that grant. I think it doesn't drop for you until January, but you could contact the Tic Tac. You sound like you already got a pretty well thought out plan, and you got a facility. And so those grants come in like three tiers with one non-competitive 75,000. The
Okay.
first tier is an assessment, the second is a planning, and the third is a developmental one. And so the good thing about the grant makers grants is that
Mm-hmm.
you could be in the planning stages of what you're doing and still compete for the grant. And so you already meet the eligibility for the fact that food insecurity is one. You already understand that. Two, the greenhouse initiatives fall under the whole environmental protection STEM
Right.
concept. So
Yes, ma'am.
you're kind of already a shoe in for it.
Oh, I
The
okay.
grant
I look. I already wrote it down. So
the
best believe
the
I'm
grant
on that.
yeah. So the grant application is really simple. So when you look it up, if you put in EPA grant makers grants,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see how it's broken out into 11 different regions. And if your
Got you.
region where your state is has not dropped the grant yet, what you want
Mm-hmm.
to do is reach out to that Tic Tac office and speak to them about your program and gain
Mm-hmm.
that relationship. So when that grant does drop, you'll be ready for it. And then you could pull the application for some of the other regions that's out, and you could
Mm-hmm.
start tailoring your proposal so that when yours drop, you already have it, ready for submittal. Um,
Okay, yes. Well,
so
I
that's one of the
definitely I'm gonna put my Instagram in the back. I definitely would love to continue to. Because
Yeah,
like I said, I'm not a person that I don't know everything, and I love to learn. So thank you so much for sharing that information, and I would love to pick your brain more.
yeah,
Definitely.
you don't have to hit me on social media. Here's a phone number you can call me on.
All right, I'm gonna write it down now, and I will go ahead and just text you so you know this is me.
And a lot of the federal agencies right now have dropped these what they're calling capacity building type grants, right?
All right. Uh huh.
And so capacity building, it just kind of means either financially or organization wise, meaning you're trying to get your organization together, you're trying to build relationships, you're trying to do collaboratives.
Mhm.
What you were speaking about earlier in reference to people working together, having a collaborative partner doesn't necessarily have to be a federal agency or government or a state or local agency. It
Right.
could be other nonprofits, business
Mhm.
owners. Your plan, I think you probably have you probably one of those people that has that plan that's ready to rock and roll and just need the resources to go with it. I think if you
Yeah.
reach out to your Tic Tac office, so
Mhm.
that's just one area. So that's one area that can help you. The second area, which you're probably already familiar with, is USDA. So USDA just dropped $1.13 billion grant for farmers to connect with smaller feeding hubs, such as what you're getting ready to try to do. Same thing. Very simple to get to those applications, very easy to submit. Um, I would encourage you to look at those as well. And all of the agencies now is doing something that they call technical support, meaning they kind of have a mandate right now to help
Mhm.
the smaller nonprofits in the communities because
Yeah.
the funding, as we all know, has been awarded to help smaller communities, but the money don't get to us. It gets in the hand of the larger
Of course.
nonprofits. So
Yes.
what they've
They
done
jump
is
in.
right. So what they've done is created these sub grants. Now, what we have to be careful of is the fact that because we're not really paying attention to what's going on, the larger companies are coming amongst us and saying, "Well, let me be your consultant."
Right.
You know, and because you don't
Okay.
know, you buy into it where they getting a percentage of what you're doing. When in actuality, they've given us the resource to help. We just have to, look in the right places. So
Right.
I think you're gonna be
Yes.
fine. If you shoot me a quick
Oh,
text,
thank you.
I'll
Thank you. There. I'll go ahead and send I put my number and my full name in the back. And then I'm about to text
right,
you right now. It's been a
right.
pleasure. We let the brother speak. Yes, we will be in contact. And then I would love to just share the process of, what this grant, applying to it. And once it's awarded, I share that because I want people to know that, okay, she's assisting me. Yay, here you go. Next. You know what I mean? So yes, I think it's wonderful. Thank you so much. It's so cool meeting you.
Yes, ma'am. You're on mute, sir.
All right. All right, Robert.
He's still on mute.
This I'm getting some not so positive vibes from this. I was kind of
Huh?
debating on
Let
whether to let him up or not.
let
So
let
let's
him
see
sneak
how it's
with.
gonna go. Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
rub off. We'll rub off on him. Go ahead.
Okay.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know about the migrant situation, right? And I don't know if I came in if it's the wrong time to talk about this, I'll go ahead and just leave. But do you guys understand that I live in Georgia, right? And do you know that the migrants they taking the benefit money, right? You ever heard of EBT? They taking the benefit money and they going to the grocery store. All of the groceries that they're buying, you know what they taking the groceries to? They taking the grocery to that red taco truck. They are, do you know one burrito costs $15 now? And that's a burrito without nothing. Okay. This is a self-starting business that they've done. They came over here and took the benefits of ours, right? So once they sell that, that's pure profit. You talking about getting a business off of the ground? Did you just hear what I just said though, black people?
Yeah, I heard you though, family. Let me ask you a question
But
though,
do
bro. Let me make
I
sure I
don't want to
heard you
hear.
right though.
I
And
don't
make
want to
sure
hear
I heard
what you
you
got to
right
say.
though, fam. Hey, fam, did you just say EBT was ours? You broke ass
Yeah,
nigga. You broke
he
pathetic
said.
mother. Man, listen, man,
I
I'm
didn't.
glad you kicked me. But I,
No,
I was gonna
I didn't
ask
kick
him.
him off. Yeah, he kind of
oh, he
fell
just
off on
left.
his.
He dropped on his
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
was
letting him
gonna
back up
ask
though.
him.
Yeah.
I was
EBT.
gonna
I
ask
can't
him
believe.
why he if he thinks I mean if he qualifies or he thinks he's eligible for EBT, why don't he get the stuff and do the same thing? I don't understand why he thinks that the immigrants can have favor in that area and then we can't. Help me out on that one. Yeah, tell him come back. Come
Yeah,
on back,
as
Mr.
you
Robert. I want to talk
yeah
to you.
as you can see, that had nothing to do with the migrant discussion that she was talking about a minute ago.
Some
That
people
sound
just
like
want to
some.
argue.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Yeah,
uh,
seems
where
like he
that
just
was
wanted
going.
to call himself checking her though, bro. I ain't. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's just the vibe I got, but like the vibe for the way he put it, it sounded like he was just trying to talk to her like she didn't know what she was talking about or some shit. I wasn't feeling it though. Like that ain't cool.
Nah, I
But
wasn't really feeling it either. I was just kind of
EBT
like
ass.
being fair. Yeah, trying to repair my brand since I've been labeled the the dictator, the Mussolini of the platform.
I was good. I was gonna tell him. Do he know how many people that take EBT and go to the flea market and sell food? I don't really get what he's saying.
Yeah, see,
he
he
ma-
went down to the chat and called me a simp. He thought he was
and
gonna talk to them women like that. That's all that was. Get your bitch ass on.
he the one buying
Yeah,
that $15 burrito because I don't think none of us is going to the red taco truck. At least I know I'm not.
Nah, nah, I'm cool. I went one time and them little street tacos are like $6. And they're just so small. I just don't think it's worth it. So I don't go to any of them taco trucks. They're making a killing. I'll probably go to Taco Bell first before I go to one of them taco trucks.
The only reason I stop is I would go to the flea market and sell my smoothies and my jewelry. And I noticed that I'm like, they don't stop to none of our tables and buy anything. I wish I would go over there and buy a taco. I'm like, literally, they pass you, right? The only time I've seen them buy it was from the lady who was selling crochet. She's selling crochet, all these different crochet items. And I've seen them stop and they'll buy a blanket or, something for a baby. But yeah, sometimes you gotta do them like they do us. But there's on another note, what I wanted to build with the system more on is that especially those individuals who have the food concepts that knows how to do it, has the blueprint to aquaponics or um, hydroponics. Um, they know how to grow or they know how to teach it. I was going to share with her that she should come up with the curriculum because she has a sustainability concept for selling the food, and then she also
mhm,
have she knows how to grow. Sometimes you can't
right,
put both of those combinations are not together because usually the person who
right,
knows how to prepare the food may not know how to grow it, right? um
right,
but to package that uh that process of how to do the aquaponics, and that could be a trainable. She can also go after DOL type funding and Department of Economics with her concept to help build. And then she could group with someone in transportation. You can group
right,
with the person who have the restaurant. Like that's group economics. Each individual or each household coming with an aspect of the business. And then collaboratively going forward. And so that where everybody eat a piece of the pie versus one person having the entire, even though you know it, right? So this is how we build. Even though I may know the whole aspect of business, I won't govern the whole thing. I may be the administrative person, someone else may take transport, someone may take logistics, someone may take, you see what I'm saying?
But
So I think a lot of times when we have this group economics conversation, um, sometimes people communicate it as a catch-all be-all. Like you have to have all your stuff together, you have to have all your stuff together. No, we just really need to be skilled and qualified in one area, but be familiar with the rest, and then come together like Voltron,
hmm
and move forward. Hey, Didi.
Didi,
Hello. Hey. Oh, I'm
yeah,
I'm just gonna sit back and listen. I don't want to derail what she's talking about.
Oh no, you're fine. I was just adding to the deal with the sister.
yeah. This is the unity part of the title. Since somebody said, "How do we go from FBA and immigrants to greenhouses and tacos?" Yeah, the difference between separation and unity. What is being you know actually demonstrated? The people that are receiving the benefits versus is someone else having enough sympathy for me as I do for this other group. So once that distinguish is made, maybe we can have a better idea. Uh, and I, I am kind of loving the collaboration, networking, and actual real building, which is really what it's all about. Hopefully,
Right.
someone from the other side can take notes and cut out some of the nonsense.
Yeah,
And
before
You
you
I
back,
s- oh,
Miss Chocolate? My bad.
and you know
If you
what? A
there.
lot of times what some of the people
Yeah,
don't
I
see.
missed it.
Oh,
What did the judge?
Was that me?
no, I can hear she went out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you going in and out, Miss Chocolate.
I think she was asking, she said she missed it. She was wondering what the gentleman said. Um, I could kind of give you a short little synopsis of it. So basically, um, out of all the things he could have talked about that the immigrants are taking from us, right? He didn't talk about the money that goes into their health care or housing or anything like that. He was upset about them getting food stamps. That's our money, he said. Out of all the things he could have been pissed about, he chose food stamps. So
Was it because he can't get food stamps? I mean, I understand you have to make a certain amount of money to make to
he
get
said
food
they go
stamps.
buy
I
all that groceries and take
don't
it to
make
the taco
nothing.
trucks and make money. And that's what he was upset about. Not the medical care, to have none of that. He picked
So
food stamps.
so my thing is when people complain about certain expensive being allocated to certain places, do they understand that if they didn't go there, what's going to increase in their own benefit? What, like 2 cents, maybe 1 cent? I don't I don't understand what people are complaining about. What, they want the funds to go elsewhere?
But
Uh,
I was talking to this lady. She gets the check, the check that the Germans get for the war or whatever.
Right,
So she is getting it. I guess her mom got it. Now she's getting the check or whatever.
right.
And she was like, she doesn't understand the whole reparations thing because
Right.
when they found out that they were going to get money, they didn't care about who got it, who didn't. They were just happy that they were getting something.
Correct.
And
So
so, I mean, I didn't know what to say because I kind of understood what she was saying.
mhm. Now, let me ask you this question: do you see reparations happening?
Me personally,
it's
do I think we deserve them? Yes. Do I see it happening? No.
No.
it's the I think it's how, okay. I think that we have to approach law the same way they do. If you look how reparations was awarded in the 11 cities, if not more, I haven't looked in a while, the way it was awarded in those cities, I think that we have to, I think those who are writing, making the case for reparations have to approach it the same way that they approach things. When they approaching it in reference to the Constitution, we have to figure out a way, not figure it out. We have enough intelligent people to not approach it uh other than the way you would approach any law case. We have to make the case in a different way because the way the case is being made, they are shooting it down. So it seems to me we have all these lawyers that we have to find another way to approach it on the federal end. Um and then on your in your intermediate states and cities, there's a lot of blueprint. I mean, there's a lot of case law that is already available that you can use within your intermediate cities
Now,
to
now, now, the,
prosecute, go after reparations.
now Ms. Mo, the reason why I don't see it happening is because if this would occurred 40 years ago, 50 years ago, maybe yes, but now it just the population of Black Americans, I don't know if that's
Oh,
the term you guys are okay with, has multiplied. Is that's just more money that has to go out, and I'm like, I just don't see them wanting to just dish out this extra money. Do you get where I'm coming from? I'm not saying that that
yeah.
you is not deserving. I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
saying I don't see it happening now.
Oh, I understand. I totally
Yeah,
understand your point. I
yeah,
think they're trying to. I think they've tricked us with identity on the census.
right.
Um, that's one way we're getting tricked out of it, because if you claim a certain status for so
Right.
long, they're gonna try to box you in. Um, that way, and I think that also, uh, well, I still err on the side of the law and how they approach the Constitution and what they're choosing to fund and what they're not choosing to fund.
N-
Uh,
Now, did you see in California they have I believe it was Pasadena. They're I think on a state level they attempted to pass some form of reparations. Did you see that? I think this just happened this year.
Yeah, I seen California. I've also read the other states. We here near us in Asheville, they had a former reparation. Chicago had a former reparations. But what I noticed what the states are doing is it's silly. It's silly, but they're doing it. They're using like the Chicago one. They use, I think it was Chicago or a little outside of Chicago, where they use the weed they taxed on. I think it's on marijuana. Could be wrong, but it's on one of them where they're using that money to fund the reparations of the citizens, 25,000. But they did it in form of a home. To take the 25,000 to purchase a home, or you could take it to repair the one you already have. And in some other states, they're doing it a little different or at least similar. But they've done it on the descendants, of course, where you had to prove your record,
Hmm.
um, whatnot. The crazy thing is a lot of people don't have records.
Mm.
So
Right.
that's where the unfairness is gonna fall.
Right,
If they
right.
decide to
Agreed.
give reparations today or tomorrow, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys on the panel have records, but I know my family don't have them. Even though we may have some pictures, but I think somebody has traced back to pretty far, but I still have yet to see it. So a lot of the deserving is going to get left out, in my opinion, anyway.
Right. And then we're
Yeah.
getting so far removed from it too. That's another thing that kind of concerns me, the longer it takes.
Oh, and when you say far removed, not just from the record, but from the mindset.
Right.
Yeah, man, people were right. I'm not African. I don't have no African in me. I'm American. Oh, now you got the celebrities running around. You got the people. Like, what's wrong
Right.
with him? Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's. I mean, that'd be interesting. Like you just said that you said 25K towards to repair towards your home already or towards a
Yep.
home to purchase. I mean, that's a good look. You know, that's
I was
definitely
gonna
helpful.
say, yeah.
It's yeah, it's a good look if you can leverage it. Um, that's what you I think when we talk about us learning financial literacy or understanding financial literacy, the hardest thing for some people to get in their head is understanding rule of 72, compound interest, and money growing over time. Seeing your money in more places than your bank account, seeing it in cash producing assets, stocks, bonds, real estate, you know, um, digital currency, and then uh, leveraging your own funds to create a way for yourself. Or the other side of that is playing the system game, the financial institution game of credit and how they lend. So all we have so many barriers, right? But to understand that it exists and then actually working through it is a whole nother ball game. And so I don't think that it's unattainable for us to be self-sustainable. But I do think it's a mindset, it's a discipline, and it's an understanding. And if we could take, because if someone gave you money, because this we have to ask ourselves, if someone gave us money, right, just individually, um, how would you break that money out? Or do you have such a immediate need right now that you would need more money after they gave it to you? Or can
Mm,
you now for the guys? Especially those who used to flipping money, it's an easy task. Cause they'll be like, shoot, give me that money right now. I'll show you what I do
yeah,
with it. Do 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 do
yeah.
do do
Right.
do do. You know what I'm saying? And it might not
Yeah,
be look, it might not be the way you just said it, but I sure can make it do what it do, right? You
yeah.
know. And then for the sisters, you might have some who know how to hustle and not make that money work for them, like with a feeding program, flip it. I can go out and I can buy this much stuff and I can make this much stuff, that kind of thing. But then there's a whole nother world out there that we don't tap into a percentage of your funding, and that's investing in cash producing asset, that passive income, that money that's going to make money in sleep, that money that's going to duplicate over time. But we always say we don't have enough. So the question is, even if you got it, will you take your reparations and just wait for the next check every month, and then we still find yourself in the same situation with the check, or you can do what so many always talk about, group economics. And what does that look like? You do you trust someone enough to do group economics, or what does
Right.
define it in your own world? What would that look like? And if it does, can you practice it now with little so that when abundance come, you can get more? Those are just
So,
questions to ask.
so when we speak finances, don't you think that for the most part, for you to be outstanding or to stand out, you have to do what everyone else isn't doing, right? Like, don't you think most people are gonna follow the same pattern and routine and do the same things, while others they're gonna certain specific special people are gonna commit to more sacrifices, and that's why they're special. That's why they stand out.
Definitely.
Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yes,
Like
definitely. But I'm not even
economics, like
talking.
many other
Yeah,
things, is competition or just outsmarting other people.
yeah, and I'm not.
Consumerism. Does that make any sense or no?
Oh yeah, definitely. And I'm not even talking about other. I'm not even thinking about other ethnicities. I'm just talking about within. You can think about within your own block.
Hello.
Right.
Yes.
Does
You.
that make any sense?
Oh yeah, definitely. Go ahead, sis. I don't want to
Oh,
dominate the
I was just
conversation.
agreeing
Can I
with you.
just? Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, yeah, I mean, she got quiet, No, because
Yep.
I just think that a lot of times we have these conversations about money and how to put yourself in a better position and generational wealth. But for the most part, most people they're gonna perish, right? Living check to check. Is that's just what most people are gonna do just because of habit. You know,
Right, and those people cannot complain.
I don't know. That's just
Eh,
me. That's how I look
No,
at it.
I
You have to
agree.
do what most people aren't doing
And I agree,
to
and
be
I
a
think
standout.
that's why,
That's how I look
and
at it.
and I agree, and I think that's why, emotionally, we can't be so
Damn, I
attached.
I feel like I took all the air out the room.
Uh
God
oh,
damn.
no, you can't hear me. Oh man, I don't think you
Seven,
can hear
can
me.
you
No,
hear
no,
Miss
no,
Mo?
no, you good.
Oh, that's what it is. I don't hear someone. Okay, no, I don't.
You might need to come.
Um.
Yeah, go out and come back in then. Yeah,
Oh, okay, my
leave out
fault.
and come back.
All right, my
Yeah,
Oh,
bad, my
so
bad.
you guys can hear me.
Yes.
yeah, you good. You was
Oh,
always good. Yeah.
oh, I'm tripping. I was gonna say what I was gonna say to him is that, well, what I had to learn to do is become emotionally unattached to people's situations. And so, like, I just told a group of friends, like, hey, you know, what we would call a New Year's coming up. You have to make up your mind now. Either you're gonna be disciplined enough to work your way um out of a situation in a particular and create a process for yourself, because we can't keep hold you can't keep holding on to our, our coattail, and then we have to keep reaching back when you have all the same abilities, because we're gonna
Right.
have to move on, and we're not leaving you out. But if you're not helping your own self, how can I help you?
Right. And Miss
It's
Mo, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sis.
Oh, I was going to say there's a comment in the chat. It says, "Is 100,000 people invest 200 per person a month for 1 year? That's $240 million, right?" And
Mhm.
if you notice, we had a panel of 9 people on Psycho's channel. Can we couldn't even get 9 people to see the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know if we could get 100,000 people to be on the same accord. And then when you do, like, what was his name? Is it Jay Morrison or whatever? The one that was like the everybody invest the real estate thing or whatever. And then they ended up messing away with the money.
Right.
So there's going to be trust issues because that's not the only story of that happening in, our spaces in our community. So
So
I don't
I
even know how that would work.
so I would say I like Asar Imhotep's concept. He said, uh if you want to talk about black economics, you got to talk about families. If you talk about families, if each individual family take care of their own household, then and only then you can come together as a community. Because if you take that concept up on your own first, you got to make yourself out of a believer with $200 a month before we
Right.
talk about giving you, if you and I, if you haven't done it before and you haven't seen the blessing in it, then if I come to you, even though we're both good people, good character, we're gonna mess it up. But if you did it on your own first,
Mhm.
and I did it on my own first, it wouldn't be that difficult for us to come together. Sometimes the
Right.
people are
Can y'all
not
hear me
doing it.
okay? Am I
Yes.
coming in all
Yes.
right? Oh, I
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you.
apologize. I'm not trying to be rude. I just want to make sure y'all can hear me.
No,
Yes.
no,
Uh,
you're good.
So
Go ahead.
I
No, no,
thought.
no. Y'all wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that when we create our own discipline bubble, so to speak, then we're less likely to pop someone else's, right? But if we don't, if we're just good people, we have a good idea, but we've never created that discipline within ourselves, or we've never tried what we're expressing or trying to get someone else to be a part of, then when that tried era come about, somebody's gonna fold, or that person's gonna fold, because they're gonna feel like their personal need is much more important than the whole.
Right.
But once you get that together, and a lot of times, if you really listen to people, a lot of times it's only the ones who really haven't gotten it together or haven't been in that place. You may listen to people and they may have failed at a task or may have lost some money before. Now they got it together and shoot, they on point. And you may listen to some people who've never really crossed that threshold. They want to, they got good intentions, but they just can't climb that ladder.
Yeah,
And
and
so it's a little, go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, and that's one of the things that I wanted to do because basically when I grew up, I was kind of thrown out there on my own. And so with my son and my daughter, once they turned 16, they had to get jobs. And once they got jobs, they had to pay rent. And so when they would pay me rent every month, they didn't know it, but it was actually put away in a safe.
Hmm.
And that way, when they went out on their own, they actually I would give them that money. But the thing is, my daughter's now 27, my son's 25. I've never heard them say, I'm late on rent or I can't pay rent. I've never heard them say, I'm late on this or that because that was something that I wanted to instill in them while they were in like under the safety of my roof. And I think that that's one thing that we kind of lack. Um,
Hmm.
and I tell people all the time, when mine were 10 and 12, they got their own house keys. They could come and go as they please. Um, because I felt like I wasn't raising children, I was raising them to be adults. And I needed to give them as many experiences as I could while they were under the safety of my roof so that they would be prepared when they went out into the world.
Oh,
So,
that's, yeah, that's
Well,
super awesome.
I think
Go
that's
ahead.
awesome. If that's
I was just
okay,
gonna
Didi, I
say,
wanted to say this. You, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh, you was
go ahead.
waiting. I apologize. I wait.
sis, go ahead. Madonna ain't gonna say nothing enlightening. Go ahead, sis.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
there you go.
So what I wanted to say was when I came up, you
She,
ladies was talking about we were in the middle of the conversation of
She blanked out.
You went out.
yeah, I think you muted yourself, sis. But since she gonna mute herself, that mean what I had to say was probably a little bit more important. Um,
I guarantee it's
but,
not, but go ahead.
but now let me say this. I think the big thing we forgetting is right. We live in a world with what's called white supremacy, right? And a lot of times, even though some of us are able to install different values within our kids, and like you said, Didi, you instill different principles in them where they didn't have to ask for this or say this and that. But at the same time, we got to realize how white supremacy plays a role within how our kids think, and not just kids, adults as well. When we interact with the outside, with the world, because a lot of our people suffer from what um, uh, a great psychologist would call self negation through social comparison. Now, what does self negation through social comparison mean? That means once we step outside and observe the observable world, like, what I'm saying, a lot of our kids or a lot of our people, um, we compare ourselves to those who got and hold, what I'm saying, stuff like that. So a lot of time we'll self negate ourselves, meaning we'll think less of ourselves and we'll look at the world like, damn, why they got this and why ain't we this and why we that. So I think we can't get past that.
Okay, but Don, just
I
to bring you up, we were talking about working on self, on our personal little space, our families. So I don't understand why you always bring in white supremacy when that has not a damn thing to do with
Peter,
giving
check
your
this out. Hold
children
on.
skills to
Hold
make
on,
it
Madon.
Yeah.
under your roof.
Yeah,
That is
Madon.
crazy to
This
me.
Well, let me tell you how,
Madon
Didi.
came.
Hold on. Look at Didi.
No, you hold on.
She asked me why.
Okay.
Oh,
No,
here we
no,
go.
I'm stepping
Here we
in and
go.
interrupting. Yeah, here we go. So
Yeah.
you
Kate was gonna
came
come.
in late.
Oh, you don't want to stop talking? All right. So you came in late on a perfectly calm, progressive bill that the ladies were having a discussion about unity, part of the title. I interrupted, what I was, talking about. We've been going on all week. So if you are not going to, directly inquire on building the community, things that can actually move forward, we can kind of not deal with, what we've been hearing for the last, 50 years. Nobody wants to hear the white man is stopping us from building. All right. So if that's your
I never.
angle, I mean,
I was
you
I
stopping
don't know where
something
you
that
get the
you ain't
angle
had
from.
nothing to do.
I told y'all he
You
wouldn't
Yes,
let
said
you
the
me
did.
word.
close
Hold
it.
on,
That's
if
where I
we,
got it
hold on,
from.
hold on.
well, Madonna.
Now let's see.
I was gonna
Now,
say,
Didi, you was talking about
Hold on.
working
Hold on.
on
Hold on.
self, right? You talked about working on self. Hold on, let me clear it up. Didi, you talked about how our kids can work on themselves, right? Talking about self. So if I tell
I
you,
talked about
if I bring out
helping
the
our
word
kids be prepared for a world outside
right,
of
exactly.
their home.
So hold on. So if I say self negation, hold on. So if I use the phrase or the word self negation through social comparison, right? I don't see how I'm off topic, but y'all go ahead.
well, I was gonna say,
Okay, just mute up
um,
then.
I was gonna say, yeah, I do the same thing with my niece and nephew, Didi,
Hmm.
and then to add to that, um, based on what Madonna is saying, I also try to explain to even when I'm talking to young adults or mentoring anybody, is to say we're not exclusive, we're not exempt from anything that we're going to encounter outside the walls of our homes, so
Right.
to be aware of them. But that's a small percentage of what you need to still be successful within your own right. Now, will you have some brick walls? Yes, there will be a lot of barriers. There's a lot of
Absolutely.
limitations out there. However, you still have to do your part. Um, so here's another example, even with comparison, another example. So we were talking about earlier, just to bring it back full circle, um, with Miss Chocolate, we were speaking about her feeding initiative in the greenhouse, right? Now, what I know, when we talking to young adults, especially those who are attending college, is that why would you go to school and major in business when you could go in undergrad, major in something in agriculture, get your whole 4 years paid for, and get a minor in business? We could teach you business anywhere, but
Right.
Yeah.
you could take that entire undergrad, because it's really not going to get serious for you unless you in one of the tech fields or the medical fields or the law field, until you get to the master's program. So when we educate based on something with like what Didi's doing in reference to the home front, or when we're talking about getting out in the world and having to combat white supremacy, you have to educate the younger people to say, okay, that's fine. My nephew does it all the time. He compare, because we're in the area of Carolina where he encounters a lot of successful kids with their parents, and so he sizes up. And so I set him down and say, hey, listen, you might be right. They may be in a gated community, and they may have, their kids might be driving all these high-end cars or whatnot, but guess what, their parents living on credit cards. That's what I told him. I said,
Right. Are you
boy,
North or South
they
Carolina?
I'm in South. I said, boy,
Oh,
their parents living on credit cards. Guess
You in
what,
North Carolina? I'm
I'm in
sorry.
South. I'm in
South
South
Carolina.
Carolina.
My
Yeah,
people from North Carolina. Go ahead. I
yeah.
was just there.
I
Go ahead.
said, I'm living. They living on credit cards, boy. All my money is earned and hard. Guess what? I promise you. Let them talk about. I said we have that shutdown. Watch all of them go crazy over there. I'll be chilling. Cause
Right.
I know how to get money or whatever. They don't know.
Hello.
All the thing they know is what their parents are giving them, and their parents gonna go. Their parents got them thinking that they got it going on when they one check away
well,
from
see,
non-survivor as well. So when you
But at the
educate,
end of the day, at the
what you
end of the
say,
day,
Dave?
it still reflects social comparison. It's
That's but
still
wait. Let me just
I'm
finish
saying,
this one
hold on.
last point.
Let the
One,
sister
All right,
finish,
go
wait,
ahead.
wait.
please.
Let me finish this one last point.
You're gonna get
We
dropped,
you could
Madon, if
be
you don't stop these ladies
what
build up here. Like
what
straight
I
up,
want.
yo.
What I want you to you don't have to disagree in totality, but comparison doesn't make me stop being successful. There's
Facts.
no way you could tell me I could walk out into my neighborhood right now and Connor and white supremacy, all that great stuff. There's always another avenue, right? I'm gonna give you a case in point. I'm still gonna bring it back full circle with my sister with the food program, right?
Hmm.
Here's where we fall off. Here's where our people fall off, right? I just shared with her that there's a sub grant to the original grant for the smaller nonprofits to get to food access in the food deserts, right? You don't have to have all of the different requirements as a regular federal grant. You just have to have your business incorporated, be a 501c3, and have a UEI. That's the tip of what you would normally have for any regular grant. You
Right.
know, what our people would do is say, well, but the white folks is in the office and they're the ones, the gatekeepers, da 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 da. And guess what? All of that money will sit on the shelf and they will come
Thank
back and say, see,
you.
I told you, they're not, it don't matter. We can put the money in their lap.
Thank you.
They're not
Yep.
going to apply. They're not going to come and get
Exactly.
it because subliminally or mentally, you already have it blocked in your mind on this whole comparison deal that no matter what, when you walk out your door, you're not going to get it because Johnny across the street, you know, got he got what you call that nepotism going on, and they're not gonna let you in the gate. But they got the gate wide open for us right now.
May I, if that's okay, I'm gonna jump in both feet. And to Mr. Madan, when we talk about the people, the other cultures, we have to work with them. There is not a point where we are at this moment where we can sit up and go, okay, let's focus on the racism and the supremacy. We already know it's there. That's never going anywhere. The caste system has been around for millennia. You are always going to have people who feel that they are better than other people. And then you have people who want to oppress folks so that then they can't become better or they can't do this and that. And I, like I had said to Miss Mo earlier, me and her meeting for the first time. Me and Didi, I don't know. I think I'm meeting you for the first time as well. I know that there are women out here who think like I do. I'm listening to two of them right now. So it's like when we already make these assumptions about trust and about whether we can unify and what we individuals are individuals. We either gonna get together or we not. That's it. But it's not unheard
Okay,
of
well,
and it's not something that it's automatically somebody is sitting around waiting to tear us down. We have to try it. And even if
Right.
we fail, we have to try it
well,
again. If we care so much about our community and we always talking about somebody kids, and I'm gonna be 100 with you, sir. I have not birthed any children, but I've raised two. I have taught in the school system. My mama was a teacher. I've taught adults. I've traveled across the country, worked in different places, been to different seminars. Does that make me better or less than another person? No, it's about what I do and take all of that information and then apply it within my community. I'm in a position that a lot of people aren't in. I don't have the bills and the different things that could get in my way to stop me from the goals I'm trying to hit. This is why I'm doing it. I don't have anything that can stop me from working the way I know I need to get this off the ground because I'm boots on the ground. When I decided to start this, people told me I was crazy. You can't feed, you can't help, you can't do everybody. Why do we do that? It's not about everybody. It's
Right.
about those who are out here who really want to work together with one another. But we are going to have to find each other. Even in the sea of the internet, it is still, you have to find the people that are there. But that doesn't mean you stop the work. You keep working until you find the next person that can help you and you can help them. And that's how it moves on. Regardless of all that other extra stuff, we already know it's there, it's been there. It's
You're right, sis.
generational. So why do
You're
we
right.
Yeah, we
care?
never.
Like, let
And you
it
have to
Okay, so
go.
choose.
so can I?
And you have to
Okay,
you
so
have to
can
choose
I
how
say
you look
something?
at them.
Can I get allowed- can I say something and get the same amount of time y'all sisters got? I mean, if we
Well,
want to
I
live
don't
in, if we're
know
gonna
if
practice.
you gonna, if
No,
it's about
Go
no,
ahead.
no.
well,
Let me
I
say this.
Gary,
Let her
Gary,
talk.
let
Let
me
her
But see,
say
talk,
that's
that.
what I'm
TT.
saying. That's the problem. That's
Well,
why
I'm not.
society is.
I'll leave it alone after this. The
It's
last thing I
hard.
Now,
wanted to
Hard.
say
because this
was
was
Why?
a build until you
Why
came
is
up here
it?
with that. Because
Oh
Gary,
because
my
because
let
this
me,
was
God!
a bill.
All we do,
Yes, yes.
man, is the black
That's
man's
what
fault.
everybody said when you came
All
upon the
the black
panel.
man's fault.
Yeah.
The
oh, thank
fucking
you.
crooked. Go ahead. It's the nigga
Okay.
fault. I know. Go ahead. Go
But
ahead. It's
no,
my Don's
that's
fault.
okay.
Go ahead, Madonna. Do your thing.
Go ahead. He'll be back up.
Oh, he left.
I don't, yeah, don't leave
Yeah, he
because you
left.
feel as though you can't get out what you want to say. I don't even think that's the case. I think what it is that you don't want to stay, like, we know that path is there. Racism ain't gone nowhere. Socialism, all of them isms ain't going nowhere. Let's go focus on, okay, so we know we have these things in here. How do we work around it? Because that's all we can do. Like, we're not going to kumbaya the world. Like, why?
but sis,
We're not going to get to that place if we continue to hang on to this rope. Like, it can never, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, y'all. It just irritates me so. Like, I'm
you,
over it.
right. Yeah, and
you know
see the
what?
thing is where people like most people see things as maybe like a little small speed bump and they find their way either over it or around it. Uh People like him use it for an excuse. And that's why they keep that crappy mindset that they
And
have
yes, and
about
you are
And you know
things.
what?
absolutely correct in that regard. But however, it's like, okay, fine, you feel that way, then you should want to help us more than anybody else
And you know
because
what?
you
What
know.
you know what our in the earlier days what they did well, they trained for battle. So I'm a vet. So a lot of times I use a lot of military examples. We train
Great
as we
service.
fight. So well thank you for your support. Yeah, we train as we fight. So we know if I know I'm in a because every region of the US is different. And so depending on where you are, is you have to prepare for the culture around you and what you're getting ready to
Right.
get into. I think that, and I was having this conversation with a friend of mine because she said that the veterans are hard headed, and I told her, and I said, no, we just understand that wherever we go, we have to study it. We have to do our recon. We have to study our
Exactly.
environment. We
Right.
have to know what we're getting into, and so what we try to do is share that with others. It's not that we can survive because we probably getting some type of financial compensation. No, it's just that we've learned how to survive depending on what environment we in. So we no
Exactly.
fight is the
Right.
same. I can't come into Carolina and move a certain way. So I heard the sister say she's in Arizona and they offer some grants in Arizona. Excuse me. We also offer some grants here in Carolina. But if I went across the
Clemson
border to
extension.
Georgia, right? If I go across the border to Georgia, Georgia don't offer those same grants. Or if I go down to Louisiana, my home state, they don't offer those same type of grants. So when
Uh-huh.
I go there, I have to adjust. And so I
Right.
have to research what's going on down there, who's doing what, who's in charge, and how they move it. And then once I learn, then I say, okay, well, you're not going to be able to approach the grants this way. You're going to have to approach your grants in another way. But let me show you how to design that. What happens is sometimes with our initiatives, We are so hard up on how we want to do it that we are putting forth plans that meets our need, the individual, the person who is facilitating. What you should be doing is putting forth plans that meet the need of the community, because you cannot
Exactly.
be self-sustainable. You cannot have a sustainable initiative unless you have demand. And too many people have supply, but there's no demand for it. And
Exactly.
we're training our kids to do the same thing, to go into these different avenues of opportunities. There is no opportunity for you. It exists. I tell my niece and nephew all the time, there's a right way and there's a preferred way. The right way will get you in the gate and you will get nowhere. The
And
preferred
if you
way,
don't,
Right.
behind the curtain, where they say the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. What was it?
right,
You better be peeping behind the curtain because
You better
on
snatch it
stage is
down.
not where it's at.
Right.
Exactly.
Exactly.
right.
And
Snatch it
so
down.
And
yeah,
I
so you
also
have to
believe
pay
if you don't
attention.
see a way, you make a way.
Come
That's right.
on.
And with
Thank you.
and pay attention to who's already providing, right? So if I was
Right.
gonna let's take, and I'll come back full circle to that conversation again. Let's take this insist in Arizona with the food, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you if you're gonna prepare food in a particular area, you know, you don't prepare, you find a way to either you go, if you prepare the same thing, it has to be displayed differently, or it has to be
That's right.
marketed differently.
Come on. Come
if
on. Yes.
if
Go
not, you
ahead, Belle.
find something to
Hmm.
offer in a different way. And so one of the things, like, I'm not a salesperson, right? However, one of my business partners, um, I don't know if you guys do CMOS or not, and you call me pseudo, it's cool, but
Yeah,
guess
I
what?
know.
Make a
I
lot of money
know.
from it, right? And so
Yes,
with
sea
the
moss.
what
Yeah, I know
happened
what you're talking
was,
about.
when he taught me, I watched him and I was like, man, I wonder if I could sell this stuff. And I watched how he moved. So what he would do is we would first, he would bring out gallons and he would use cups and he would do samples. And then
Right.
the
Right. Right.
next
Right.
time
Okay.
he would bait them into wanting the gallons, I mean the half a gallons. Then he would come back like 3 weeks later and he'll come out with 16 ounces. And they'll say, well, I want the half a gallons. And be like, bet, place the order and I'll bring it back the next day.
Yeah.
So, and then when he would come back the next day, he'd have that because he wouldn't have the 16 ounces. They'd be like, well, I like the 16 ounces. Okay, place the order, but you got to place them in bucks of four. And then the next month, if the summer might come in, he'll be like, oh, I'm only selling them in sets of 20. But they wanted it so bad. They wanted the product so bad. So he
Right.
created the need. So one of the things I learned devastating in my grant class I just had last weekend, the guy told us, he said, y'all have to learn how to create the crime. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I get it right. He said, create the crime, investigate the crime, and then solve the crime.
Come on now. I like that because I'm a
Hmm.
true crime. I'm a true
Yeah.
crime buff. So I got
Yeah.
it.
That's
Yeah,
I
good.
you
like
see what
that.
I'm saying? So
I
we
like
Yeah.
were,
that.
at first we was like, wait, what? And so what happened was he gave the example, one of the guys in the room at a cleaning service. He said, okay, let me help you out. He said, go to some daycares where germs exist all the time. He said, go in there and tell them that, hey, don't do you know that, he asked them, when the last time you checked your air filters, or when the last time you checked, you did your HVAC. He said 9 out of 10 they haven't gotten it done. He said, go in and tell them, give them a statistics on uh how often you're supposed to check them, and when you don't, what
Right.
it
Right. Right. Right.
causes.
Right.
So now
Yes.
you created a whole problem for them, and then let them know that this is the service you offer and this is what you can do for them. Then you go in there and you solve the problem, and then once you solve it for them, they're gonna tell their friend down the road who has the
Come on.
same daycare or in the other city. You look again, you got a whole community of daycares that you're cleaning for. He was like, so it's not a lie. You just
No,
using
it's not.
the
It's
health
the
statistic.
truth.
Right. And so he say, now that you've done that, now you set yourself up for the EPA grant because it's environmental, and
Mm.
you just helped them out with the air, with their air pollution in their facility. So now you can write the grant. Oh man, listen. that class had us so on fire. So
Yes.
we start
Oh,
talking
that's
about solving our
awesome.
community problems. The only reason everybody got a leg up on us, if we really paying attention, everybody getting government money. All the companies, all the
Exactly.
department stores,
Thank you. Oh
but
gosh, thank you. They
but they
all
working together.
do.
Yeah, but they
Yes.
working together, right? Let's take the
Right.
disaster. We just had Hurricane Helena in Tennessee and both of the Carolinas, right?
Mhm.
Right.
If
Yep.
you seen the individuals on the ground doing the work, 9 out of 10, majority of them were probably families. Somebody came with the chainsaw, somebody
Uh-huh.
came with the dump truck, somebody
Yep.
came with, was the electrician know how to fix the power lines, somebody came doing the water treatment, somebody came is the adjuster, somebody owned the insurance company, somebody. What happens to us? We're in that same disaster, but none of us can meet the need. Cause
Exact.
ain't none of us
Thank
operating those type of
you.
companies. So we should follow the trends of the needs of the people.
But oh my gosh, I'm so glad I met you because that's it. Simply put, it is meeting the needs of the people. People need affordable food. That was my thing, period. I was living in the city for the long. I'm a city girl. I was raised in the city in North Carolina, raised in the city in Ohio, but I also had a little bit of the country. My grandmother lived out in the boonies. Like all of those things happen. However, what I've learned as I have worked in this society is that a lot of things are put up in our faces as one thing and it ain't never what it is. If you got 9 million children across this country, now you done made, and this is how I want to know, how'd you go and get these statistics? But yet, and no, you could tell me that 9 million children are going to bed hungry every night. Why is that the case in the richest country in the world? It's because either we've got a couple things going on. Ain't there's no steady income, there's bad parenting going on, guardianship, whatever that may be, access, so on and so on. So many different nuances and paths that could be. But the truth is still the truth. When you go to the grocery store and you go in there with $50, you don't even have enough to get you through the week now. The groceries are so expensive. We throw away more food a year as a country than we ever assist any of the social programs across the board.
So food biodegradable options is a big environmental deal as well,
Mhm.
right? You know, learning when to recycle, what to
Right.
use. Um I know you know what? You have Madon come back up here because I need to talk to him because he a
Yes.
Trump fan. You tell him come back up
Yes.
here
I was
talking about a
thinking the
Kamala
same
plan.
thing.
You know
Come
what?
on.
Let me tell you what's interesting, right? So they will have you to believe that social benefits or opportunities that come down through our communities are just for people who vote democratically. But if you really pay attention to what's going on, they give their people the contracts, right?
Yes.
And they get the grant, and we get to use it, but they actually get funded. When we start to understand that we could do the same thing from a contractual perspective,
Right.
don't let never let nobody think that you have to always just volunteer. What they're doing is they practically almost already exalted a lot of their land in some of these
Mhm.
areas, right? And so they're coming in there they're buying out our land because we
Yes.
haven't decided to take
What?
our land and gentrify ourselves. Let me just use that word because that makes
Yes.
sense to a lot of
That
people,
right.
right?
And I
You
completely
got
get you.
We got
Yes.
people here sitting on 40 and 100 acres of land and not doing anything with it, even if you was gonna build on your own. And I know we got redlining, we got bank issues, and all of that great stuff. But when we talk about economics, right? We talk about building. You don't have to. You can actually you can literally work, invest your way or plan your money and have someone in your family or some people in your family or in your friend group be that are general contractors, and you could build tiny homes on your own and go after
Um,
and be a provider.
get
Let me
out of
tell
here.
Madon
Gizmo, you over
something.
here. You over
Okay,
here where I'm at. You seeing
you
where I live.
no
You
no
watching
because
me.
no, because check
You
it out,
watching
right? There's millions of dollars that are out for providers for veterans and providers for homelessness and providers for intellectual disability,
Come
providers
on.
for kids aging out of foster care, providers for foster kids, right? And we have builders right there within our own circles. We have people that has land in our own circles. If we negotiate with one another, right?
Right.
Even if you're in the inner city, you know somebody that lives in a rural area that's probably have heritage. But what happens is we're so stubborn. We don't know what to do on it. So we won't collaborate with someone else to do. We have to make up our mind. We can't have our cake and eat it too. We can't want to stay poor, but we want to be wealthy at the same time. Like, come on.
Well, you know what? And I'm so glad you brought that up. And I'm using my situation. I don't care nothing about that because it's real life application to what we're talking about, right?
Hmm.
Mm,
When I first started this, like I said, I've been on here 3 years. And I can tell you, and I still know I have plenty of supporters. I have plenty of people who like keep pushing, keep going. You got this. Done help me do certain things, giving me information, so on and so forth. You do nothing alone. So when I first started in working in these particular businesses, I have 5 areas that I have plans for. One feeding the other. My agriculture and my home building will feed the technology, the manufacturing, and the health side because it falls back one into another over and over again. Of course, we all have our individual tasks. Of course, we all have our individual families and so on and so forth. But I think another part of it is when you step back and you look at it in totality. And I'm just talking about our country. And I'm then now going to go down to the statistic of 56% of Black folks live in on the from the Midwest down to the South, that whole section. And then you have us all spread out, going west. So like when I first moved to Arizona, there was only I still think as Black people, we only make up like maybe between 5 and 10% of the population here in Arizona. Arizona is not a money maker anymore like it used to. It is a lot of federal prisons.
Yeah.
Arizona make their money, especially because of the borders and the different things. A lot of it is legality based. Where I am, people will tell you there's only 2 reasons. They'll tell you this, but they'll be like, there's only 2 reasons that you here in this city where I am, which is small. And it's like you either on probation, you on parole, you bought some land, or you were raised in this area. I'm surrounded by reservation.
What major
That
city are you near, Chocolate?
so I'm not even Phoenix is 3 hours away from me.
Okay,
The
got you.
next
Because sometimes I come to Arizona and I was like, I would love to see what you got going on
well, I will
when I
tell you
go in.
this, yes, because a
mm,
lot of y'all seen that show, the pop bubble dating show. If
mm-hmm.
anybody's ever seen it, that's here in Phoenix. There's a
Mm.
lot of Black people who have moved here and started um, going in the city part and creating opportunity for other Black people. In it's small, but it's still there. Events, connections, festivals. I'm seeing
Yeah.
more and more every year. And that's
You
why I'm
know,
saying, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
you know what, chocolate? Let me clear something because someone said something, some interested in the chat. They didn't hear. Okay, you hear me say Grant, and you hear Miss Chocolate speak about her avenue of agriculture, selling food.
Mhm.
So one
You're
of the
right.
things that people don't get, it kind of goes over their head when we're speaking, is that we're sharing the fact that we're going to leverage grant money to create the economic sustainability way, right?
Right.
So the
Right.
grant is to take care of any need or any wish list that you may need, any assets, any equipment,
Exactly.
any supplies, may even cover some administrative or some salaries, right? But
Right.
when you get that money, you have to create a sustainability. And I like to tell
Exactly.
people, if you don't have anything to sell, then you need to learn how to staff. So if you could train based on your process and you could create skilled and qualified people, then you could get them hired and negotiate them workable wages in a manufacturer or other companies, and you could staff them and you can make money for your organization. So you heard us say the
Exactly.
whole time sustainability. I
Right.
know you heard sustainability. It's like, it's
Well,
almost
you know
like
what?
they're
I
listening
say,
to us and they just trying to create an argument, like kind of
and
listen to what we're saying.
if you want to argue, by all means. My thing is this. When I started this, I said I'm not gonna open my mouth. I'm not gonna talk to nobody about it. Oh, I don't like hearing myself. Anyway, my thing is, if for me, I knew everybody thought I was out my mind when I started. Um, I got my land, which was the first thing. And I'm thankful to all of those who supported me to get me to that place. Then once I got the property, I found out what I could, well, even before I bought it, but what I could and what I couldn't do on it. So the property that I have now, I'm just putting it has like a little cabin on it, but we got to fix the roof. It was a storm. And then one of the first greenhouses. We're growing inside with aeroponics. I get the sun almost over 300 days of the year here in Arizona. So I can run things on solar. That is also an advantage that I have here. Also to the weather. And see, I'm in northern Arizona. Arizona is one of the few states that you can basically get all of the seasons in one
Yep.
state.
Hmm.
You can go, like, for instance, we had a snowstorm. True story. It was me and my dog Roscoe. Okay, it was just me and him up on the prop. Yes, I know that's ghetto, but that's my dog. But we were. I had already built my foundation, so I built my foundation. I used uh, pallets to build a sturdy foundation, then secured the pallets together, then put plywood on top of that, and on and on and on. Right. Well, we had some issues with the roof. I had a few people helping me, but they really didn't know what they was doing. So I was like, let's not do this. Let's come up with a new plan. We'll come back to it. Well, the next day it snowed. We were inside of we had gotten it where it was enclosed. So we inside, me and the dog. The roof caves in,
Mm.
and me and Roscoe woke up with as snow angels. There was snow all around my bed.
Wow.
Um, I have um I have stripped everything away in my life so that I could be free to do it the way I knew that for me to make this work and sustainable, I have to start small. So I'm not mad about or intimidated of seeing where it'll take off. However, I'm also realistic to The only way it be stays sustainable is if it can work. If it can work and spin on its own on a small schedule, then I can then start adding pieces as we go. I know people who make
Yep.
fry bread.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
You
be
know.
calling them to bring. I live at a place that's predominantly native. We have a nice amount of Hispanic people here. Of course, you got some white folks, and then you got, us sprinkled in here. But some of us kind of look like some of the people out here already.
Right.
So that kind of, but and then I'll land here. When I went ahead and said, okay, I'm doing it, I'm in 100% fail or none. So I was disappointed. I was hurt because my roof was messed up. I didn't have anybody really to turn to help me fix it. So I was like, my sister lives in the city. My sister and my brother, they live in the city. I live out in the boonies. So I was like, I'll come down to the city and come chill with y'all for a minute while we get this together for the roof. Well, while I was here, they have an empty restaurant right across the street. And I was like, I need to do a fundraiser. I need to get some more stuff. Um, and so I sat down and just straight up told this man, listen, this is what I want to do. Can we do that? Here's what's in it for you. Here's what's in it for me, and how it can go if that's what you want to do. And like I said, it was a blessing that the man looked at me and was like, I love what you're trying to do. I'm not even gonna charge you at first. We're gonna go slow. And that's why I'm saying the fact that it's even put out there that we can't unify and put things together. Come on now. I'm
And
in
why
this
Right.
can't we
small
do more than
town.
right?
They
And
don't
why
know
can't we do more
me.
than one thing? Why can't we do more than one thing?
Exactly.
Why can't we have the
Exactly.
conversation
Supply
about
chain.
reparations, and have your food
Yes.
thing? And I don't think
You
is that we I think somebody put in the chat, we black women always thinking about feeding. No,
well
there's a huge
that
opportunity in that lane. And
what you
if the
don't eat.
need, yeah,
I'm
if the
sorry.
need
I'm
is to
sorry. Go
feed,
ahead.
if the need, if the need and the money, right? Here's what we got to do better, right? We have to learn, our men and women, our black men and women have to learn how to leverage each other, right? If I can get the money through feeding to make a way for your initiative, right? Then
Right.
why not? Why not do that? Like, what are we
Exactly.
doing?
I don't know, but I will tell you this. I'm a person that I like, even though I might not be able to pour the money into it right now, I still like to start lining things up, so to speak. So there's two things that's happening currently right now. Me being a name in the community, and as well being in a position where then I can negotiate other things with folks.
Right.
Because what the goal is this first couple weeks, people have to either come, they got to come and pick their food up, right? Once we start seeing movement, then I can bring in somebody to come and deliver it. Now, right now, today, my brother told me, I will help you cook. I really want to cook. I will help you do that. And I said, bet. We set up, it took us all of about 20 minutes. We put us a little menu together. Now it's all about execution. So I don't get that. It, how else if you don't want to open your wallet and go, okay, let me just write you a check for everything you need. Now you ain't got to sell food. That's not the case. But people have to eat. But what about the affordability? When's the last time you went to the grocery store? How much did it cost you to get your fruits and vegetables fresh? I'm talking about go in the produce section, not frozen,
Mm.
fresh. How much does it cost you? When last time you seen a 25-cent anything? I remember getting peppers for my mama and they was 10 cents. Okay. And that wasn't that long ago. But now we see it. We see the political play. We see the economic play. We know those tie into each other. So no, I don't. I don't have the patience for the silliness. If you either you want to do it or And that's it. And I'm done. Thank
You have a you definitely have a good scenario going on over there in
Right.
Arizona. I'm
you.
gonna
I'm
Yeah.
text
trying.
you. I'm gonna
I'm
text you
trying, sis.
I'm gonna text you the tic tac because you have all of the areas. If you could become familiar with the environmental issue for your area, because
Oh,
you
we
already
can
have a
talk about it.
plan. You
We
can,
can talk about
yeah.
it.
If you bring that into your plan, I think you're a shoe in for one of probably the developmental piece all the
Well,
way up
thank you. Thank you.
because you
Nice.
already have the
That's
plan.
awesome.
And usually what happens is um once you have your plan of what you want to do, you can connect environmental and health. You say what the environmental issue is, what the health impacts are, and how are you going to support the community centered around that initiative. Then you could sell your case, and then you already have a sustainability, which is the selling of the food um in the
Well,
community.
once we get so far in, which I don't plan to stop selling the food. That's one portion of it.
But
Once we get our first harvest, I'm gonna be using them fruits and vegetables in the food that I create. And
right.
that's the and then showing it. So here's the internet side for me. Now I'm gonna cut my camera back on so that you can see me from the beginning to that end of my supply chain that I've created. That's it. Now I'm
Right.
providing that cut my
But
food costs in half. Like,
wait, but don't what I want you to do is don't get caught up in not wanting to sell that food now. Either you're gonna
oh
sell
no,
that
no, no,
produce.
no,
Right.
no, no, no.
Yeah.
We selling it. We selling it. No, no, no. And here, I'm
look,
glad you asked
look,
me. So let me.
look,
I give you my
uh,
what is it? 30 seconds on the clock. Here it is.
wait, but also, your produce look into contractual services with your local
Mm-hmm.
or your
The
grocery
school
stores for
system.
delivering,
Them
right?
co-ops
The
everywhere
Listen,
have
co-ops.
co-ops.
Yeah.
I have
There's a
gone
there's a
from
grant. USDA has a grant for that, getting the food from the farmer to
to
the
Co-ops. Yep.
schools, to the co-ops,
yeah.
to all of those places. And so with one of the things you may need to do is create your flow chart, um and how you're going to operate along the way,
I
because
got
once you
one. I got one.
oh
I can send it to you. I
right, so
told you we
you
could talk about
yeah,
it.
you ready on all fronts,
Mm-hmm.
and so you're actually probably farther than most who are
Most.
trying to get into those
And
areas,
that's
right?
why I want to share that because we're not in the
Yeah.
areas as heavy as we should be. These are areas I worked in. It's not
Now let
just I
me
pick,
now I'm gonna give you
you
now
know?
let me tell you what we're doing with Dawa. So I have a friend, she's all into the feeding and all that great stuff as well, right? But
Yeah.
what I've done with her initiative is we've added independent ownership certification to it, right? So we're not just covering the farming and the feeding. We're actually going to train young adults to be
Yes.
um
That's
to be
awesome.
driver. Yeah, we're adding the CDL training in. We're adding the serve safe
Serve safe.
training. Yeah, that
And
one.
see, that's what
we
it
and we
is.
also
Yes.
adding we also adding all of the certifications for set asides for government contracting, and we're adding the culinary arts. We're adding um I think cybersecurity is the other one,
Yeah, that's
right?
another
And
big one.
so
Yeah.
so what we're
Where
doing
you at in
is
South Carolina?
we so so what we're doing is we're saying, okay, now that we know how to prepare meals and distribute them, we
Hmm.
also know how to farm. So now what we need to do is, we don't want to be the worker all our lives. We want to be able to share our business knowledge with the next generation. So for
Right.
Exactly.
those 17, 16 through 24-year olds. So one of the things I said earlier is, we once we decide what we're going to do and who's doing it around you, you find out what they're not doing. And one of the things that they're not doing with our community, it's available but it's not being practical, is that they're not training our young adults on how to when you go to a workshop, a training, or a school, they're not really showing
Right.
them how to take that
Yes.
knowledge and
Yes.
implement it. And so what we've
Thank
done
you.
is we've created our own trainings based on our own intellect and our own knowledge. And
There
then
you
we
go.
have what we're calling soft skills. And then we're going to invite in the subject matter experts who can certify them. So if you
Nice.
want to start be your own culinary arts person, food manager, restaurant manager, own your own
Right.
catering company, own your own trucking company, this, that, or
Yes.
whatever, we're creating the economic way
The
for them to say,
supply,
okay,
right. You are
yeah,
Nice.
creating the supply chain. And that is
right,
what you are doing. And I
our
think
own
that's
ecosystem.
awesome.
We creating our
That's
own
it.
That
ecosystem,
is awesome.
but
Man, I'm telling you.
we're creating it on the demand of STEM. So we're not just
Right.
teaching them about
Yes.
transportation as it relates to just regular natural gas. We're teaching them from the EV perspective, from the green, what it called, green energy,
Yeah.
green
Green,
initiative,
the
right?
green initiative. Yes.
Because
Yeah.
depending on who is in office is going to determine what's going to be the lay of the land, right? So we're
Right.
teaching them
Exactly.
how to, people talk about policy all the time. Oh, what's the policy? What's the policy? So we're teaching them how to say, okay, if this policy out, let me show you how to get money here, get money here, get money here, get
Right.
money here.
There it
Now when
is.
you get money, now let me teach you how to invest it. You're not just
Right.
going to take it,
Right.
you're
Apply
gonna have
it.
enough to, yeah, you're gonna have enough to buy your equipment. You're gonna have enough to buy your real estate that you need, because those things are gonna open up doors in other ways. And then you're
Right.
also going to be able, now I have to teach you how to manage this money so that you could pay staff, because you're gonna be liable for taxes, but we're not gonna be scared of it. So I'm gonna teach
Right.
you how to organize your cost analysis so that you understand on how to move this money. And that's how you create successions. That's how
That's
you create
it.
succession plans. And so when if you kind of watch how people move, or how these folks are moving in these different areas, and how they're shifting, one of the things we're trying to train them on is you can't get complacent. You can't get stagnated. You
Not
cannot
if you
be
want
not
better.
willing to change.
Right.
You have to be willing to change with times, because what works
Mm-hmm.
Right.
for us last year is not going to work for
It
us
may
this year.
not
So we got to
exactly.
be able to move it right along. So yeah.
I
Um
and that's the thing. And to my point, my goal is to get to the place where do have the funds, where I can go, okay, I would love to. Where do I write a check? Where do I send the money? That is my goal, is to get to that place where I then am then assisting, and not just monetary, but just to your point. I'm more on the adult side of it, because I feel like I said earlier, kids ain't renting and buying homes right now. They're not the ones grocery shopping, not a majority. Okay. Of course, we got kids out here doing it, but I'm just talking about the adults. There are adults out here that only need a few things to get them back in the game. Because the more viable citizens that you assist and create within the community, because that's what's going on. And I wanted to point that out. We talk about all this stuff, and we talk about, the supremacy, and what this is and what that is. However, we're using a platform that wasn't created by us to
right. And I think
connect and make something
yeah.
better and utilize it. Pull from this to make something else, instead of it being just, oh well, if you didn't make this, then and it failed, so you can't do nothing else. And we have a tendency to do that to one another. And like I said, I agree 100%. I'm trying to utilize every tool and talent that my parents and the creator gave me. Okay. So that I can put not my just myself, but my family. I have great nephews and nieces now that I'm like, what are we leaving for them? What's gonna be left for them? Are they gonna have to go through the same shit I went through growing up? Where I had to work, I started working at 13 years old. I grew up in that type of situation. I know everybody else didn't, I just know that a lot of myself, my neighbors, the people in my community, if we wanted anything as preteens and teenagers, your ass went to work. There
Yeah,
was
no.
no, my
Mm-hmm.
mama didn't have no disposable income to give to us. And she was making sure the bills was paid, food on the table. You know what I mean? So I understood why. It was never for me. It was never the well. Why can't I have Nikes and why can't I would? Let's give me something functional.
You know what?
Give
I
me
have
something I can keep using.
I just met this Nigerian guy, well, by way of someone else, and he's their IT wizards. I mean, they just, man, they
Oh
know their
yeah,
technology. And so they have their own trainings. And when I met him, they had all of their write-ups and everything. And I said, I don't know why you guys are calling me, because you have everything you need. And he was like, "You right. No, we know what we know, but we don't know what you know. So you know how to apply for the grant. We know
exact.
how to put the
Yeah,
application together." And so one of
yeah.
the things that they're doing is they're taking the African, some of the African language, and they're doing an AI dictionary, and they are I thought it was so cool. And so I started telling them some things, like some of
That
the
is
stuff I'm
cool.
talking to you guys about,
Yeah, yeah.
as it relates to like, for instance, go back to the feeding rights. I was like, hey, can you create me a program for
Yep.
feeding? This is what I'm trying to do. They was like, oh girl, we could do
Mhm.
that with the back of our hands. Can you put them grants in
Exactly.
for us? So
Right.
Right.
it was kind
There
of
it
cool.
is.
It was kind of cool
Yeah.
because they're so knowledgeable. So when I was looking at their stuff, now I'm looking at it, right. I ain't gonna tell them I had no clue what all those codes was, but um I was like, man, okay, if you he said, oh, I don't expect you to understand this. I just expect you to take what I gave you, put it in a proposal format, and then submit it through grants.gov. That's all I need you to do. I don't need you to create
Right.
my program. I said, oh, you about to make me dangerous because I don't know anything about IT.
Exactly.
It was
But
super
that's
cool.
the
And then
goal.
because I'm
Yeah.
so used to listening to foreign, international speak, I had to listen like very closely and catch some of the words because his accent is very thick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but so I started questioning his bit. I was asking him different questions about his business, and he said, "Wait a minute, why are you asking me all them questions?" I said, "Well, how am I gonna work with you if I don't know if you legit?" And he was like,
Hello.
"Well, you got a point." I said, "So I have to
Yes.
dig into all your stuff. I got
I
to
like
make sure
that.
you ain't trying to scam me." But anyways, I got to I got to meet him or whatnot. He was like, "Oh, you a little feisty thing." I said, "Hey, the only way you win in this game if you have some kind of tough skin. I'm not afraid to ask the right
Hello.
questions. I'll ask in
Right.
a minute, please. I'm
Exactly.
looking at
You
all your
can't be
stuff. I want to see the
shy.
finances and everything."
Yes. I'm about to look you up even after I'm done. We're about to go look you
you
up real
know?
quick. And there's
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that. Companies, headhunters, people at higher and higher levels, they do it. We should do the same. It is not
Right.
an issue of I don't
yeah,
trust you. It's an issue of we're doing business together. So at this point, now we talking about okay, this is our quid pro quo. Let's get it finalized. Let's get some things in order so that no, I don't expect you to be my best friend. So if things get hairy, I know I can get burnt. I'm gonna get out what I can and move on. But what we focus on is the negative side of it. I think that like anything, you acknowledge and you verify. I acknowledge that you got X, Y, and Z, but I'm gonna verify. Has nothing to do with all black women and all black people. Nothing like that. It is about I have a goal and a business. I want to work with someone who also has that level of passion within theirs. Because if you don't work with people, and I'm not talking about showing your passion, I'm talking about if you don't work with people that have your thought process and how this is gonna turn out to be,
Hmm.
you
no,
know what's interesting? I'm looking at
mm.
I'm just kind of watching the chat as we speak, right?
Yeah, me
And I'm
too.
saying to
Yeah,
myself,
kind of glad.
I'm saying, now, if we were up here arguing, cussing each other
You
out,
thinking the same thing
fuss.
out. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Didi.
Is
Look,
that what
we
we
was
got to do?
No, because I was
no.
gonna ask y'all about this. Who is this? Because I've been off the platform for a few months. Who is this reparation nation? He made a comment. He says the white supremacists know that as long as the black females have their bellies full and money for shopping, they have no interest in planning for reparations.
That
Oh,
is
I like. Hey, they should come up here.
no, 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 no.
Oh,
That's
okay.
No,
Good
Who
enough.
the
he's
fuck is he?
he's a Jamaican of Jamaican descent living in the UK. He has
Is that
admitted
Captain
on
Kangaroo?
yeah, that's Captain Kangaroo. Yeah,
Oh, okay, okay, gotcha. You ain't
so
yeah,
gotta say nothing
it's
else.
yeah.
you know
What?
what's interesting is that people act as if we can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
Girl, say it
Right.
Um,
again for the
one
people in the
one of the things
back.
one of the things our earlier, ancestors used to do, they used to get and they used to plan, like have think tanks and put the plan together. And we can't, if I can go after, and I say this and say it till I'm blue in the face, if we could talk about how we can provide a specific okay, let me say this. So what is it, the Mormons, right, or even
Oh
some of
yeah,
these white folk, right? So when I'm big into government contracting, and I remember when they added the white female to the minority category of government
yes,
contracting, because when they
yes.
start saying that 30% of those contracts had to go to minorities, right? And they were
Mhm.
which did not include the white male, and they slid that white female over there. And so the guys, what they started doing was taking their companies and making their wives or their girlfriends or whomever, sisters, making them 51% owned and then 49%, and they still ran that company. Our folks, we don't see it that way. It's 100%, 100%, 100%. Whereas if you know your girl can leverage an opportunity and you guys are working together, then leverage the opportunity and go after
Right.
both.
Mm.
Why are we always having conversations where we have to talk about the lowest of the lowest in our community, and that becomes the
Oh no.
predominant character of the entire community?
Yes, I
Why it
think
can't be like
yes.
what we're doing right now? We're building on her idea from the feed in to whatever. I mean, to Dee Dee's idea of how she's training her kids
Right.
to
Economics,
be
understand
responsible
it.
or
Yes.
whatnot. Like, why we can't build? Why you can't let us build in the area that we're building on, and then you come have the reparations conversation, and then maybe we can offer some insight to it. Why we gotta play against each
Well,
other, male and
I'm
female? I
glad.
don't understand that.
Well, because again, as human beings, and because these titles and these definitions of us and what level you in, or however we are indoctrinated with that, so we have to put people in a box. It is almost like you if you're not being labeled in some weird way, and it's like, okay, then let's just talk economics, let's talk money, right? Ain't that's what it's supposed to be, right? We're gonna break it down. Now, just to even take it even deeper, is here in, like I said, here in this city and in this area. So there's like three cities that um work together because it's rural out here. And you had said earlier when we was talking about land. And so what I learned was this. I don't know if anybody else has it, but I definitely tell you to check it out. In my county and city, you can go onto the website and you could become an investor. It's free. This is what they do here. I'm not sure if they do it everywhere else, but I know they do it here in Arizona. That you could become an investor in the city. And what ends up happening is when they start to auction off land that hasn't been used, or nobody, because you got
Hmm.
people that have land that's in the family, but like you said earlier, they don't know what to do with it, or they can't agree on how that's going to work. That's for a lot of people. But
Right.
if you become an investor in your city or your county or village, wherever you live in, you then have access to auction land where like I could walk away, and I'm just using this as a, an example. I could walk away with 10 acres for $1,000, and that's mine, because there's no one is lit, no one is building out here. They were going to, and mainly I think closer to 2008, before the boom, they had already started like breaking up this land to be subdivisions. So like when you go to your county website and you check out the GIS map, it'll
Girl, you own
show
it.
you. Thank you.
You talking
I
about
tried.
GIS? Girl, you a
I
shoe
tried.
in for some money right now.
I, well, my mother was like this: knowledge and application. That is the most important thing that you can do. You can learn anything, um, all day, every day, but it's about how you
Okay.
apply it.
Can I offer some here though, just to answer kind of the question y'all was asking? If men
Yes,
have
sure.
this discussion from the same positions, I think men start calling each other coons. Um, what would be said about a man in this conversation is that there's a lot of belief and faith in the government and grants in the process. And I do think men are harder on each other in terms of even trying the system and putting their name on papers and documents and trying to make something work. Like, I think there's the inherent distrust that not only we talk, but we're pressured into. It doesn't even allow us to get into really the depths of the conversation where y'all are now. And I do think a lot of that is because at the surface level, you kind of cut off being called a coon or being told you too much believe in the government. You're looking for a handout. There's so many different ways we diminish each other in this conversation that the education part of it, we don't even get to it when men are talking. So I think that would be the difference.
That's the interesting and very astute thing that you just said, Ted. And
Agreed.
and in my observation, I can't not agree with that, because that's the thing that be blowing my mind. Like, why y'all go after each other so hard, especially when if we talking about black men being more of the leaders in our community. How do you where are you leading me to? This is the question. I know black men might think, oh, you being a clown, but it's not about that. It's about, I understand if you want to say that in your home, I got you. Do whatever you want in your house. We're talking about community, and we want to see us all win. However, we know that there's only going to be a portion of that, right? There's only going to be so many, and we not worried about the ones who don't want it.
And also, just to add,
Thank
I think that the guys gotta, what the guys should do, um, when that becomes a challenge, is allow us to do the administrative, and we contract you. That's what I started doing with my friends. I'm like, listen, I already know you want to deal with no paperwork. I already know you don't want to deal with the government. You're not even trying to, have to uh communicate with them or explain yourself and your how to's. Let me go after it, and then I contract you. You bring your skill set to the table. I bring mine. We develop this trust system, this loyalty system, and we have some integrity. I make sure you always get paid for what you do, and then I'll take care of the rest. And if we can have those kind of conversations, because I know it's real difficult for sometimes men to even sit in a room that long to understand how to navigate that the grant or the contracting. Um, but so what I've tried to do in my even on my lives or over the past since 2016, I think since we've been going live, is to say, hey, bring your friend, even if it's a cousin or family member or whomever. Allow me to train them so that maybe you have loyalty with that person and they can take care of your administrative side. So you continue to do what you do, you contract that out and we keep it pushing, because that is a very, I know this is not that men can't do it, it's just they don't feel like being bothered with it. It's a lot of attention to detail, and it's a lot of sitting in the monotone circles with these white folks sometimes,
Honey, don't
and getting
say
something done. And we usually do it
yes.
much better. I just think that what I appreciate is being able to come on Q's platform with Dev or Mitzel or whomever is hosting, even Q sometimes, whoever is hosting, and being able to share and getting the information out. I think that's where we could complement our brothers a lot better, because
Right.
if we were on a show by ourselves, we probably wouldn't have the same audience. But because you all are on the platform with us, it gives us opportunity to show that there are some black women that not only are we knowledgeable, we understand what to do, we know how to do it, we're familiar with the law, and we don't mind being that partner or that contractor or maybe a consultant to whatever initiative that is going on. I know a lot of times guys
Right.
don't even want to, they don't want to be bothered, or maybe they hear it, but they don't really know what you're talking about. And so, you guys just allowing us to share this space with you,
Yeah.
um, and have this calm conversation. And even when you guys engage with us back and
Right.
forth, it gives us an opportunity to show a different side of men and women at
Right.
this level of conversation,
Yeah, that's why I was
which
so
would be looked
pumped
at as
when you
different.
came up. Yeah, when you
Hmm.
was in the chat, and I was like, because yes, I've been up here, and I love coming up here and talking to the gentlemen and learning, and because I learn as well. It's not just sharing information; it's also I learn. I walk away with some things. I learn about different things I didn't know about, and it's like I'm not afraid to talk to people. So I don't really care whether you male or female. It doesn't matter. My thing is, where is your thought process? Are
Right.
we on the same? Are we just talking shit? Are we? And that's fine. Like we can do that too if y'all give us a chance. We can come up here and give y'all the smoke. That's what you need. But ultimately, yes, we want to come up and just have a conversation with you. And to what Miss Mo said, we also want to show you that all black women ain't on the same thing. And I think that's another thing too, because we're not out here enough, as the majority of the YouTube channels and the black spaces are men are running them. That it just is what it is. Yeah, and I'm talking about those that don't talk about and no not beauty, hair, or something, the entertainment or something like that, where we just
Right.
want to talk about economics and building and creating. For me, that gets me going every day. I love
Yeah.
I see opportunity, and I want to create something that's going to be even better. And that's why I said, when with this part of it, the food that I hope to sell, that will then pour money back into what we're doing, so we can get one of the housing uh, prototypes up, so that, because I've had conversations with the Chamber of Commerce. I have been told what I need to do where the city is concerned. Like, these are things, like you said earlier, Miss Mo, is that we can walk, talk, chew gum, tie a shoe, comb hair, put your makeup on, and be typing on a computer while we drive it. It's
Yeah.
not safe.
Yeah,
Right.
capacity building is what you need. You need to do some capacity building where you off uh for a weekend, and you invite those folks in, and then they tell you how to maneuver. I think
Oh
someone
man, my bad
said
tripping.
only be in a room with people who have capital and a plan instead of seeking grants and loans. And I think that's a misconception. So we pay taxes every day, whether you pay it from your personal income taxes on your taxable income, or you go into some department store and you pay taxes on the goods and services that are being provided. Those funds are divvied back out in the form of grants, right? Which gives you an opportunity to do whatever it is that you need to do. For the life of me, I really don't understand. I know why some from Tad's perspective of people calling other people coons if they get into these kind of conversations, but I think a lot of times that happens because they're not in the spaces and they don't know. And when you're not, if you're not involved, like I could not have a EPA conversation last year, because I didn't know anything about it and didn't even know it actually existed from that perspective. But when our new representative came along and started galvanizing the community and start bringing in the subject matter experts to train us on how to create the dialogue and how it actually relates on in their everyday life, it gave me the understanding and the training, and so now I could talk the talk just as good as they can. But when you're
Exactly.
not involved,
Right.
yeah, when you're not involved, I think a lot of the guys are not involved on the ground. And the only reason we're involved, well, the only reason I'm involved is because I'm doing some community work with the seniors and the youth. But most people can't have those conversations because they're not doing the work. It's one thing to read about it and read a statistic and find a source, but it's another conversation when your boots on the ground. And
Yes.
so I've kind of had the privilege to working on the political in the political lane, in the community, in the government, in the state, um, and as well as private sector. But when you do that, if you're doing it and you're seeing how they all work together, and then you use that information to help your
Right.
initiative, is a whole nother ball game. But
Yes.
like some people who roll in my circle, they can't do what I do because for one, they're probably one track minded. They probably just in it for
Right.
their compensation of what they're doing.
Yep.
They're not really trying to piece it together to see how you can make a whole, right? Or they're not
Right.
trying to say, okay, what can I learn from this that I can duplicate? So some of my peers in my circle will look into duplicate processes. So I can talk to Sister Chocolate and say, hey, I come down to Arizona. I can look at your plan and I can say, hey, let me tell you how to organize this because I've been in the circles where the
Right.
political party is
Right.
at play and the community is at play, and the
Utilize
grant
each other.
tour, right?
Right.
Same thing in I can say, okay, if you're gonna go after housing, don't just go after housing for any perspective. The reason you want to channel it this way is because this is how they're going to fund you, or this is what they're looking at, or these are the don'ts. These are the common mistakes people make. Now let me show you how to change it. Like I talked about earlier, I met the IT guy. Well, that was our missing piece of the puzzle for what we're doing because we have a
There you
broadband
go.
issue, right? We have nobody to come and teach.
Okay.
So
Okay. Yeah.
so in our training, what we're doing is saying, like I told you earlier, we're teaching them how to be entrepreneurs and get certified. But what I didn't say was that any training that we're putting together has a STEM initiative to it. So for example, when you talk about feeding, we're just not preparing a meal. We're teaching the kids how to food chemistry. We're teaching
Exactly.
them digital design, how to come up with their own digital program to create the menus for them, to organize the food
Come
prep for
on.
them.
There you
So we
go.
taking it on a whole nother avenue. And I think that sometimes when as practitioners, well, as subject matter experts, and then you have the practitioners. You got the people who can
Right.
apply it, like you said earlier, and you have the people who just know the book smarts of it. But when you
Exactly.
can get into the crevice of what's going on, and you can apply the knowledge, and then you
Mm,
could. So the hardest thing in the world is to share information to a group of
Mm-hmm.
people, and they want instant gratification right now.
what's in it for me? It's the
Well,
with them.
Are
That
well,
you?
you
is.
have to. They want the
Oh,
$1 million right now, but they don't want to learn how the process of making the million to sustain the million. And
right.
if we never get people to slow down and understand how to sustain it so that it can duplicate itself, like I don't have to give you, you don't have to say, hey, Mo, How did you get your million? I'm gonna show you. I have several sources of income, so I'm never gonna fail. I'm getting it
Exactly.
from this direction. I'm getting it from
That's
this
right.
direction. I'm getting it from this direction. So if this one goes down, I'm going over here. If that goes down, I'm going over here. What happens is people get lazy in their own pursuit. You the one said you want to be
Well,
wealthy, and
right,
wealthiness is not stable. Wealthiness is a moving part.
right. That's why they continue to do. That's why we see the corporations that are continuing to do the same things every year. Every year they, for instance, holidays. Every year is faster and faster. I went in the store. It was what was it? I went in the store to get something. Now they got stuff out for Easter. Why?
Yes, ma'am.
What is you
Sure
doing
do.
over here?
It's
That's
all about that
crazy.
money.
I'm not
And
buying any
so
of it.
that, yeah, that to me, that's a money game. That's just the money grab. We're gonna see how many people gonna jump and buy and do, and people do that, and that's cool.
Well, they had
I'm
Christmas stuff out before Halloween.
honey, they had them on the same aisle at where I was at.
Right.
You could turn one way, get your Halloween mask, and then get your Santa set. And
Uh-huh.
that was another thing too. And I'm glad we talking about it because the other day, I think it was Dad, was that Mizzo that was showing, who was showing the 3D printer? I couldn't remember the gentleman's name. I know it, but I can't remember.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But
that was
tell
cute.
me,
That was
cause
cute,
I need.
butter. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I need to know how to do 3D food printing.
hmm Yeah, but real quick, don't
No,
forget your thought.
seriously.
Somebody had a 501c4 question in the chat. I just leave it up on the screen though. But yeah, I'll keep going. I'm loving this.
oh, thanks,
Oh yeah,
thanks, sir.
they want to know how to get
Well, we love it too.
So yeah, I'm a part of a 501c4. The only difference between the two, well, there's different 501 what C's, but the four and the three, the difference
Yeah.
between the two is one of them, they're both tax exempt, but one of them has a political affiliation and the other one does not. And so if you have a political affiliation, those grants usually come from corporations and foundations and
Private.
donations in kind. And so the 501c3s, the benefits of donating to them, you the private corporations and donations in kind, they get the tax exempt,
Right.
but you also get the grants from the government. So you can't be politically affiliated from the 501c3 side, but on the 501c4 side, you can. That's the difference between the two. So if you're
Yes.
looking for funding for your 501c4, then you want to go after corporate funding or foundation funding or donations in kind.
Yeah, that's cool. And that's the thing, like the knowledge and us being willing to share it. Like I said, I've been saying the same thing for the past 3 years. Like you're not gonna catch me not saying it. Like that. That's pretty much it. And the reason for it is because I knew I had to make that decision. Like, yes, despite the cogs in the wheel that don't want you to go, you got somebody in your ear trying to tell you it ain't gonna work. That's not true. We got examples of people who have stepped out and done some amazing things. And I
Right.
think that we don't take advantage of each other enough in the mind game, in the sense of just because you know more, that to me should be a benefit as our relationship. It shouldn't be where I think, oh, automatically she better than me. What, she think she better than me? You know what I'm saying? Because she thinks she know this and that. No, let's make that rock. I told you, I wrote it down. Once I get off here, I'm gonna be up applying, and I'm gonna go ahead and send in what I got, and I'm gonna let you know I did it. Because again, if we don't or are not willing to share the information, and it's up to me now how I apply the information, right? On an individual level, of course. Like I said, to Miss Mo's point, if we duplicate the idealism of, and everything we've talked about up here is all group economics,
Hmm.
with everything that's being created as far as that is concerned. concerned. And I know it was important for me. I'm just waiting on my 501c3 approval. Once I have that, that opens more doors for me. Because, like right now, I'm
Right.
an NGO. You still can be tax exempt if you donate to me. Like, I can still hook you up. But for me to get the benefits that will then take me away from having to rely just strictly on fundraisers and the public or individuals donating to the program, I can go ahead and put myself in a position where you see me working and going and doing. Now the entity is working and doing. Now you see that there is that people have, and they do it every day, create things and actually do what they gonna say they gonna do for the people that they swear they gonna help. That's what I saw was missing, is that we have our trust issues come from people people coming into a space making a lot of promises and not doing nothing.
Right.
That's right.
Exactly.
No
And
deliverables. No
and
proof
then
of
you
deliverables.
don't right and then you don't right you don't want to show no proof, you don't want to talk about it, you don't want to do this and that, you want to, you know, talk crazy. But if a person is really out here grinding and doing, you quick, it's quick to disparage a person like that. Oh,
Hmm.
and there's no way that you could really care about the community because I don't. And you run into that a lot. But to me, that's noise. I'm not asking you to do it. I'm not asking anybody to do anything that I wouldn't do. I'm not asking anybody to eat anything I wouldn't eat. I'm not asking anybody to live in something I wouldn't live in. That's why I said the in our building journey, Arizona is one of 5 states that you can build housing with earth bags.
Mm.
That puts it in a financial position where for a person like myself, I don't need millions of dollars to build. I can do with thousands of dollars. And then offering people opportunity. Like, I'm gonna need help. Now, will I be able to pay everyone? No, but I can offer you a place to stay. I can help you do X, Y, and Z. I'm all about the barter system. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I was about to say that. Yes, ma'am.
That's what we started on. Like, I don't. I know it's gonna eventually get to the
But
place. I
you,
think more of us will see that it's not about just the money. It's about the path you decide to take to get it. And then what do you do with it? I like I said, when my brother
but
he was young, he was in his teens, and I started teaching him about business. Hey, this is how it this and this. I ran my first business. I was 18 years old, and you know what? I sold men's hair care products at the flea market. Okay, I'm dating myself, but I'm just telling
but Miss Chocolate, watch
Yeah.
this. Watch this, right? You
you.
you are you there is a point where you could pay everybody, because if your scenario of business, you got several things going on. If you go after funding in all those different areas, if for every grant you do, it's a 10% indirect cost fact should be factored in. That is used for the operation of your nonprofit. So, but if every grant you write in three different, you should always have a primary contact person, a financial person, and then an authorized user, or you can say a program manager, program coordinator, and a grants manager, right? In every grant, if you go after grant, or if it's contracts, it doesn't really matter. If you go after any funding opportunity with those three positions per opportunity, you just build your staff. And then if you take your sustainability opportunity, which is whether you're selling food, whether you are housing based on rent, and you're bringing in compensation that way, or whether you're selling your produce to other department stores, you will be able to sustain those funds that
Right.
way.
Mhm.
And there's more. There's so much you could create. So what you're doing, you can create an educational component. You can go after Department of Education funds. You can go after DOL funds. And then
Me and
if
you on
you're
the
in a rural area and
yeah.
you work with workforce solutions, you can become a vendor in the on the job training program. And if you paying them a particular wage, you'll get half that money back up to 6 months. And that also can serve as capital. Not only will you get the funding back in the on the job training program, you'll also qualify for the $1,000 tax credit per employee. So there's sustainable capital
Yes.
opportunities.
And see, I'm
We
all
if
over here cheesing like, okay, bet. Because I know that I do want to pay people. I do want to provide opportunity and service along with what as along with assisting other people. It can be done.
right.
Like I
Eh,
know that it is possible to be done and done in a way that I won't be on American Greed or the television or the internet because they up there talking about oh she didn't even and
And I
yes,
throw
oh I'm
right.
sorry, Miss Mo. Hold on real
And
quick.
I throw you in.
I'm
Oh,
gonna throw this at you. Skinny, I know this for you direct.
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
No, no,
I was
I
gonna
know
say
I'm gonna throw.
something
Skinny.
too.
I'm gonna throw you.
We good, we good. I'm about
I'm
to
gonna throw
straight
you
mess
another.
with
Let me throw you
listen,
another
it's
lifeline. Don't worry about that one. Let me throw you. Let me throw you another. Let me throw you another lifeline. Right? How close are you to a university or a college?
oh, I love that you brought that up. May I?
How
Thank you
close
for
are you to a
asking.
university or college?
I am an hour and a half away.
Uh,
Hour and a half
if
away.
you
There's two
okay, so
colleges next to me.
one of your this is one of your homeworks from me. Look, I'm giving you homework. One of your homework one of your homework
Oh, that's
tasking
okay.
is one of your homework tasking is to affiliate with one of the professors that's in public health or um environmental science.
Mm.
Oh, I'm
You
glad
want
that you said that.
you want one of them on your team, um
Yeah,
due to due to they probably are they're either advisors to uh some type of club, or they may still be publishing papers on public health and the environment. You could use them, you can use them for either in-kind services, or you could use them as your grant writer to
I like
help and
it.
them write themselves into that grant and help you
Mm-hmm.
land. And then they could become a community partner to your
Right.
initiative. You want one of them on your
Yeah.
team, as
Oh
well
yeah.
as whatever high school that you're near. You want to affiliate with one of the
Yes, ma'am.
either one of the home ec or the science teachers in the school,
FFA.
because you want, yes, FHA,
Mm-hmm.
you want to create the career
Yeah.
path or the field trip initiative to what you're doing in your green space, and
Right.
educate the
Yes.
students. And if you could collaborate with the high school,
I
a tech
love
school, or
it.
a college, and they become your community partner on your initiative, you will be a shoe in any initiative you got going on. I'm telling you. I mean, you got it.
I'm
I wish
excited.
I
Like I
was in
said, I've been
Arizona.
planning.
Yeah,
I was
you got it.
I've been rocking it since I started. This all started. All I wanted to do, I was gonna buy some land, build a house for my mama, do my little business on the side, call it a day, right? And my mother, as I was going through it, and I would run my whole business plan past her. I would, you know, she would ask me questions. Of course, her background being educated, my mother was always like, "Okay, what about this? What about this? Have you checked into that? Da 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 da. Can you find me this information? Can you, you know what I mean, like that?" And I loved it because it always kept me, you know what I mean, like okay, if somebody asks me this, I'm ready. If somebody asks me that, I'm ready. Because a lot of people, you can look good on paper and be a complete idiot in person. And so for me, it was like I didn't want to learn just about the real estate. I wanted to learn How do I affect my water? How can I build a well? Can I do these things? Am I willing to put the physical work in that I needed to do? Because by the time I got to my property, and it was because of unfortunately health issues, but by the time I got to my property, the money that I was going to put into that had to go somewhere else. So I knew, I said, you going in here, you're gonna do this work yourself. So yes, that's why I did. I built my own shelter. Set things up. I ended up hooking up with folks that hooked me up. I got me some my water. I got the different things I needed. Somebody came and built me a little bathroom. Like there, there was a lot of different things going on at the same time. So I never feel like I don't have support in other ways. And that's why I said I believe in the barter system, because again, you have other landowners around me and we do things for each other. Oh, okay.
And
If you need water, I got water. Oh,
I'm gonna
when
throw
you
you
go to the
I'm gonna
city
throw you
next,
another
will you
lifeline.
could you grab me? You know what I mean?
I'm gonna
Yes,
throw you another
ma'am.
I'm gonna throw you another lifeline. In your budget, don't say
Hmm.
that you're bartering. Say that those are
Oh no,
in
I
kind.
wouldn't. Yeah,
No,
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 ma'am.
no.
I
Listen.
understand.
No, listen to
Hmm.
me for a second. Say that they are in kind services and always put a dollar value to it.
I got you.
Listen to
Okay,
me
okay. I'm
carefully.
okay. Yes,
Listen
Mm-hmm.
to
ma'am.
me
I'm writing it
Yep.
down.
carefully. If you see any funding opportunity and it says you have to have a match doesn't always mean that you have to have the monetary dollar in the bank account. A
Right.
match can mean in kind services. So if I donate 5 hours to you every week of financial services, grant management services, whatever I would normally charge you, that dollar value can be counted as your match. Let me give you an
Oh, I like
example.
that. Oh,
There
come
was
on.
a
Yes,
group,
ma'am.
there was a group that applied for EPA grant. They was awarded 19 million. However,
Woo.
300,000 of the 19 million they had um in I think it was in the form of supplies. I want to say it was in the form of supplies. Well, they couldn't. No, I'm sorry. It was in the form of equipment, but all the equipment was worth less than $5,000. So they told them, if you want this grant, this $19 million grant, you need to come up with um something else that's worth $300,000. Well, what they did was they found a few doctors in the area and had them donate their time that valued out to 300,000. And so it created a match for them. So what I'm saying is that anybody that you're doing a service for still count however many. So the way the government works, everything is on hours. Is a rate in hours,
Okay.
right? So when you go about thinking about your plan, think about how many hours it takes to do whatever it is that that person would either be doing for you in reference to a service, and always include that on your budget. Contractual services, how many hours, how much did it cost, and that rate. And so even though that dollar amount is not being dispersed, it's in the form of a volunteer act, it still counts towards the dollar value of your program, if that makes sense.
Let me ask you a question if that's okay.
Hmm.
So I have had people working on my property with me, different points this year. And here there's really not that many opportunities for community service. So a lot of the some of my friends that are here, they do have records. Um and my one friend, she is a chef. And so her and I were working together as well. And she was actually living out there with me on my property. And her probation officer asked her about community hours. And I told her, I was like, shit, you working with me? That's community hours. I am a
Right.
legitimate,
Correct.
inactive, positive, no negative, online. You can search my Chocolate Earth Foundation. You can find it. I don't have any issues, so I can
Vouch for the
assist
hours.
people. Right. I can vouch for the hours. I can prove what you're doing. I can explain what's happening. And that also put, like you were saying earlier, so I just wanted to share that to let you know I'm on the same, wavelength with the information that you're giving me, because these are things that I have written, in the background, like, okay, how can I do this? And later on, I can do this. Once I get to certain goals, then I can touch this or touch that. And that was another thing too. I want to work with the people here who need to do community service hours, but there's not really that many opportunities. And I got plenty of stuff for folk to do. Okay. So, and with that, I also wanted to work with, the community, the different. I put it to you this way: we only have one shelter here, one for men and one for women. That's it. And there is a abundance of transient and homeless people who come through Arizona all the time, every day, because of the weather mainly, um,
Let me.
or they're passing through. And so a lot of that is out here. So to your point, the homeless, the working poor, and the poor, that is my community. And those were the needs that I started focusing in on. And I don't want to, there's only, of course, certain sections of the community that I will be able to work with, but I want to make sure that it fits the glove of what's here in this community, to what you said before.
Right.
So would that be something that I can eventually work
Or is it?
in that as well?
Oh yeah, there's a huge push for that, and grants aren't given to just Black communities. Grants are given to the needs of people, and so those needs can be in any community, and that's why we
Right.
usually miss out, right? If you notice, if you see a grant, it never talks about, well, some grants may be specific to a particular group, but majority of the grants would say things like rural, underserved, low and moderate income. You may see some that may just say facility, equipment, small business, it may be operational, seed, capacity building, I mean, there's so many different categories
I
of
definitely
grants.
want
Like,
to,
we have to
yeah,
learn how to
yeah,
fit our
filter through.
initiative. Well,
Yeah.
no, we have to learn how to fit our initiative in the
Ah,
grant. Like, you heard
okay.
me speak earlier about Environmental Protection Agency, right? The
Right. I
environmental.
wrote that down.
If you look,
Yeah.
if you look at the category of those grants, you would think that that does not apply. However, if we start look thinking about grants from a social, economic, financial uh perspective, you'll start the an environmental. So environmental, social, health, financial, um an economic perspective. If you start looking at it from those perspectives, you'll begin to be able to see yourself in any grant that comes out. So, for example, if I was mentoring a group of, if I said my organization was to mentor a group of kids, and I have about 25 kids in my program, I'm not looking for grants specifically on mentoring. I'm looking for any grant that I can leverage and mentor at the same time. So I can go after anything and get those kids and get those numbers and get those kids involved, right? So what happens is people will put a program together. Like, let's just use the food for instance. If you just said, well, I'm just gonna go after, I'm looking for grants and I'm looking for feeding, and Monica, you talked about feeding and I don't see no grants out there for feeding. And I could come right back around you and say, okay, how many participants do you have in this program? Okay, now let's go, instead of just going after something for feeding, let's think about Where are you feeding at? Let's look at the structure of the building. Maybe you could do something that has to do with weatherization, teaching the kids about weatherization. Maybe you can go after
I like
some
that.
funding. You can use those same kids and funding and do some type of STEM project, or bring a STEM project to them and contract with scientists who are out there, right? Maybe you can do
I'm
something
about to
with
write
health.
you
Maybe
into my. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm about to write you into
right.
my consulting.
You could
We
she
about
said
to.
what you mean.
I'm about to write you
Look,
in. Who
mm-mm.
next? I'm serious.
Listen, there's
You
someone
ain't going
fair.
nowhere. I'm about to be a stalker.
There's someone far greater than I am. Like there's so many ways we could take our opportunity. If you can galvanize a people, if you can galvanize a group, then you can come up with so many ways to meet that need. And
Right.
so what you have to do is you have to if you're in a nonprofit world, you have to think of your organization from a programmatic way. And it cannot be the same program. It doesn't have to be the same
Right.
program all the time. It just needs to be
Right.
programs built around the opportunities that are available. And so for-profit business may have one cause, but nonprofits are they meet needs at different times. And so
Mm-hmm.
although you may start off with the feeding avenue, you may turn that into a training how to feed or how to prepare the meal.
Right. Yes,
Maybe
ma'am.
you got a group of caterers who are interested in other communities who want to learn what you do. Maybe you could teach them meal
Exactly.
patterns. Maybe you could teach
Right.
them how to distribute. All of that is a science. You can't just you could it's one thing to know how to cook, and it's one thing to know how to cook in a timely manner and have to distribute food.
Um, exactly.
Whole nother
And I
ball
was,
game.
listen, I was the lunch lady. So I do know. I'm just saying, I'm
No,
so excited, and I can't lie to you. Like, I am a little giddy back here
right.
because it's like, for me, when I get the opportunity, especially get the opportunity to talk to other Black women who I know, like I said, I have no doubt there's plenty of us out here that do our thing and we go about our day every day, and we have such a huge impact on our
Mhm.
community that we don't see it. And so for me, it was like moving here, and I'm gonna just keep it 100. I live in an unincorporated area. So where I'm planning to build the things that I want to see be a little larger, or build housing, things like that, I got a lot more freedom because it's unincorporated. And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
again, you the monies and the funding that would come from that, because of course I'm gonna keep it 100. I have a actual business and the nonprofit business.
You're
Those things
supposed
are
to.
separate, right? So when I look at that, and it's like I share this information same way I run my mouth on here, I run my mouth like that in real, like in my day to day. Don't get me started on building nothing. It's a wrap. So I look at it, and it is exciting because there's so much opportunity. I live in a place that's mad opportunity. We are right off the freeway, like major route Route 66, 77, which is a huge truck lane, and trucks come through our city all the time. Bam, bam, bam. One day I counted it. It was like about, I think it was about 200 trucks I saw come through here. And you know what? We don't have a lot of restaurants. We don't have a lot of catering to the truck drivers out here. We don't have those particular things. So for me, how my brain works is this: I want to pour money into the opportunity. I don't want to have to go, oh, okay, well, we can only do it with one person. No, I'm very aware that the people in my community need opportunity. And that in turn, because I want to create and give it, yes, people are the only reason I'm doing this. You know what I'm saying? Because it wouldn't matter whether I get money from it, because that's how our society goes. But ultimately, though, I want to see people do better, just like as you do. You evolve, like you just said, Miss Mo. You went and you learned, and now with that learning, you're sharing that information.
Right.
Same. I believe in the same thing. I remember when I first started coming on YouTube and was talking, and I, was talking to some veterans, and I had one lady who was like, "You need to charge people for all the information you know." I said, "Why? I wasn't charged when I got it. Nobody charged me for the things that I learned. I went out, learned them, showed that initiative that I wanted to learn, and people was willing to teach me. And then I took the
Right.
information and kept moving it along. Some people want to hear, some people don't. Who cares? I just want to share the information, and you take from it what you will. And the last thing I'm gonna say, cause my throat about to leave me. We so the Chocolate Earth Foundation has those initiatives as far as learning, teaching, growing, and giving. So that's my tagline, in the sense of whatever I learn, I want to teach it, as well as while I'm growing, whatever the opportunity may be, whether it's food, housing, whatever it may be, it also then gives the opportunity to pass information on that's going to better you and your life. Like, what's wrong with seeing more people win and be better and be comfortable? Everybody doesn't want to be at the same level. Some people just want to be able to live in a safe neighborhood. Some people just want to be able to pay their rent. Some people just want to be in a community and feel supported. And I think those points tie into it. And then, the money is the bonus. Because if you don't have the mindset of a community driven way, it makes it a little bit harder. That's why you have people who come in and make a lot of promises and don't do anything. So
Right.
I'm
Right.
gonna pause on that. Y'all got it. Thank you.
And
It's been awesome.
and I'm not sure. So uh, I think they misunderstand it. The reason we get left out a lot of times in bills when they get passed specifically for our community is because the way we view these opportunities is a we view these opportunities from a negative perspective
Yeah,
when we
yeah.
should just take them for what they are, an opportunity.
Right.
You don't have to rely on any grant for sustainability. However, if someone get okay, let me say this. When they were not pushing out funds in our communities for us to get a leg up in some sort of way, we were complaining. When they issue out grants to help you out, we still complain. At some point we have to decide. So all of these organizations running around here, this is what drives me crazy. These folks will come in our communities, they will upstand a organization, a nonprofit, to offer tutoring and after school programs and sports leagues and this, that, or whatever to our kids in our community. And nobody says a word. These folks will get grants. They will come in our community or offer it. You'll put your kids, they'll participate in these things. You'll be involved with them and nobody says a word. But soon as we decide that we want to take that same initiative, take that same opportunity and offer for our own kids or our own community, all of a sudden we're relying. Well, we're not the only people that's relying. They are too. If
Exactly.
you think for one
Exactly.
minute these other communities are not benefiting from these grants,
Mhm.
cut off the grants and let's find out. I promise you,
Come
they're
on
going
now.
to fail. They're going to fall too because they are benefiting from grant funds just as much as anybody else. It just
Exactly.
looks like our community because the only reason they're making them specific to the rural community, the underserved, and the unincorporated community. Because when they make it broad and they don't put a title on it, you don't get access to it. So in
Exactly.
order for you to get a share of the pie, this okay, we gonna make this specifically just for you folks. So you folks over there. Now you can come after. Now the problem is that when we go after grants, we're not thinking it's programmatic, but we're not thinking about it like it's business. A nonprofit runs exactly like a
Right.
for-profit. It's
Like
still
a business. Yes.
business, regardless.
I
It's
gotta
not
pay
just
my. I gotta do it right. They
that's
want to
right.
see
You
once that goes up. Once Chocolate Earth Foundation is full blown, every year you can see if you're doing the right thing. You could go online, and if you a public nonprofit, you can see what people making, who is who, what is what. Like for instance, when you were saying earlier, I do have a board built. I have people that are ready to be on the board of directors and just the different things that I know I'm going to need. So why not prepare? Why
yeah,
not make those
you need
relationships prior
yeah,
to that?
you need the checks and balances. You need
Yeah.
segregation of duties. You want to make sure that you're operating properly because you want to be able to, be have that
I want to
opportunity
help
again.
people. Right. And I
The
want to
only
be
d-
able to stay around. Like, yeah.
Right. And the only difference is that you could and this could be done without grant funds. It is being done without grant funds. The deal is though, if you're gonna offer me a pot of money, I'm not gonna sit up there and be like, oh, I don't want to take it. No, I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna do something with it. And at the same time, if I need to be discussing another topic or have my hands in another area of life, then I'm gonna do that as well. I mean, I don't know why we're not understanding it. I don't know
I
why
think
we could and you know what, that
fear.
whole male
It's
female thing.
fear. It's fear of success.
Yeah,
It's fear of success and failure. We
yeah,
have in our community, we still struggle with that. Our level, what we see as success sometimes isn't reality yet. However, somebody like how you're talking, and myself and Dee or Dad, then all of a sudden we the delusional people. That don't happen. If you get up and go to work every day and you go to a job that is a corporation, they also have to do the paperwork to get things going. If you are a business that's out of in one state, like for instance, my long-term goals are to have a chocolate earth farm everywhere I can put one that provides the necessities for the people who get pushed aside, for the folks that don't count no more, or oh, y'all just hanging on the system. Then why is it there? Why is it there then? If people don't need it, why is it there?
well, the system hanging on us. If they weren't, they wouldn't tax us.
Come
Mm.
on, because if
Don't play with me.
no nothing can run without the people, right? Like nothing has value without the people. So why wouldn't you talk? Help assist socially. You can still assist on the entertainment side. You can still assist on the political side. You could do whatever you wanted to in that regard. But
So can.
can we leave the people alone that want to assist in a different path, that want to offer the things that is our everyday desires? I want to get me a 3D printer because I want to start making little different little things that people use every day and sell them. That's it. I'm in a place that doesn't have access. I'm in a place that the closest Walmart is 30 minutes away. I'm in a place that there is no beauty supply here. We don't have any kind of family event type of stuff. Like there's nowhere to go bowling. You can go to the movies. But there's no activity for the teenagers. And like to your point, where I am currently, I'm nowhere from the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school because the town is small. So I can take advantage of those things. So and allow that to grow in that sense, because not only would I be affecting one city because I live there, I also will be affecting another city because I work within it. I'm learning who the city people are. I'm learning where the who doing this. Oh, really? Well, yeah, I'd love to meet them. Blah blah blah. I don't have a problem with that. And I know that once we kick in, so we'll be starting on the 8th. That'll be the first dinner date. And then give the opportunity, one, for the community to know me. I've only lived out here for a year. Two, to get an idea of what I'm trying to do. And that usually opens other conversations. Today, the conversation I had today introduced me to another gentleman who can get the container home, like the just the containers themselves, um, very inexpensive for what I'm trying to do. And I said, well, what I would do with them, because he was like, well, would you make them apartments? I said, no, I turned them into greenhouses. I said, I have no problem with, people living in containers. However, I do believe it's harder to insulate them. And like I said, my focus is earth bags. I want people to benefit from living in a geothermal situation from from that standpoint. Plus, on the other side of that, I wanted to share is that it is how does that go? Oh shoot, I can't remember how that went. But the way that the city is set up, it's kind of like small town meets country a little bit, and you have the Wild West aspect, right? People do their thing out here. Yes, I am around a lot of Trump supporters as well, who I can see directly is will be affected by the choices made, right? So that's why I said I like to study people, human behavior, the whole nine, and giving people, a different view. A lot of, if you're not from Arizona or you never lived here and haven't traveled the state, you're not aware of how you can pretty much, if I put a farm in every corner of the state, I can grow different crops in every part. But because I'm doing greenhouses and I can put them on a piece of property, these are all kind of land available here. All the way from down to Cochise County, if you're familiar, all the way up to where I am, which is like Apache County, in that area. And and these are poor counties as well. I just wanted to throw that in there. Yes, I'm in North Arizona. If
Okay.
you want to Google it, go
Yeah.
ahead. Yeah.
My best friend lives in Gilbert, right outside of
Oh yeah.
Phoenix.
Yeah, I know exactly where that's at. Oh, I've been here now close to 20 years. I've lived all over the state. Um, and so yeah, up here gives you the opportunity. One, it's a lot of beautiful. Like I'm near what they call the petrified forest. And if you guys want just something beautiful to look at, just go look. Just type it in, petrified forest. Um, and it does snow up here for my people in the chat. Um, it's a beautiful place up here. Like
Yeah, I
if
just
you
came
go to
through there.
Flagstaff, yeah, if you go to Flagstaff, the like for this was the coolest thing I'd never had the opportunity to be close to a mountain right next to the highway, like literally the mountain right there with the snow on the cap. It was the wildest thing. Me and my brother had driven there, and just in the hour and a half drive, because again we also talking about sea level, because I'm over 5,000 feet above sea level, and then I think Flagstaff is 6,000 or more. And yes, things grow here, and that's what I wanted to share. Thank you. It came back. I want to say I may be wrong, but I think it's NAU They actually opened a seed. It's like a Department of Agriculture from the college that they do a program and they give you seeds.
Mm.
They, because agriculture is big up here. You got like down the street, dude got black Angus. Listen, I have horses and stuff walking through my land. Like they don't even care. They
Right.
don't care.
Mm.
But there's so much. Like a lot of people, I don't know if anybody's into lavender, but lavender grows here. Lavender grows in northern Arizona. You could type in the lavender farms in northern Arizona. So, hey man, it's up to you. The information is there. I don't gotta make up nothing. I see it every day. But yeah, we have those things, and I want to take advantage of it. And your conversation really assisted me, and I wanted to say that like it inspired me more because I felt like I was on the right track. But when you feel like you kind of alone on it, right? You're like, I don't know, am I doing this right? This is a new venture for me. I have no idea. And then tonight, this morning, you have like made me feel like hey, I'm about to be up tomorrow, like boo boo boo. Give me my gloves. I'm ready to fight. Like that's I'm ready to
Got you some ammo
keep
now,
it
huh?
popping.
You got a direction to go
Yeah, man.
in now.
Hey, man. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with it. And that's the thing. Like it really is. It's mad opportunities in socially taking care of each other. I know a lot of people, and that was to your point earlier when you was talking about how we look at grant money. I've heard Black people
Mhm.
talk about grants. You don't want the government in your business. They gonna make you do this. They gonna make you do that. I'm like, oh, okay, but I'ma still try. I take what you say. Thank you very much, but we still need to try, and that's it. I don't know what I can't guarantee anything. However, I can guarantee my drive. I can guarantee I'm gonna keep it pushing till I can, and that's it. Like I really want, and it's not just for one thing. Like for instance, I want to show this to my brother. I want him to see me go through this and see the steps and learn along. I want to be able to leave something behind for my nieces and my nephews. Because unfortunately, I come from a Buster family. The adults and elders in our family was dopes. So they didn't do nothing to assist in making us better on that regard. I come from straight up laborers. If you ain't going to get a check, nothing ain't you can't do nothing else. You can't be a celebrity. You can't make money no other way unless you go get you a job. Regular 9 to 5 job. And ain't nothing wrong with that either. There's nothing wrong with it. Don't make it sound like being an entrepreneur or starting a business or being socially conscious is something that is negative. I mean, it is what it is. I done had people tell me they gonna take you out of here. They gonna tear it down. They gonna get rid of it. So I don't try at all. I just be like, oh, they gonna get rid of it. I ain't going nowhere. It don't even make no sense no more. And like I
Right.
said, somebody in the chat has said nothing don't grow or food don't grow in the desert. I done heard that one before too.
Man, you got to go
But
out
I
there.
will
I've
share
just seen it
this.
all.
Growing with, yeah, like going, like for instance, we're building 4 greenhouses. The goal is by the time it's done, we'll be growing 36 main fruits and vegetables that people buy all the time, every day, right? With that, my yield is different from somebody who is planting in the ground. I can harvest 6 to 8 times a year in a 35 to 55 day repetition. Boom, over and over again, and utilize that. And it's something that can be taught. Oh, believe me, I'm setting up a camera in every single one of the greenhouses, and then I'm just gonna let it run. That'll just be the channel. It's gonna be one channel there where it's gonna be running 24 hours, and all you can see is stuff growing. And that's it.
Mm.
So yeah, you got. I mean, you got some really cool opportunities, and there's a lot of people I would also that I've met online that I would love to invest in. You know what I mean? People who want to make change and do things. However, if they don't have the resources, then it only goes so far. We know that's the truth.
Right.
So,
Well, it's been awesome, sis. I just got a text. This part that I've been waiting on is gonna be ready at 8 o'clock in the morning.
oh my gosh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
It's been
down. I'm down in Pensacola, Florida. I got to run it up to Philly, so I'm gonna catch me a little bit of sleep. But it was really nice
get yourself.
speaking with you and Miss Mo. Y'all are awesome.
Yes.
So,
Thank you, Didi.
all right, no problem.
All
Y'all
right.
have a
You have
good
a good
night.
night.
Please.
All
All
right
right.
now.
All right.
Okay. Thanks, Dev. That's bomb. I had a ball. For
Dr.
real.
Lamb drop off.
Yeah, she had to drop off. She said that something happened with her StreamYard. She said, my
Oh,
bad, my
okay.
StreamYard dropped off. Yeah, that's what happened to me earlier. StreamYard get us something. But it's okay.
Okay.
Uh, but I did want to say this. Shout out to my boy Skinny. Yes, he is has always been down. He be messing with me. He was giving me a hard time day one. First time I came up here. He was coming for me. And so yeah, so I ain't worried about that. I know him personally. But yeah, let's just you know um let's just as we
What kind?
continue.
Yeah, go ahead and talk about your timeline for your upcoming project,
Oh,
if you like.
sure.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we have so we're doing right now we're doing the buy a meal, give a meal. So this is why I'm doing this with the local spot and that kind of thing. And two, since I've been here, I've met a lot of people in the community. And so what this will be, it'll be kind of like a three-tier thing. So it's like 5, 10, or $15. And it's based on the concept of, I don't know, has anybody ever been to Panda Express?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We've been there,
So
yeah.
right. So you know how they offer different entrees or different sides depending on what size you want. So like say for instance, I like a challenge. Because of where I am, the cost $5 is a lot for somebody, right? But you gonna eat. So let's say somebody come through and they like, oh well, I want to get the $5 meal. Well, the $5 meal gives you a meat, give you a side, get you some water, something to drink, you out the door. And the reason I'm doing that is I want it to be where it's at every level. You gonna have some people come in and be like, I'm cool, let me pay that 10. I'm cool, let me pay that 15, or let me donate, or let me do X, Y, and Z. And then we also too, my sister lives in a complex with a lot of elderly people, elderly, disabled, um, people starting over, things like that. And they're not in a position to like they're not set up like with full on kitchens, so they have to create it, like get you a hot plate, do those kind of things. Everybody ain't on that, so that also gives us an opportunity to help out with that. And we can the cool thing about it is the restaurant is actually like the cooking area sits in the community, so we can deliver to the people who can't come and what I'm saying, come over there to get a meal. They may be in a wheelchair, they may be whatever. So I'm looking at all of those different avenues. And like I said, um, I had some investors completely bow out. They had some things come up. A mad respect. So I had to come up with another way. I needed to raise this lump sum of money. And so in this, I've gotten the opportunity over the last few months to really get to know the people who own, like working here and own this and doing different things. And they did a Christmas dinner tonight. Dude paid for it itself. People brought what they could, but the majority of it, them folks was in there slamming. Um, so there's mad opportunity around here. They're building solar farms. They're building a solar farm up here. No, not you, Jay. And so there's a whole bunch of people that are staying in town now. They're going to be here for a year. But guess what? There's not enough places to eat, and they roll up the streets. You know what I'm saying? About 8, 9 o'clock. You better be inside. It's only the gas stations open after that. So yeah, it really is about knowing the neighborhood. So once I'm gonna continue to do this with the food up until we get our first harvest. And then in the middle of that, some of the money that is raised over the next few months will also be going into the prototypes for the earth bag homes, because I want to show like what a 1 bedroom would look like, what a 2 bedroom would look like, and then what a 3 bedroom would look like. The max we going up at this time right now is 4. That's how many bedrooms we can build up to, and 2 bathrooms we can build up to that. What I'm trying to do is negotiate with a pastor that's here who owns a lot of land that is already have water. It's already been set commercially, and he has a lot of homeless people that he want to help. Like I told him, I said it would just be a good social partnership. I said, because it would give me the opportunity to build in more, different homes, and on top of that too, you can help your people. It is it all plays in. I try to find ways to do things that everybody can eat, so to speak. So, like I said, the goal this year, going into 2025, is, you know, making sure that Chocolate Earth Farms is running, uh, well, that we get to the place of distribution where you can order a food box from us from anywhere and we can ship it to you. Um, I do believe in the delivery system. I believe in having it as far locally and as far as we can go. So this upcoming year, I'm excited to be in a better position where I can then show more and share more as we go through the process. So yeah, I think there's opportunity, and maybe it does take a little delusion to make dreams come true. That's everybody. The delusion is, do do I do I see myself doing anything else? No. There it is. I don't want to pay rent no more. That's why I bought land. I didn't want to pay no mortgage. That's why I bought land. And I didn't mind roughing it. Like I'm for real, I'm roughing it. I don't have I have solar, but I don't have like running water in that regard. I have to go get water and bring it back up to the property. So I like it. I'll tell you that too. Plus the workout is awesome. I don't even have to go to no gym. You know what I mean? But you don't. So yeah, yes. And you guys have been intricate in the support, because when I come up here, and those of you who have connected with me on or off the panel, in the chat, the questions, it all helps me so that I want to be as prepared as I can be, because I know I'm gonna have a lot of stuff flying. And as the team is being built, You want that to be. I want my game to be tight before I start telling folks, oh, you come over here too. I'm gonna make sure I can sustain what I'm doing. You know what, Skinny, I'm gonna use HughesNet first. They cheaper because for you to get your Starlink, you gotta pay for the thing, and I think it's like 500. So later on this year, I'll probably go with Starlink. But for now, I can use the HughesNet out there. Plus, all I got to do is go buy me a pole, put it in the ground. They'll come put the thing on there. I'm done. and that's $75 down rather than 500. I'm not there yet. I'm not big ball McGaw right yet, but yeah, I do. I want to get it out there, and the reason too is because eventually, until I can hire someone to live up on the property, to watch the first set of greenhouses, and it was how should that go? Because I plan to move once I am able to buy my 40 acres. That's where I'll be living. That's in a whole nother part of the state. Not that far from where I am now, but about 45 minutes away. I got my eye on this 40 acres I want. He said, I think it's just I'm just curious how would it work in desert area. I think the one thing I gotta point out is I know when you guys think of Arizona, you think it's all desert. Well, it's not all desert where I'm at. That my land is actually the primary is I have a lot of sand on my property. Like it's a mix of sand and soil and all that kind of good stuff. Out here, our biggest issue is not enough trees up this way, like just in this area. But there's trees here. Like we have pine and all that as you go further, up the elevation. However, I think that's it. No, sand is not the worst. You can build with sand. Sand turns into glass. Sand has so many different properties, and it's a makeup, a chemical part, or how should I put it? Sand in itself mixed with soil, mixed with lime, mixed with a little water, can turn into a brick that is impenetrable. They actually did it. Now this is on the internet if y'all want to look it up. I got pretty good credit myself. Well, no. See, understand, I'm not farming in the ground. Okay. The greenhouses is the first two are mainly like aeroponics and hydroponics. Then as those are successful and moving, then I can get into the aeroponic, the aquaponics. That's the next move. I don't know if I'm gonna put it on this property, depending on how far we go. I think I'm just gonna stick with the aeroponics for where I currently am. I can still grow in the same amount of time, and then I don't have to worry about any outside influences affecting them. I don't have to worry about bugs. I don't have to worry about pests. I don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff. But can you get Deb, where you at? I'm done. I ain't talking no more. Oh my god. Man, dude said,
What
but
she
can you
said?
get paid? He said, can you get peyote? If that's what you want, sir, yes. Yes, you can get it. Not peyote. And then
Well,
too, I got invited to a couple of the reses. They said once we get the first harvest that they would welcome it if I brought up stuff to sell fruits and vegetables and stuff. I was like, shoot, you think I want?
so what you talking about? March, June, July? What we talking about? Or later in the year?
No, we talking now. We talking like not later in the year, I should say. Let's say between February and April, it's gonna be bumping. That's spring, and that's where, because because of certain things I'm behind. Like I'm behind my. Ooh, it's late. I didn't realize it's 2 in the morning. I'm behind my timeline by about 60 days. So I know that probably won't see a first harvest until February. So we're looking at between February and April is going to be where I'm gonna be probably working my hardest so that I can be ready for the summer. So yes, sir. And soon,
Okay. Yeah. So I know somebody had some questions about the solar panel.
sure.
So the square footage, the amount of resources that's drawn off of it,
Mm-hmm.
uh, charging time. People gonna have different questions, I guess. So
Oh
you
yeah,
just
no
yeah.
problem. Yeah, no problem with that. So right now I have two solar panels that I use for just like my basic electrical stuff. I do have a battery that was given to me, which I'm very thankful for. Um, and it will charge all day. And what's so crazy about living here is that as long as the sun is out, I'm good. It could be cold as all day, but that sun gonna still be out. That's the Arizona. It's the in Arizona, the sun gonna be there for you. Yes, I do. I have a generator, young deity. I have one. Um, and that one is it's used, I should say. So I'm in the middle of fixing that right now. I'm working on that. I gotta replace the filter. Um, but yeah, what we're doing is 200 square feet spaces, right? So each greenhouse will be 200 square feet with um, four solar panels on each one. And the reason it be four is so that it will cover every direction that the sun hit. The cool thing about it is that the way that we're building the greenhouses, the sun will be able to get in. The we we have a how should I put it? The way the plans are, we'll have a skylight. However, it will be protected all the way around because I don't have trees on my property. So the wind ain't no joke out there. And so doing it this way and having it automated where like all of the so the pipes and stuff, how should I put it? Imagine this, you got a 200 square foot space, nothing but PVC pipe running on the walls, on the side walls and on the back, and a few in the middle. And we can grow eight fruit or vegetables, whichever one, out of each greenhouse. And once we get to 36, as long as I prove that, SNAP will allow me to be a part of the program, and then people can actually purchase, um, my produce with cash, SNAP, card, whatever, Bitcoin. I got a Bitcoin wallet, but yeah, so,
Yeah. So she's not all the way off the grid.
yeah, I am. I really am. For real, Deb. My phone, like before, one day it was so funny. I forgot to set my solar panel out, so my battery wasn't charged, and I couldn't charge my phone. I was
Yeah.
out there waiting forever, like, come on. Like, what is this? But then you know what? As I started as the days went by and weeks and stuff, and I started to remember how much I liked not having to be connected to that thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
um
So yeah,
Somebody
depending on
asked
what you're growing. Yeah.
yeah. Um, so say for instance, um, cabbage, right? Um, we can grow. Trying to think how that what came out to be. 'Cause I do have the numbers written down and the whole nine, but I'm pulling it out my brain here. So, for instance, cabbage would give us the opportunity. We can grow within cabbage can be grown within 50 days. So every 50 days we drop in a new um pop of cabbage, and how should I put it? It's more in pounds. If that's what you're asking, are you asking that or are you asking like monetary? That she said I'd be using my car battery. Oh, okay, perfect. 36. That's the goal. That's where we're gonna stay for a while. Once we get there. So 8 in each greenhouse. Now I hope that answered that question. Yes, it's like oh okay, okay. Somebody said is this live continuing for a while? I need to do something, then come back.
Nah, she's not gonna be here when you get back. So you better get all the info while you
Yeah,
can. Yeah.
because I'm look, I'm right. I'm getting sleepy, but I have somebody
Nah,
said
we needed a little break from the barbershop locker room rhetoric. I know they didn't like the Tupperware nail salon
yeah, they didn't. Nah, maybe
sensible
people.
talk, but yeah, yeah, get over it. We'll be back on uh yeah, we'll be back on Ratchet Hour before
Yeah,
too long.
I appreciate it. Thanks, dear. It was great. I'm
Yeah.
so happy that I met Miss Dee Dee. Shout out to her.
Mhm.
Miss Mo. I'm definitely gonna be stalking her. So yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to hook y'all up for a hot second, yeah.
Well, Dev, thank you. I'm glad I jumped on because I didn't see anybody, so I was like, wow, I see
Yeah.
nobody on tonight. And then I saw you come on. I was like, let me just come on here and see what you're doing.
Yeah.
But and yes, the last question of the evening is this. Somebody said, okay, hold on, let me go through. Well, I want to focus. That's why. That's the thing. Mr. Bam. I don't think and the reason is I want to give it room. So if you look up the different hydro farms, some of them are they look like just a regular greenhouse. However, they're only growing maybe 4 or 5 different plants, and it could be th- a 3,000 square foot space. So for me, I want to no, yeah, it is. I mean, I want longevity with what I'm doing, so I don't want to go too fast too soon. That's all. It'll still make an impact, even being in a doing it this way. So that's it. But thank you, Dad. Thank you so much. It's been so much fun. I'll come
Okay.
up even in the lions den. I'll come up. So
Yeah, for sure.
all right, bet I'm gonna ride out. I'm still in the chat. That and
Okay.
it's been fun, chat. Thank y'all.
All right. Peace out.
Peace.
All right. Yeah, I know it's been a while since I put the link in the chat. And we definitely appreciate Miss Chocolate, Dee Dee, and Dr. Lamb for the ladies' progressive unity talk. Hopefully, this will shed some light and some inspiration and confidence in terms of having the need to network and hook up. Yeah, 3 different ladies in 3 different locations, parts of the country, connecting on similar goals, being able to dialogue without too much riffraff. You know, we had a couple people come up. I know Taz was singing in there for a hot second. I appreciate Taz for supporting everything. Didn't really mean to exclude him. I kind of got sidetracked myself, but Taz always supportive with his endeavors as well. But as you saw, some people, I don't know, they just have a theme about seeing black women being able to get along and discuss things that they normally hear. Especially, hey, they normally hear white men talking about this type of topic, to an extent. So, to some people, you know, for whatever reason, you feel threatened. You feel threatened, and you react with some energy that ain't necessarily needed. You roll and shake with it. Yeah, it's all good. I appreciate y'all in the chat too. I seen the numbers. We stay right where it's at right now. We never dip below that unless some people was getting knocked off, repairing their phones, charging back up. We pretty much stayed around 70, 75 the whole rip. So we shouldn't hear too much more discussions about people being able to stay focused and be interested in positive topics on Saturday night. Plenty of time for the entertainment and in the jungle show, but sometimes we have to take it when the door open. So I saw the door open. Y'all heard me rant. I was going for a hot second, but once I saw I guess what you call the stars line up. Hey, I ain't need no public service announcement. A couple of times I wasn't even looking at the screen, really, just making sure. Yeah, I'm still alive. Uh, just making sure nothing didn't get thrown off track. We had the dude that was on the earlier stream. They got misdirected by his sense of direction. The guy that said that going up was north and going down was south and going left. Yeah, I didn't let him up. So I take the hit on that. But yeah, the other guy was that Fighter 7. Yeah, he was on one of some of the earlier discussions. He might have got kicked off. Yeah, overall, pretty decent bill. Hopefully, y'all took notes and got some good points from the discussion. Did you say Gunna? No, the channel owner has a recording studio. He has his own records. You don't need to promote other artists that they don't have no connection with. Mr. Copyright Striker. But yeah, I hope Psycho is cool. Somebody got pissed off and flagged this channel. That'll be some real petty, immature, jealous type of stuff. Do you have your own music, yo? We promote black business on this channel, even though I might not be in the mood to hear bang bang shoot 'em up right now. No, I do not suffer from insomnia. I get my sleep in when I can, yo. Get my sleep in when I can. Yeah, I hadn't seen him in a while. Yeah, he been doing the long streams as of late, so he probably was tired. I know it was around 12 hours, but uh, he'll let us know what the deal is. Yeah, only the channel owner and creator can pin the link, Miss Lisa. Thank you for reminding me. Just give me 1 second. We had Chris Hill in the chat earlier. He was pinning it up. It's all right. Still thought I had pinned it. Let's see. Nah, I'm gonna fix it in a second. But I did notice a couple people was having some StreamYard issues, so you can get through them. Don't panic. You're not getting invaded by UFOs. I don't think. I was trying to cheat and give me some Monsanto snacks. And I know some people was asking about Dr. Lamb's YouTube channel. I think I got it on my laptop. I'll put it in the link when I get it, cause she has a couple of chats. Or you can, I think you can just type her name. I don't think she puts content up right now. Uh, she kind of visits other black-owned channel content creators and supports other people. She don't really spend a lot of time on the internet, as you can see and hear. Um, a lot of her time is spent on the ground. That way, she doesn't have to speculate and guess and go off of TikTok videos for information and analysis, going back and forth and circular combos. Yeah, every Wednesday on Garfield Channel, I think. Yeah, like a financial literacy segment. They be doing some real positive stuff over there. But make sure y'all keep promoting black businesses though, in y'all local town, on the internet, online e-commerce. Uh, also, we're also promoting the youth as well, STEM projects, STEM classes. You saw the science fair announcements. A couple of the students will be advancing and moving on to the regional STEM fairs for a little bit wider recognition. So we definitely appreciate that. Kind of cut down on some of the boogeyman talk. Most of the boogeyman talk only be the people that's talking about the boogeyman. Um, I think it's capital Monika. You gotta give me a second. I'll get it though. Just give me a second. Working with a couple things. Make sure I don't get knocked off again. So some of the don't really want to call them adversaries, but the people that want to be associated with the FBA movement. If you're still wondering what Pan African involves, none of those three ladies that have been on the panel building nonstop, non-interrupted for 3 or 4 hours straight, continuously on a Saturday night, midnight, uh, was purely strictly Pan Africanism. Nobody talked about going to Africa. None of them were of foreign origin born. All of them born in the United States. All of them live in the United States. All of them have pretty much lived in the United States. And they did everything on the Pan Africanism ideology, format, consensus. It was about one of the finest examples of Pan Africanism that you're going to see uh, if you don't really physically uh, have an interest or an intrigue in seeing something in person. So I don't know what this disdain for somebody that might have an accent. You heard Dr. Lamb said she's working with Nigerians in the IT field. um, Miss Chocolate working with a couple people herself. She's out in Arizona, so she's coming. She's in contact with a lot of Latinos, Hispanics, Mexicans, and Didi's all over the place. So she's in contact with everybody. Uh, so y'all can drop that and miss me with the they don't want to work with us talk. Just gave you an example. Make sure this is loaded up and can be referred to if you want to show somebody else. Pretty sure Cuba wouldn't mind clipping some of the segments because I'm pretty sure when you say 3 to 4 hours nonstop, you're gonna get some eyebrows raised. How did three black ladies get on YouTube uh, on a black man's channel and go uninterrupted for 3 hours, building, networking, uh, conversating uh, about positive, progressive ventures and projects to help make the community stronger. I mean, that's just the bottom line. So it's not magic. Nobody talked about anybody's religion. We didn't venture off into no who's better and all of the nonsense that you used to hearing. You saw where the hate was coming from, right? None of those distractions came from anybody from Jamaica, Haiti, Nigeria, Ghana, or anywhere else. All of the little sidetracking attempts came from people that born in the U.S. prevented one from coming up. But we'll just take that as a gimme. And we still got Mr. IC3 in the chat. He has no idea how to connect and work with somebody to actually get something done. But he has already put his disclaimer out there, so I'm not gonna press too hard on his particular situation. Nah, he's not from America. He said he's from his parents from Jamaica. Yeah, he's like a information bot. He's gonna have a different view regardless of what is actually going on. But he's around more white people than in America, based on percentages. You know, if I was around, if I made up, if I was living in a community in the area where my population only made up 5 or 6%, I guess I would have a different attitude as well. Say his parents went over there on their own, raised them up under the British culture, under the European monarchy. They didn't perish. There you have it.
Welcome, professional drivers.
I think he said he was born over there. I think he said he'd been to America a couple times. Yeah, he ain't gonna leave because depending on the government. Black people living in Britain. No, he don't want you to do nothing for Britain. He's doing just exactly what he's getting exactly what he wants now. Being allowed to type. Yeah, he spent his time on the panel. Spending most of his time in the chat without getting timed out of block. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, he definitely a Brit now. Yeah, he lost all his patois, if you will. Yeah, he done shook off all his Jamaican roots. Get close to morning biscuit time, Sunday morning, the last Sunday in 2024. I don't know. Everybody had different demands, dynamics, and needs, so it's easy to say what you would have done. Trying to see who was missing off the FBA roll call. 'Cause I was looking for a couple of people to come through. I'm actually glad they kind of held off. But hopefully we can keep it going for the rest of the remaining of the weekend. We'll have time to let us know what's important to them today that wasn't an issue yesterday and may not be an issue tomorrow, since we or at least I have acknowledged and observed that this entire FBA situation is primarily getting other people to acknowledge how they feel. It ain't got nothing to do with reparations. It ain't got nothing to do with protecting culture. Just trying to separate from Tariq Nasheed is not really surprising, but yeah, it's definitely not going to be anything that has any type of realistic, practical chance of doing. If Tariq Nasheed couldn't move the FBA movement forward, what is another person going to do using the same three letters? Going to do? They would already be involved in it. They got the capacity to do it. Why use that? Just continue to do what you do. You ain't got to claim Pan Africanism. You ain't got to join Black Lives Matter. You ain't really got to join no group. Just go out in your community and do what you do. If you don't want to be involved at all, cool. So, I'm not gonna get into that. That's some more Anglo-Saxon white stuff y'all talking about. While y'all talking about that, I'm gonna try to see if I can get some Monsanto snacks. Yeah, don't IC3 sound like a cell block? Uh, a, a commodities booking photo. Some sort of classification. Yeah, man. Give me some GMO high fructose glucose corn syrup uh, goodies, if you will. Just like black folks in America, that's the way he was taught. Not all black folks, but you hear the people talk. White is right. All about systems. I'm trying to work with something over here. Give me a second. The value of the dollar is based on American culture values. Oh, that's not a true statement. American values is definitely white culture. Though. I agree with that part. Where did he get that from? Where did he get that saying from? Coming across 4 minutes, 5 minutes after 5 on the East Coast on the last Sunday in 2024. kind of a meditation slowdown period from some of the FBA megathon all smoke full press hot and loaded pause. I'm pretty sure that that'll get kicked up later this morning. Right now we got Lisa, and the only reason she's typing is because she's on the West Coast. All the East Coast people are asleep, unless they are en route to Sunday school or working the night shift. And Liberation Nation is in mid morning, almost lunchtime in London. What's up, Northern Bell? What's up, Corey? Oh, I didn't know you work nights also. Shout out to the night shift graveyard in the house. Be out for a minute to get a sound together.
Yeah, peace, devastating peace.
What's up with it?
What's up, Dad? Yeah, I've been listening in on the FBA conversations. It's uh, it's interesting, you know. I don't. Um, a while back, I was listening to FBA, and I didn't see such a hard line with the anti-Africanism. Uh,
Yeah.
that was a while back, though. You know, I'm anti. Right. I didn't see such a hard line with anti-Africanism, especially with the brother Tariq or whatever Nasheed coming off of that whole hidden colors, which big up Africa, so to speak, in many ways. So it's interesting to see it takes such a hard line now, just observing, just looking
Yeah.
at it. But yeah, interesting. Um, I this fault line, like this Big Lou Baginski talked about, those imaginary lines are ideological. Uh, sometimes they carry over into culture. But Big Lou Baginski, former national security advisor, Jimmy Carter, just how they could exploit uh, to their advantage far as U.S. policy was concerned, in Pakistan and Kazakhstan, Afghanistan, and the Middle East. I know you're familiar with stuff we did, but yeah, and I think that's what our people are moving towards, being further exploited. We continue such a separatist hard line, anti-Africanist line, you know, because at the same time we see Africa is getting some things together on the West Coast, you know, so it's interesting to see it all, you know, such an anti-African push, even though it's just online, really, you know, in my opinion. But
Yeah, I agree that the line really didn't start getting drawn until the money conversation started popping up.
mm,
You don't really see in those early years, like you said, when he was doing the videos and just putting out different types of information, even though
yeah,
debatable or whatever. Yeah,
I didn't really pick up on such a hard anti-African line back then.
yeah, yeah,
Ideologically speaking, from the you know, but
yeah.
it's taking a turn.
Soon as that reparations talk came up, and
Interesting.
really not until he got kicked out. Like I keep telling people, this was no decision that he made. Oh, I'll just walk out the door or I'll withdraw. No, he got kicked out of the ADOS reparations full push, and
Yeah, but in a real organic sense, Dev, Pan Africanism has always been akin to the reparations conversation in many ways. You know, we could look at that
yeah,
and thinking of Johnny Cochran. You know, Johnny
yeah,
Cochran was
hmm
actually supposed to take up the case, and I know you familiar with that probably too, Devastating. But
yeah.
you know,
That's what I'm saying. On a national scale, though,
yeah,
have we seen efforts, in different regions of the country or whatever? Cool, but the HR 40 kind of just like, wow, they're serious about this. Like, you know what I'm saying? It just, we ain't never seen it. We heard people talk about it, like you said, discuss it, yeah, but
I,
to actually see it attached to U.S. Uh, government documentation signed off, you know what I'm saying?
mhm,
It's just hitting different. Even if you know what I'm saying, it ain't really talking about disbursements or whatever. Just
right.
we never seen it before, so uh, I don't know. For me, I don't see the reason for him to uh, whatever they were going through with him and Yvette and Tone. What we all discussing that was so bad that they felt that they ain't want you part of it at all. At all. You know what I'm saying? What what
Yeah,
what, what did you say? Was it some personal? Uh, your spouse is this, and she's got her personal life. I mean, come on, man. What's up with it? So whatever it was that caused the rift, it definitely did not benefit the movement as a whole. And like you said, once you start going on the tether talk and all that anti-African talk, it just that was I don't know the benefit. Who's benefiting from that? Are Africans benefiting? Are Black Americans benefiting, or is Tariq benefiting? Put that out there. What's up, Illy? So
yeah. I don't get it though. I don't get the anti-African part, especially when it's really no way to separate black people in America from Africa. It's no way to really you can't do it genetically, you can't do it culturally. I mean, you can't, I mean, it's not perfect, albeit you've been separated for 400 and 500 years,
hmm
no question. But and it's going to be, problems and things of that nature, of course, because it's the human condition. But it's really no way to separate, in my opinion. It's just all weird to me as far as science is concerned, culture is concerned. It's really no way to separate it. It's enough evidence out there that tells us that it's African kinship. That's clear.
What's up, Joe? Hey, I forgot to thank you for that the little holiday gift situation, man. I appreciate it. Even though I don't do holidays, I always acknowledge everybody that's been supporting the channel, me, and all the contributors on that. So I didn't want to forget while I see you in the chat. My fault, Afro.
No, you good,
Um,
bro. I
yeah,
I think
yeah,
Johnny Cochran would have brought a good case though, you know, before his
yeah, for
untimely
sure.
demise. I believe Johnny Cochran would have brought a good case, especially coming off the OJ win. He would have brought the notoriety of our people with him coming off of the
Yeah,
OJ win. The
yeah,
the kind of quote star power,
yeah,
for the lack of a better term. He would have brought that
yeah,
and attracted the attention and the focus. And then, with his expertise as an attorney, I think he would have brought a good case and the focus of our people, you know, had he been,
yeah. At least get some traction going. If anything else, even if
right,
you wanna be able
collective,
to,
national
yeah,
scale.
yeah, yeah. So I definitely agree on that. Um, but yeah, but this tether talk and all this type of anti-black stuff is really unnecessary. And as far as the benefits of it, I'm people are trying to tell me um, the reason for it is some people from the Caribbean and Africa are mostly talking down or talking trash about them, not all Black Americans. Like I've never heard any African, even online, say all Black Americans are this, or I've never heard that.
Yeah,
Usually, the person that they're responding to is talking shit about them, or they've done something where anybody on the outside can say, "Okay, dude, you need to think about what you either did or said."
yeah,
Uh,
I come out of the
yeah,
Northeast too, Dad. So
yeah,
it's a lot of assimilation in the Northeast, and it's been that way between
yeah,
Jamaican, Haitian, and so I grew up with like, some of my homies, for the, to put it plain, is Jamaican, Haitian. I grew up with, I ran, straight up with, them is my guys right there for real.
yeah,
So I guess my perception is different from I heard the brother mention probably in earlier on on another stream. I think he was talking about how they didn't grow up, in such a close proximity. So I understand that. I understand where you're coming from, but eh, where I came from, we did grow up in very close proximity. I'm talking about from elementary school, so a lot of barriers that some people may perceive, that are really non-existent in my opinion. You know, I don't have those barriers as far as culturally or understanding because they was just niggas. You know what I mean? Straight up, they was just Negroes
yeah,
that spoke Creole. You know what I mean? And patois. You know a little bit, you know, but we went to school together, you know, sometimes we fought together, you know what I mean? And sometimes we got into scraps with each other, you know what I mean? It just, you know, just regular growing up shit. But that's my perception of it, you know.
Yeah, trying to find a snapshot of this FBA flag I saw earlier. Instagram post.
Yeah, that's another reason I like to utilize Mark. I love Marcus Garvey, you know. But that's another reason I like to acknowledge Marcus Garvey because a lot of his movement was made up of Negroes from the South that had came from the North and Islanders and Caribbeans, you know. And it was a powerful movement, you know. And I'm not one of these people that think that Marcus Garvey was an agent. You know, I know I read the FBI records. I have shown FBI records. You know, they set Marcus Garvey up. You know, so I don't understand how people disrespect Marcus Garvey. I really don't. You know, they're hopelessly misinformed when the FBI records are public. Uh, you can read and see when Hoover made the decision, he said that he found that Garvey was clean and he made the decision that he would pay people to set him up, you know, agent provocateurs, you know. That's how they took down Marcus Garvey. And people disrespect Marcus Garvey. That was a part of the document that was submitted at the Durban, South Africa, on our behalf. They talked about how they set up Marcus Garvey in that paper. 2001. But you know, I don't know. I guess people don't look at these things. But Marcus Garvey was definitely set up. But a lot of his movement was made up of Negroes that came from the South up to the area of the North, and that's who he met with on the ground and was able to mobilize and organize. I mean, that's going to be the true test, I think, of our intelligence. You know what I mean? It ain't going to be who know the most STEM. It ain't going to be who know the Bible or the Quran or none of that. It's going to be if we can come to a decision. You know what I mean? To unify around certain issues. You know, Europeans have demonstrated that with the Berlin Conference, and they have demonstrated that with NATO. You know, I like to use those examples. You know, they were able to. They didn't all get along. They didn't all, you know, think the same, but they were wise enough to form council. You know, so that's what's going to be the determining factor of how intelligent we are collectively. You know, if we could come to that type of point, you know, of understanding that's what's necessary. But we'll see. You know, we'll see.
Yeah, I think the dynamics, just based on like some of the stuff we're dealing with, literally as we speak, with the social media, modern technology, uh, the the turnaround time in terms of being able to send and receive information, how much information, um, commerce, the need for the coming together part is going to be different. I'm not going to say it probably is not needed as much, but coming together in 1963 is definitely different than 2023. If you get what I'm
Yeah. So
coming from, yeah,
and I don't mean, I understand what you're saying, too, devastating. But I mean, like, in a sense of even, especially economic centralization.
yeah,
As far as being able to centralize dollars. I'm not talking about ideologically because we know that that's not happening. I'm not talking about even in the sense of what Psycho talks about, in a sense of cultural nationalism, not that, but being able to centralize dollars. And that's the critical thing, because none of the rhetoric has teeth without organized dollars behind it. So that's what I'm talking about. And I understand I believe I understand what you're getting at right there. But being able to
yeah,
centralize dollars, though, bro. Yeah, yes, sir.
yeah. Definitely need to have a focus or a relative um, analysis of whether you're going to be delegating some sort of economic liability, whether it's to one person, one family, one block, one community, city. You know what I'm saying? It just
Yeah, and I
all that's yeah,
we've been ripped off, and there's so much scamming going on. The people
man.
what transparency. You got to have transparency. To find a way of doing things where you have transparency. So people are comfortable because they can see, what is, and how do you do that? How do you do that? It takes, that it takes certain people that are educated beyond my limits, I'll say, but people want transparency, but we definitely got to find a way to centralize dollars,
Mhm.
make things move.
Yeah, definitely be able to get that under control and also have some sort of fallback plan. Not necessarily off alternative forms of currency, but um, we're talking about resource access, uh, real assets, as far as property, land. Just had the sisters come up on the panel with their projects, still in the initial stages. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's a part of the reparations conversation too, in my opinion, because I don't, I don't think it would be wise for our people to accept reparations in a form that does not include land. I
hmm
wouldn't, that's my opinion,
hmm
that it must include land in order to, if
hmm
you're going to restore us to the state that we were in, you know what I mean? It's going to have to include land. Our people had land, territory.
hmm
So our people had written documents for government. So when you're talking about reparations, and the people that's just hollering about accepting currency simply, currency should be a part of it, but not solely just accepting a dollar payout. I think that would be short sighted, with regards to the reparations conversation.
so they can hurry up and spin it up.
Exactly, bro. And there's no collective investment. I think we would have to have a council, of some of our qualified black folk, that are well educated to have that discussion and how we should really approach it. And I know that that's going on, but you know,
Mhm.
just more transparent, but that involves media and marketing. That's why I think Johnny Cochran would have been such a good person, man, to bring that suit, man, because he had the momentum. I digress on that though.
Nah, it's cool, man. I rather much engage into discussions that do involve the unity part of the title. The separation part uh, kind of is, from both ends. I mean, separation from Africa is, the whole reason why we're having this discussion. You know what I'm saying?
It's a
And
fault
so,
line.
yeah, what in the hell are we focusing on separating even further than what we already have?
Hmm.
So, yeah, the unity part uh, is definitely much needed, much more desirable. Even if we don't come together, compromise on, you know, all every single point. Uh, there's got to be some sort of, meeting ground, midway point, however you want to phrase it. Um, Sacrifices, if you will. Uh, you just don't need any further separation. You, you've been separated already. Your ancestors been separated already. Uh, you feel comfortable with your descendants, your kids, your nephews, your nieces being even further separated than what we already are right now. You know what I'm saying? What kind of deal is that? Um, it's just kind of messed up situation. But you
Yeah, it
say
is.
you want a link? Hold on, Joe. My bad. Yeah, put the link in the chat.
It is, Dev, and some people say Willie Lynch ain't real, but I think it's real, and it's pure Willie Lynch. It's just further and further separation. And like I said, politically, I like the site. Zbigniew Brzezinski, he wrote that book, The Grand Chessboard. He talks about fault lines, uh, and the best way to exploit them, to exploit those fault lines, would be, the more separation they figured, the better amongst the people, because it makes it easier for them to come in and control the resources. So in the landscape that we are in America is a bit different, but we are producers, in this landscape, and a lot of, should I say, the circulation of black dollars, or profits from a lot of the business that goes on in our community, it immediately leaves our community. So it's a bit different, when we look at it, but it's exploitation on both ends. It's just in Africa we can readily see the exploitation because we know that they're raping the mineral wealth of Africa. We can see that. When we look over here in America, they're raping African American, taking African American talent and doing the same, doing the same thing. They mining it. They mining African American, Negro, black talent in America. They mining it. They mine our inventions. That they give people scholarships. They harvest the talent from grade school into college with scholarships, and get our people to work for their corporations. So our people's gifts and talents, they profit from it. They doing the same thing in Africa with the mineral wealth. We can see it. But people are beginning to push back. We just got to understand, what our global position is in it. That's why I don't understand why our people want to be isolated, you know, and for like they have said, just further and further fractured, fractured, just broken up, fragmented more and more. It's a fault line. It's exactly what this big group against keep us talking about. It's ideological fault lines. You know, that's really bullshit.
Yeah, y'all feel free to kick off the FBA smoke. Y'all want to get that going. You got a boy from the UK in the back. I'm kind of reluctant to let him up right now because he's not going to do nothing but get off into his little spiel. I don't really see if he don't really have a vested interest in supporting reparations for Black folks in America. Why his voice has to be heard in an in vain sense. Unless I call the panel police up. His ain't woke yet, even though I think he probably let you go for a little bit. To be honest with you, I'm not really in the mood for that type of circus show. Yeah, get the police up here.
What up?
What's up, man? You got a
Nothing much.
oh, okay. Yeah, the little static at first, but it's gone now. You got your microphone cord.
What is staticky?
Yeah, like hitting.
Yeah, but in my opinion, reparations inherently strengthens the push. I mean, Pan Africanism inherently strengthens the push for reparations because if
Pan
Pan
Africanism is
Africanism,
dead, yo. What haven't you heard the last conversations, Afro?
yeah,
Pan
yeah,
Africanism is dead, bro. What are you talking
yeah,
about? And what they don't understand about the concept of Pan Africanism, the way that I look at it, from being a historian, that whole concept started the day they the Arabs and the Christians started enslaving the Muslims and the Christians started enslaving our ancestors. Pan Africanism started when the first slave said, when the first captive jumped off that ship.
yeah. I hear you, Sibyl.
When they fought against the enslavers to not be enslaved, when and they that's Pan Africanism to me.
Yeah. You know, I think we could see Pan Africanism right now when we see the Organization of the Sahel States. We can see it. You know, we can see the tip of the spear for global Pan Africanism. You know, that's what they push. Uh, Ibrahim Chiori, Assimi Goita, and Abdul Rahman Chana. Uh, Several other states have just joined them. Senegal, Ghana. It it looks like a old Wangara uh, Kanawa
Let me ask you.
empire,
Let me
Tonga
ask you.
empire to
Let
me.
me ask you something, Afro. Do you
For
think?
sure.
Do you think this this push to be foundational Black Americans, do you think it's going to impact anything?
I mean, I don't know, man. It depends on it depends on how much momentum that it gains ideologically. I don't know, but I don't. What I do know is that I didn't see this hard line again and this anti-Africanism in it. I didn't see it years ago. A few years back. I wasn't so much into it. Anyway, to be honest, but I didn't see that hard line when I saw him come off of the films that basically paid tribute to Africa, in some ways. It's just a shift, I guess that we see in it. I don't know.
Yeah. So in terms of affecting the black community, uh, people buying merch, different platforms are allowing people to come up and yell. Uh, I don't know. Somebody may can post a clip of them actually promoting an event. That may be the case. I don't even know. I haven't really heard anybody talk about it. I hear a lot of people saying, "Don't talk bad about Tariq Nasheed." Out of that, yeah. As far as yeah, FBA sponsored this clothing drive or back to school drive or Meals on Wheels, some small like that. It ain't gotta be real extravagant or anything like that. I haven't really heard anything. I might be off. I might be off.
The reason I asked you that, Afro, is because we know what we have gained as African Americans since the formation of the Free African Society. You feel me? We can recognize the things we've gained since the formation of the Free African Society, which actually was founded before I think there was some, I think the Declaration of Independence or something, something was finalized. The Free African Society was already in motion. But we can recognize the gains that we've gotten as African Americans. So, do you think there would be any political, economic, societal gains from turning from African American from to becoming foundational Black Americans? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What's going to be the gain?
No, Sabio, I don't know, man. I don't think so. I told you the most I hear about it is, in these conversations. I really don't follow it too much. I'm learning about it as brothers talk about it, as I listen in on the conversations. You know, I don't really pay too much attention to
What about you, Dev?
Nah, it ain't gonna go nowhere.
So
More
basically,
more yelling.
so basically, it's to undermine. It's basically to undermine all the gains that we've already got, everything that we've already gained. Basically, that's all FBA is doing.
Yeah, I mean that's the results of it. What's the results of it? What's that's happened since 2018? Since he got kicked out of ADOS? What are lay it out? Like I'm trying to you can get a timeline or whatever. So
Maybe one of or minions can tell us what they've gained. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I thought I heard seen somebody say he went to one conference in DC, a local
Like
reparations conference, and that's it.
like it's interesting. We always trying to reinvent the wheel. What is going on with us? How are we going to reinvent the wheel?
Yeah, and I heard brothers say things about like Africans. Burkina Faso has reached out to African Americans. They hosted ADDI. That's the African Diaspora Development Institute with Dr. Arikana. If I'm pronouncing her name right. But yeah, and they did host some African. We got to understand these things is not going to be on CNN and Fox News, so
Hmm.
it may not gain the traction that I know that we may desire, but they do exist, and these things have taken place, and the invitation has been given to African Americans to engage, to invest, to explore. But it's not going to be on CNN. It's not going to be on Viacom. CBS is not going to put it out. So it doesn't have the marketing. That's what's missing. Is the marketing, and we don't, control.
Let me re-
We don't
let,
control
let me
those
respond to
marketing
two things in the
operations.
chat. Afro, when I
Go ahead, brother.
mentioned when I mentioned the enslavement of our ancestors by the Arabs and the Christians, was I throwing shots?
Uh, I don't take it, but
Thank you, Afro. All I'm doing is speaking historically about what happened. If y'all don't know the history, y'all can't say I'm throwing shots.
yeah, but
Like
Big
that's
yeah,
Bull
weird.
man,
stereo. Yeah.
it's all good, man. We need to silence it.
It's weird. It's weird when you actually speak of the history and people think you're throwing shots. Like if Afro
Nah,
know when I throw a shot at him. You
nah,
used to
we
me throwing shots at you, right, Afro? How long have we been doing this, Afro? Since I started joining YouTube panels, right?
Yeah, it's been some times, Sabio, we've been dialoguing, man.
So
Time,
you
bro.
know when I'm throwing a
they,
shot at you.
Yeah, yeah.
nah, they we've been going on the FBA smoke all week, so they ain't used to the mellow actual. I mean, we just had a bill with the three sisters, for 4 hours a little bit earlier, so
Yeah,
they kind of
Monica now. Yeah. I seen
Yeah,
yeah,
part of
shout
that.
out
yeah,
to those sisters too.
yeah. So don't
Madame was
worry,
trying to interrupt
sun
the
gonna come.
conversation.
Yeah, now I meant to say something about that. I'm glad they're not here now. Uh, yo, man, low key. I don't know. He just giving me the gender banger vibes, yo. I mean, I just never heard him like come positive or speak highly when there's uh, you know leadership in positions of authority. He had his little debate with Domo a few years ago about how bad black women are being treated or pimped out. I mean, man, I don't know, man. It's just he don't seem to be
Rap too
accepting
tight.
that black women in specific, have the capacity to uh, be in a position of authority and lead a movement of black people, which will include grown black men. I think that's it. Now, if
Hmm.
it was a school teacher,
You know what I'm saying? Leading kids. Okay, he might not have as much smoke, but when it comes to mayor, police chief, district attorney, U.S. president candidate, you know, nah, he got a problem strictly because she a woman. That's it.
Well, that's misogyny. That's embedded misogyny.
And so, as long as I've been trying to hook up Miss Chocolate and Dr. Lamb, I definitely wasn't gonna let his whatever that word he said, self negation, uh, trying to sound smart. And then Taz was up here. I didn't want the debate ducking thing to pop up either. So it was kind of a double whammy. He don't like black women, and he ducked. Taz ain't really been out of shape about it, but I was just like, Taz, how the fuck I let Madonna up on this goddamn panel right now. So yeah, I dropped him. For anybody who wants to go back, run back and tell.
Yeah, that's interesting that some of the things that he say are very anti-womanly,
Mm-hmm.
anti-woman.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things that Madonna says.
You get
The
away with a
women,
lot of my comments. I be
yeah, he
listening
does.
to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he does. Yeah, it's interesting. So you could be, so I guess you can be anything but African. Being anything but African and anti-woman is the way to go. In 2024, 2020, in 2025, I guess that's the way to go. Anti-black woman specifically.
So is he
Is he
full
full
Nation of
Nation of
Islam
Islam
or Hebrew Israelite?
Who, Madonna?
Yeah.
I don't know what Madonna. Look, I don't know what Madonna is. I think he's a bit of all that. I think he mixes all that up.
That's
I don't
even
know how you
worse.
could be a Hebrew, a Muslim, a native, and an African all at once. That shit is confusing.
Yeah, I think most of the Abo talk is a little bit more troll, but he is heavily on one of them religions. I haven't really been able to nail it down yet, cause
He uses the Hebrew shit mostly, but he like quoting Khalid Muhammad. He like quoting
yeah.
Muslim scholars and people that were part of the Nation of Islam for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Find that odd. Like the two religions that was warring against each other, he tried to combine them. That's interesting. But yeah, what happened to all the FBA dudes? Like the conversation
Oh
on that
no, the
shit is
dude,
different.
the the dude that said up was north. He
Oh
tried to come
man.
up. I didn't let him up
Oh
though. I didn't
oh
let him up.
man.
Remember,
Damn.
his phone died. His phone died, yo.
Hey, that man said up is north.
He was going in earlier, boy.
Up is north. So every time you sit down, you going south.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. Yo, that was a conversation. Like I almost thought he was a flat earther.
Yeah, the FBA in front of his name.
I sure thought he was a flurfer. Was it listening to that shit? Up is north, left is west,
And
right
he
is
stood
east,
on it. He
and down
stood
is
on that
south.
shit.
He stood on that shit.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna press him
When I
once
said
he
when I
said once he
go
said
ahead.
yeah, once he said Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma was up north. I was through. That's when my hands went up. Yeah,
It
what you want
it
me
was
to do?
it was up north from Carolina. What?
I'm saying I didn't even know he was in North Carolina. Even if uh even if he was in Texas, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying to say, yeah, Black Wall Street is up north. I know plenty of people in Texas right now. Nobody says Oklahoma is up north. Is it north of Texas? Yes, but nobody. I've never heard anybody reference anything in Oklahoma as being up north of anything. That shit just blew me.
Yeah, that was different. Like
Yeah.
if you when you stand up, you going north. Yeah, that's different. Like I'm still stuck at that part. Like I'm trying to figure that out. Like how do
So
you stand up and go north?
nah, you ain't gonna be able to figure that out. So actually, what triggered that comment was he's saying that black folks down south or slaves down south are different from up north. He's saying it's a different. It's different. He's saying it, he made the separation like the
It
north
was
and
a
south
different.
separate. Yeah, him and
It was
Truth
a
was going
different
back and
slave
forth.
system. It was,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I could kind of understand why he would say that, but it was still slavery.
Hmm.
It was still slavery, but I understand why they made them say that because of the nuances in this in the
I,
way that
I'm
it was
I'm I'm saying
done.
he used South in his identification. Uh, black black Americans in the South of slavery or some shit like that. I mean,
What?
yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly how he worded it. I mean, you probably can rewind it, but that's what actually triggered it before the Oklahoma comment, before we got on directions, because he actually
Mm,
said it. He said that the slaves that was brought in the South was different, and so those people have a different lineage from the black folks in the North.
Who said that, Devastating?
You see the name FBA Malik or KT the Arch in the chat. That would be him.
I'm I'm the product of South Carolina, Florida, Virginia, in the north. You know what I mean? So
Everybody that's up north
and mostly
has
everybody, mostly,
yeah,
and that's not unique. You know, so
right.
that's not unique at all. You know, so that don't even make no sense. You know,
yo,
how people
Afro.
Nah.
just don't know history. I don't know.
Yo, I agree with you, but I need you to figure this out for me, Afro. I need you to stand up and tell me what direction you just went.
Nah. Would you hear when he said when you, on the street sign, if you see an arrow, if it's pointing up, that means
That
north.
means it's going north.
Yeah, he literally said that.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
And they give these niggas driver's license.
I don't know if he got driver's license or not.
I would not want to be behind him.
Yeah,
Man, that's an accident waiting to happen.
that migration is continuous though, because a lot of people from the north is going back to the south now. You know, as far as the northeast. You know, so it's
Yeah.
just ongoing. But it came from
No,
the
it's been
south.
No, it's been round trip in the Midwest as well.
All right.
Chicago,
Oh yeah,
Atlanta,
the Midwest is having a flood.
yeah, Detroit,
St.
uh,
Louis.
yeah, all that
So I guess
Mississippi River.
because the people in the north and the south speak with a different drawl, they supposed to be different or something like that because of the southern drawl. Is the
Well,
same people.
in the northeast corner, the Ivy League, the British. It was a heavy British influence. Midwest, we were under primarily Spanish, and the Louisiana part was French. So kind of a mixture there.
Hmm. Different colonizers. Different
Yeah, that's what
colonizers.
I'm saying. Yeah, right.
Hmm. Different colonizers. That's why the people speak different languages. It's the same. It's the same groups, but different
Yeah,
lines of contact with colonizers.
because even down south, uh, Mississippi, black folks right next door to Alabama is different, and even Madonna tell you that. If we put a blindfold around me and two people are talking, I can't tell which one from Alabama and which one from Mississippi. I mean, I can. I will be able to tell you. I grew up in Mississippi. I know how they say yonder and down there and them, as opposed to somebody from Alabama, Georgia, or Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my grandfather's southern drawl was so heavy I couldn't understand nothing he was saying.
Hmm.
Me coming up and being educated, in school, I couldn't understand nothing that my grandfather was saying. His
Yeah.
southern
And,
drawl
and
was
I,
so
I
heavy.
went to I went to seventh grade in well, all of my grade schools in Arkansas, except in the second grade in Chicago, and then seventh grade middle school in Arcadia, Louisiana. In all three regions, all three were different. It was on different reading levels, different academic math levels. Uh, the English and the reading classes were they were all reading different stories, type of stories. The word pronunciation. I mean, fundamentally the same, but yeah, the teachers were even, yeah, they were forcing it in, and that's really what you're gonna go on. Somebody flying an English teacher from South Carolina to teach at a school in Westville, Ohio. That's how they're gonna come out, or at least that year.
Right.
Fortunately for me, my mother uh, was an English major, so I kind of had somewhat of a balance in terms of what was being said, how it was pronounced, what was the emphasis on certain words and syllables, and when to use them, when not to use them. Well, a lot of my friends, they didn't really have the structure set up too tough.
Yeah, my daughter is majoring in English right
Hmm.
now. Yeah, she just enrolled this semester.
Yeah, that's tight. Yeah, I was trying to find out whether any advanced courses in not only African language but African studies, kind of similar to what Q's got set up, that were being instituted even at some of the HBCUs. And there are a few informational historical types of curriculum, but uh, not too many specifically tying into any one detail based on what I've seen so far.
But yeah, that's where her interests are, publishing and writing and English and things of that nature. Though,
Yeah, definitely uh, being surrounded and administered and governed by white English men and English women. Uh, kind of logical to have some sort of grasp on what you're going to be dealing with in the real world. Because my mother, uh, even to this day, gets chastised for having such advanced education. Uh, no one else in my family, maybe my uncle, but other than them two, them the only two that speak the way they speak. Everybody else kept their southern draws. Even when they moved up north, they kept it. The only reason I lost mine is because I was in radio when I was in high school, so I didn't really have room to uh, let it set in as I was reading in front of attorneys and business owners and politicians, you know, at the age of 15, 16. By the time I graduated high school, I was dialoguing with CEOs, vice presidents, uh, you know, those type of individuals
that
without
reading is
straining.
important. That
Yeah,
reading is valuable.
yeah,
Reading is valuable. You know, what you read and making sure that you read.
yep,
It is. You know, I definitely made sure, I exposed her to certain literature. Definitely the Confessions of an Economic Hitman, that John Perkins joint. You know,
yeah, yeah,
we've been talking about that and reading that, and, you know, books like that. Other stuff too, but that's one of the early ones I introduced her to. Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
yeah. Even my peers that didn't necessarily have the same type of skill or whatever, I didn't look down on them. I didn't really look at them as uh, less than me, less than society. I didn't really have that. I didn't really see this uh type of stuff that we're seeing uh with region banging and
Yeah.
all the separation until uh I got online pretty early, yo. Maybe 2004, 2006. I kind of really started paying attention to it. Even even being not college educated, I was still operating in prominent corporate business environments throughout the 90s. And I know when they
Yeah,
turned their
that's
backs,
interesting.
when they went in their back room, this uneducated nigga conversation probably went on, but, uh, you know, uh, I didn't really see it coming from black folks, and, like I'm seeing it now.
What you mean, like a kind of a pompous attitude or
Yeah, yeah,
bougie attitude?
yeah, the bougie type. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Understood.
You know, we used to get judged on the clothing, what type of car you drive. Now we're getting judged on what type of iPhone you pull out.
Mm.
You know, strictly on that. Like you can have your shit all the way together, but you know, you pull out a you put out some iPhone 6 or an old Android, you gonna get that look, yo.
Oh man, yeah, yeah. That sense of prestige items, and you know, all of that. It's basically consumerism, and well, we talk. It's basically it is consumerism. You know,
Yeah,
prestige pricing and things of that nature. And sometimes the quality don't even be that great, you know.
yeah,
But it's just prestige priced because of the name.
yeah,
Um, you know, especially with a lot of European products, high price European products. So, you know, just a part of the psychology of marketing and how we've been raised in this culture. Um, Affected in this culture by this marketing and capitalism.
yeah. Probably had to go back to Sigmund Freud with the whole propaganda
Oh yeah.
campaign. Yeah,
Yeah, marketing that was always an interesting subject to me. You know, I had a little formal education, associate's degree, but marketing was definitely one of the more interesting classes that I took.
hmm
Um,
the
it's all
ability
about
to
gain.
predict. Yeah, the
What did you?
ability to predict what people will spend money on.
Yeah, that's data. That data mining. You know, that's why they do a lot
hmm
of data mining to
hmm
try to identify what the trends would be. That's numbers, you know, looking at
hmm
trends and trying to predict purchasing habits and things of that nature. Yep, data mining, demographics, and data mining,
Yeah.
niche markets. You have smaller markets within markets that are niches. You know, how to exploit those markets. Yeah, good old Essex County. Uh, Shout out to Essex County in North New Jersey and Union County. I went to both. I took some classes in
My
Union
bad.
too.
Yeah, that's really carrying over to some of these platforms and social media in general in terms of not only what people will click, but how long their attention span will remain. 'Cause
Yeah,
YouTube used to hit you off for 6 seconds, but
exactly.
if you click, yeah, if you click a video and as long as it's calculating 6 seconds, they're counting. Then they change it up based on I don't know if it's per minute. Yeah, it's got to be per minute. Yeah.
But what do you think is the idea with that, Dev? Do you think, what's the motive with that 6 seconds?
6 seconds used to be the allotted time increment to say that uh,
that's enough. That's 1/10 of 60 seconds. So they're saying, hey, 10%. Uh, that's enough to at least spark an interest. If you can flash a pop up ad for 6 seconds, and the more times, the more people that you can hit with those 6 second pop ups, then that would be enough to generate whatever the projections. You know what I mean? In terms of what you're looking for.
Mm.
So if you're looking to get, I don't know, 100, uh, 100 sales per week or month, then you need to get, 2,000 people minimum to hit that link, and then
Yeah, that's interesting though.
are going to, you know, reach over, get their credit card, or if it's already loaded on the system and auto thing, they're gonna go ahead and go for
Mhm. You think that have
it. But
any
six
effect
seconds was up.
on the attention span of the viewer, or it's just simply about the time?
Um, in the beginning, because it was brand new. Now they're saying that it's up to maybe 90 seconds, at least a minute and a half to 2 minutes. That's for pretty much kicked off TikTok,
Mm.
uh,
Yeah,
YouTube,
I think I did hear
Instagram, and
something about the shorter videos on TikToks or something like
yeah,
that.
yeah. They were trying to gauge YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and people were posting up, 20 and 30-minute segments, and finding out, hey, the end of those videos and the middle of those videos weren't getting watched at all.
Right.
Yeah, so the attention span situation came into play maybe 2015, 2016, and some of the developers, uh, let's face it, they were connected or had connections to some Asian tech guys, and they was like, hey, let's just let's do this 2 minute shits. 90 seconds, 60 seconds. I seen a TikTok video that motherfucker was like 10 seconds. It got like a million views though. Shit.
Mm.
Yeah. But 6 seconds used to be the before they switched to digital in 2009. That used to be the time frame for the live TV network delay. So you saw it in newscasts and sporting events. I actually timed it. I was at an NBA game in '94. Scottie Pippen against Shaquille O'Neal rookie year, and I could literally see the monitor for the camera uh, 6 seconds behind. If somebody said a cuss word, or if somebody had a wardrobe malfunction,
Right.
whatever they didn't want, yeah, going over the air. Uh,
Mm.
you had 5 to count, and then that 1 second to hit the button, and that was the
Mm.
logic.
Right.
Yeah.
So they could have bleeped out when Janet
Mhm.
Jackson breast popped out back in the day with her wardrobe malfunction.
Um.
They could have just took it
Yeah.
out, edited.
Um. They would have had to have another
Oh, they
video
didn't have it
segment
ready.
or a poster. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you used to see those the red, white, and blue bars when the TV go off at 2 o'clock. Remember them days?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They would either have to do that
With the black line at the
with the
bottom.
black line. Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
yep. Actual fact.
So so they could have either did that or just cut to another camera that was either facing the crowd or somewhere else.
Mm.
But I was so stunned, and I'm pretty sure the cameraman was like, "What just happened?" By the time he reached the switch, it was over. Because I'm trying to remember. If I remember correctly, I thought uh, that it did kind of cut early uh, to somebody that was walking in the crowd. Because I actually had to rewind the tape to literally see, did I see what I thought I saw? And because it was more footage after that that wasn't really shown to the rest of the country. It wasn't no nudity or anything, but they were just showing her
Yeah.
kind of crying, yeah, with her head down, yeah. But yeah, they probably were so stunned, man. They didn't really
Mhm.
weren't really prepared. But to answer your question, yeah, they could have switched off and
Mm.
avoided it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. Though FBA though, I don't really you know, it don't hold too much weight in my perception. You know, but, it is what it is. I guess it's something for people to talk about. You know, while I do understand, it's just no other way to African Americans definitely have a direct lineage to Africa, West Africa, genetic. You know, it just is what it is, and culturally,
Oh,
slaves wrote about that. Even the Muslim ones wrote about that. You know, the Saeed, the Omar Saeed, you know, a few of them. Even though the populations got mixed with different European populations in some cases, the French in areas of Louisiana. You know, like you were saying earlier, Dev, it depending on who colonized you. But as
yeah,
for the Caribbean, it's just people speak different languages because of different colonizers, not because the
yeah,
people are necessarily different. You
yeah,
know, it's just saying who colonized you. The French
yeah,
colonized you, you speaking Creole. The Spanish colonized you, you speaking this. The English
yeah,
colonized us, we speak in English. But it's the
yeah,
same people. It's the same people. You know, so you really just I don't get it. I don't know what reality guys are looking at. If you're gonna divide yourself based on who colonized you, what the hell is that? That
My
definitely
my slave master was
exactly
better than your slave master.
exactly. That's what the exactly. What the hell is that? It's silly as hell, man. Hey,
Yeah, man.
that's all it is. Different colonizers. You saying basically what you just said. My colonizer is better than your colonizer. Mm, 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 mm. So our English colonizers give us
That's some wild shit, boy.
it is. It is. we gotta understand what we're really saying. That's what we're saying. We're basing it all on the colonizers' definition. It's clear he was in control because you speaking his language. We speaking their language.
So maybe we can drum up some action here. Got the FBA flag situation going on here. He's selling it for $25. Like,
Is Sabio still there? Oh, Sabio probably at work.
yeah, it sounds like it's in the studio. Let's see. All right, so there you go. Wasn't even professional enough to get a canvas or something to lay the flag on. Went out in his front yard or whatever, and gonna get a close up. Y'all can see that? That ain't big enough though.
Yeah, I can see it there.
You see it?
Yeah, it's the flag now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the red, white, and blue. So he's definitely giving homage to the traditional red, white, and blue. Francis Scott Key, whatever you want to call it. Stars up there. I want to get a shot of that. What the fuck does he got on? Did he hold that up in a fucking sweatsuit? Hold on. So he just got up out the bed and told his wife or whatever to come get this picture real quick. Shit, wow. $25.
Oh, so
So
what they selling? They selling the flag or something? What they selling stuff? Dev?
yeah,
Oh, merch. They got merch.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty decent. Dr. Francis Quest Wilson t-shirt.
Yeah, that's cool right there.
Yeah,
I can't hate on the Dr. Francis Cress Wilson shirt at all.
yeah. And his book, of course, a little small flag. They go to hats, baseball caps. But let's see. This says FBA Nation Maroon flag. Oh, he's shouting out the Maroons. Okay, but he had the talking points. Let's to see. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's what I want to get to here. What exactly are you talking about here? 1 second. Yes, that was Prince in that middle photo. So when did this start? Represents the three stars on the flag represents the three groups that make up the ethnic group that would become foundational. And what's the first group? Abos. And who is the name of these people? What were the name of the black explorers and traders who came in contact with America before 1492? Seems like you should have had that on your flag if they came in contact with America before 1492. But what do you have on your flag? 1526. And then, like we just got through talking about, at least an acknowledgement of Africa. And then in the very next part of it, he's saying the fist represents the non-stop fight that Foundation of Black Americans have engaged against white supremacy began in 1526. But traders and explorers came before Christopher Columbus. Historic camaraderie and peace between black-skinned aboriginals and black captives. That's crazy. So we're giving some a little bit of some history right here with the slave revolt. Not taking away from that, but he's shouting out the jacket. He says, "How do you honor Abo and European ancestors, Jihad?" I don't know. Oh, you talking about the Moors? Why ain't you name their name? Or just say the word Moor. Moors, Hebrews, and Abos. You got me looking at all types of crazy shit. What's that video? Yeah, Pan African don't need to be trademarked. No, there's no need for it.
Wasn't
Why
one of
did,
the early Pan Africans what? Edward Blyden? Edward
yeah.
Blyden.
Mhm.
Edward Blyden.
Why would anybody need to trademark something if the overall objective is to benefit the masses across the community or deemed diaspora? Sound like conditioning to me. But it makes sense why Tariq would do it because he leached and hopped on somebody else's movement before FBA. So I would understand why he would be such in fear. But I don't think anybody will hop onto FBA movement, seeing that they don't really have an objective besides selling merchandise.
Yeah, they don't have any type of funding objective, like building anything, off of the sale of the merchandise or anything like that. Or at least, putting some profits towards building something that for the collective good of the people.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the quote unquote so-called museum uh, situation fits in, but uh, in 2025, you would think that there should be some sort of access to people that don't really have the time or the capacity to travel to Los Angeles, California, especially when most Black Americans have always and still reside east of the Mississippi River. You got to get a hotel, you got to get plane, round trip, uh, all types of stuff you got to go through. You don't have an online, even if it's pay, to have access to that establishment. It's weird. Uh, uh, Obviously, no plans to open up another one. At least I haven't heard anything. Are they sponsoring any type of parade, foundational Black March? I don't know. Kind of a mystery. How loud can I yell and complain about Jamaicans and Haitians and Africans saying I don't want to work with Black Americans? I guess I don't know. It's crazy. Is that all it takes for you to get triggered? You got a lot of problems. A lot of problems. She said since you're FBA. She probably already been down there. You get around. I kept waiting on people to post up videos to show us, or at least tell us, hey, what's in there. Still waiting. Still waiting. Yeah, and that's why it's also been so kind of ironic that we can't really critique any type of work because there's no work to critique. I don't I don't recall watching the video. I think he got a new movie coming out, but man, and she got some super dynamic top secret information, and ain't nobody trying to see that video.
Oh, he's supposed to be having another video dropping or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, who knows? Maybe it's for publicity. People play all kind of games.
Mhm.
Yeah, people play all kind of games to attract attention, to sell stuff, sell things, market products off the attention. So, did they ever get to the bottom of the case with the guy that set the woman on fire? Did they ever ID the woman? Do you know?
Um, I heard she was a white woman. That's about it.
Okay.
She would just happen to be asleep, laying down on the train, from what I could tell. I think they're going. I think they're going for the death penalty though.
Okay. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. The whole CEO thing is still active too, with the CEO getting shot over there in New York.
Yeah, he's back in New York. Uh, have you heard any response from some of the black forums? I'm not really seeing anything. Kind of after he got caught, kind of I don't know. At least maybe I wasn't looking, but I didn't really see either way. 'Cause there was a shooting that happened in the town where where he's from. Uh, I think the next day after the school shooting in Wisconsin.
Mm,
Yeah, Towns, Maryland.
okay.
Yeah,
The town that he is from?
that's where Luigi from. Yeah,
Mm. Mm, okay.
right outside of Baltimore.
It was a school shooting in the same town, huh? That's
No, the school shooting was in Wisconsin. This shooting, I think 5 people got hit. One person died, and the car flipped over on its side. It all went down in the parking lot of a funeral home,
Mm,
not a school. Yeah,
yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah. I guess they saying that they want the death penalty for dude too. Capital punishment for him too. The guy,
Luigi. Yeah,
the
yeah.
guy, right?
Oh yeah, terrorism. They're charging him with terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but they didn't charge the Unabomber with terrorism, and they didn't charge Dylan Roof for going in the church. Multiple victims. They didn't charge him with terrorism.
Right.
This
And
guy only killed one person. Yeah,
the feds got the case too. They came in on the case.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
even
they
in his
said. Mhm.
even in his manifesto letter, he specifically said, "I'm just targeting this one guy, so I won't hurt nobody else, so no innocent people will get killed."
Right.
Specifically, yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that school shooting in Wisconsin, that girl had the same exact T-shirt as the Columbine shooter.
oh man.
Yeah,
Mm. So what they saying? She mimicked them or something like that. She's attached to the.
yeah, she's 15 years old. Not a lot of information coming up based on the juvenile minor laws.
Right. Yeah, there's definitely a lot going on though. There's a lot
Yeah,
going
man.
on. Luigi. Well, but one thing that's good that comes out of it is it put into the public space, uh, the forefront even more, what's going on with the insurance companies and you know, maybe the people could be bring up the people's awareness to it. You know what's going on, even though people know, but it makes it more of a collective issue, puts a collective spotlight on it. So I have seen some parts of uh, European media, uh, as far as online, uh, basically kind of like glorifying the guy, you know. So it's
Yeah.
interesting.
I
It's
I
interesting.
personally think it's gonna backfire and skyrocket, cause a panic, and they'll claim risk factor. Man, they can come up with anything, I don't
Yeah.
really think I don't really think it'll benefit the average policyholder or the person that really needs it,
Hmm.
especially if they get a solid conviction on this guy. But yeah, he's definitely not the bad guy in some of the mainstream and other platforms.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. They characterizing him more of a Robin Hood type of figure. Yeah.
Yeah, the Great White Hope.
Exactly. You know, they always romanticize the hell out of whatever they could if they had the opportunity to do so.
Yep. Hold it down just for a second. I gotta go on mute. I gotta restart this thing.
Yes, sir.
Be right back.
Yeah, family, interesting current events. Um, I guess the arguments with FBA versus Pan Africanism. Um, while we see, as I reiterate, live Pan Africanism on the ground developing in West Africa. Um, I did hear the argument that some of the brothers brought up the other day about ECOWAS being ineffective, and it is true. Uh, ECOWAS is ineffective and no longer maintains a Pan African vision for Africa. Unfortunately, has been co opted, totally subjugated to Western uh, financial institutions and Western politics. But the Sahel states, the Alliance of Sahel states, is taking up the mantle of Pan Africanism in Africa. That's their mantra. They definitely staunch Pan Africanists. The Sahel states, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Senegal is joining them. Ghana is joining them. So that's the landscape geopolitically, and the AU, African Union, is ineffective as well as it pertains to the political agenda of African people because it has been taken over by European institutions. Unfortunately, and I don't say that negligent. It's unfortunate, you know. But the Sahel states are far more authentic, in their aspirations for Pan Africanism right now. That's who's really pushing it. Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. They're developing their economies, which is a good thing, and you know, taking over their gold mines, all of that good stuff, the uranium, uh, and they're building up their people. They're doing deals with BRICS, China, and Russia, Iran, uh, North Korea. They're doing business. They're also, interestingly enough, doing business with Saudis too, with Saudi Arabians. Just on the global stage, it's a lot going on too. The Saudi oil contracts ran out in 2024 with the U.S. Governments, with the U.S. government relations. So that's a little known fact too. The Saudi oil contracts are over, for America. So that's a part of what's changing the geopolitical landscape that we see with the what is called the petrodollar or the American U.S. dollar. You know, that's largely been based on crude oil. Not really so much the United States being able to control the market with crude oil and the dollar being based in that. The purchase of crude oil could only be done with U.S. dollars. That's over. That's why we see a big shift too. That the primacy of the U.S. dollar is not there anymore. But yeah, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, in my humble opinion, that's Pan Africanism. Uh, that's their whole agenda is for the development of Africa as a whole. But they had to take over their militaries. They had to take over their governments to do so. They had to remove what France Fanon called the bourgeoisie, um, the ruling class that are often educated by Europeans and indoctrinated into European culture and values uh, in Western schools uh, in many cases, and then sent back to the country as their native countries as a underclass or buffer between the people and Europeans, often armed by Europeans and financed by Europeans in exchange for, of course, to allow European corporations uh, and contracts that would ensure the enslavement of their people and the raping of their resources. This is the class, the bourgeoisie that Europeans developed in Africa. Um, but yeah, that's what brothers are fighting against. That's what people like Ibrahim Traore, Simi Goita, Abdul Rahman Chana, those are the types of people they have overthrown in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. And I hope that that attitude and mentality continues to develop because that's what it's going to take for Africans to get control of their resources. It's going to take, in some cases, it's going to take muscle, to do it. And those brothers exhibit that type of muscle. And, yeah, that's my take on Pan Africanism. It's a development that came out of the thinking of Black people in America, and it has taken hold in Africa now. And yeah, that's my take on it. Shout out to Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, young Ibrahim Traore. Much success to you. I think what the brother is doing is the right thing, and I think it should attract our attention if we believe in what is called Pan Africanism. Um,
Yeah, based on some of the rhetoric that I've been hearing in response to some of the FBA discussions, they are feeling left out of the support, whether it's strictly vocal acknowledgement, definitely economic, financial. Uh, they, they feel that they don't. I don't know if it's entitled because obviously Pan Africanism with the extended global, reach and acknowledgement and overall support. The FBAs don't. They can't really look to anybody uh, for support. So instead of doing it individually, like these people down here work with these guys, and this person's over here work with those guys. These persons over here, they're alienating uh, all. I mean, they're really setting up a barrier, which is even more detrimental. So how much taller are you going to build the wall and the division? And when are you going to actually start working on your foundation since you haven't really established anything? And so then you see the attachment. I try to scroll through those pictures real quick. They want to put, black inventors, black entrepreneurs, and throw that FBA jacket on them, uh, kind of risking some backlash from some of their families that are still living, and whether they feel that it's you know applicable or not. It doesn't really do them any good. So that's one thing I've been noticing. They're complaining about not having that extra, I guess, lane open, for a Jamaican, a Haitian, or a Nigerian to extend, resources, advice, supplies. Uh, I can't think of a case where somebody in the United States will look to receive uh, foreign currency as support. Like, I just don't see that on any front. It would have to be U.S. dollars. But, they could offer, you know, resources or supplies, or, maybe some technical expertise if they're in the IT business, if they're in the engineering business industry, some STEM type of situation, but they don't want to have nothing to do with anybody. But I bet you, without a doubt, they will accept assistance from a white person, Latino, um, no problem, as long as they're in the United States. I'm pretty sure. That's why they don't want to have the discussion when somebody mixed marriages and produces a child uh, that looks like Patrick Mahomes or somebody like that. Kind of conflicts with their whole ideology. Well, y'all getting caught up in the Chris's maniac subject matter in the chat. Getting close to what's that? 8 o'clock on the East Coast. And boy, it's still dark as hell over here.
Yeah, that's all a part of the conversation, though. The integration genetically of Europeans into African populations, that's all a part of it. With the SA, of many of our people, during the time we was under the control during chattel slavery, with the SA of many of our women, during that time, and the admixture, you know,
Yeah.
from the admixture from that, as well as the later social and cultural assimilation that led to people choosing relationships with the other, you know. So that's all a part of the conversation, So it's all relevant, devastating. It's all relevant, man. But just I don't know if people when people look at the dynamics uh with the SA of our women in the South and the subsequent admixture, and range of phenotypes that introduced uh, is it's an interesting part of the conversation. Yep.
Yeah, my bad. I misspoke. It's 7 o'clock on the East Coast. Got my
Hmm.
time zones mixed up. But yeah, no group has actually been able to progress without some sort of affiliation or networking with outside groups. Uh, the Jews definitely would not have been able to uh, make their way through the banking industry without the assistance of several different other groups that were not Jewish. Uh, the Asians and the Koreans with the hair and weave and beauty supply industry certainly would not have been able to set their foot uh, without the assistance of the people in Africa and other groups that were not Asians. So
Yeah,
that's
even when we study the reparations conversation, like we look at the PhDs on it, a lot of them refer to so-called Jews when it comes to the financing of
mhm.
transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah,
Uh, we find that in a lot of PhD papers, and they readily point to many corporations that exist today that benefited from slavery. It's dealing with insurance and all types of things, the cotton industry, textiles, sugar plantations, all types of industries, all types of agriculture that benefited. So it's really not so difficult, to trace back to who benefited, when it comes to the reparations conversation, as far as corporations are concerned. And they also had to alter legislation because initially corporations were uh, designed by the government as large entities for the benefit of the people, but they had to alter legislation in order to allow private investors to invest in slavery. So they altered certain laws in order to certain corporate laws to enable private investors to invest in slavery. And one of those investors was, Rockefellers and Rothschilds, according to many. PhDs. I got a paper like that on deck, on my laptop too. But with PhDs, with PhD, few of them, some African ones too. Interestingly enough, you can retrieve those type of papers on academicresearch.com and researchgate.com. All you need is email address, But yeah, they talk about those things, how corporations benefit, and the city of London, uh, banking, Rothschild, Rockefeller banking out of the city of London, uh, and also help finance the London company. Um, but yep, those papers talk about it. It's not made up stuff. You got PhDs talking about those things.
Yeah, you already know, man. Post that shit up in the YouTube chat. Take a look at it. What's up with it, Jihad?
Nothing much, man. Peace to everybody. Just listen to y'all build.
Peace, Jihad.
Yeah, that I think because I'm thinking about, I was just kind of daydreaming a little bit about the corporations that was in play and how that was the probably, in my opinion, the largest motivation for what took place. Um, all those corporate entities, and Afro made a good point. Some of them, I would assume, probably majority of them still exist in some form or another. Um, and they definitely need to be added to, uh, just like the whole argument, and maybe even the lawsuit in general for the reparations. Because I think the other day, I don't know who was bringing it up, but somebody was talking about the banks. I think it might have been Miz when he was going over how the institutions benefited and stuff. I didn't know that, because he said Chase Bank had made out apology for some of its like smaller subsidiary banks and their direct involvement in slavery. He had, like, I think one of them was Citizens or something, but he was naming them. There was actually banks in New Orleans, and they was actually directly involved, because not only did they give loans out for slaveries and stuff, but if they defaulted, they actually would take the slaves themselves and become the slavers, go ahead and sell them off. So that's, I mean, you can't get your hands more dirty than that. So they had issued an apology. That's probably within the last few years, recently, but just the acknowledgement is very telling, and I definitely think could be used in the overall argument, because financially, the money that helped build them back then was all slave money, and I think that's with compounding interest. There's been a lot of people that's actually like really smart economics that's put a lot of effort and thought into coming up with the actual number of how much it would be worth today and interest and stuff, and it's a big number. So yeah.
Yeah, and shout out to Ms. O. He did an excellent expose on that the other day. He did it on the same subject matter. But
Hmm.
yeah, that's my approach to it too, brother Jad. Go back to the corporations, because that's who insured, that's who benefited off of the cotton production, the sugar cane, and the list goes on, of the textiles. It goes back to corporations, and funding sources.
Memphis, why are you making? I'm looking at Memphis' comment. He said the Rockefellers weren't even wealthy in the 17 and 1800s, and then he also said Rockefellers came out at the end of 1800s when oil began to boom. That's post-slavery. Yeah, I mean, I guess he might have been somebody that got his money outside of the whole slave complex, but Slavery was what, like 160 years ago. Um, to try to get away, because this was Mrs. point the other day, to try to like get away from the fact that all of this, like all of this, was built primarily off the money and economics that our ancestors put in from slavery. I mean, you can't get around it. Like we built all this. Most of the infrastructure was initially built off that, from the railroad system to, a lot of these cities, even cities in the north that used money that they were getting and products that were getting from the south to sell, and that money became the money they used to build up. I really don't see us becoming and still remaining the wealthiest nation in the world if that didn't take place. So yeah, I understand your point. Like maybe not all super wealthy people modern day had connections to that, but you got to look at the institutions, and a lot of these older institutions definitely had their hand involved into slavery. And just like how, you know, you can go to court for, let's say there was a case that happened with somebody's ancestor, but this could have happened over 150 years ago, and it could have been like a family or a company that took their land. And this, to make the example make sense, I'm gonna make it post-slavery. So this individual actually has citizenship and rights. There's people that's made successful cases like that and been able to get what their ancestors couldn't get. Like I know there was a beach in California. It was taken over 100 years ago from a black family, and then just recently it was given back. So it's examples like that. Like you can make individual cases, and I see them happen before for people that couldn't get it done back then, but you get it done for them now. So now all we got to do is just magnify that to a larger scale. For what is it called? Like when you got a lot of people on a case, like a class action lawsuit, something like that, where you just we got a whole bunch of claims and victims, and we looking for a payout for everybody on this lawsuit. That's kind of how I'm looking at it, and it's 100% feasible. Just with all the records and what's been recorded, what was made off of it, it's 100% possible, in my opinion. A lot of people don't think it is, but it is. We just got to be organized and be very deliberate on our approaches and how we do it. And then we also got to put pressure on the lawmakers. Like, I'm not sure about those California lawmakers, but if I was in Cali, I would be putting pressure on them, at least the Black Caucus ones, because of how they handled that situation. Yeah, like I would hold their feet to the fire, put it like that. And I think that's kind of how we got to do it moving forward. If we want to be serious, we got to hold politicians' feet to the fire, especially the Black Caucus ones that say they're representing for a better good. So yeah. Since, bro, we're trying to make a morality argument to people who have no, it's not a morality argument. I'm keeping it specifically on the crime that was taking place and economics, the numbers, and value for what that would have been worth. If you look at it specifically from that lens, that is a case, because that's happened before, where you and analyze the person's claim and whatever they're saying was defrauded from them, and you go over the facts. You can, unless you can explain to me why this is just a morality argument, that there's no legitimacy to the economics behind it, I would love to hear your argument on it. But it's not just a morality argument. It's real money that was made off this.
So what's the qualifying factor in terms of the California situation, where California was not the California government jurisdiction body was not directly involved in slavery at all.
That is true. I'm curious how. Well, what I'll say on that is, I guess it is that's true that California as a state, I think, yeah, they wouldn't have it have anything to do with slavery. But they're super liberal, so I could see how they could even entertain it. Um, Regardless of that, though, even if there is an argument there for the other side, I'm still looking at the Black Caucus members who ended up torpedoing the bill before it could even get to the floor to vote. That to me seems very suspicious. I don't know why, because supposedly they already had or was presumed to have the votes to get that passed through. So it seems weird that they would just, because they tried to scapegoat the governor, said he wasn't going to approve it, so let's just not even try. That was their excuse. But yeah, like I said, it could have still passed through. It could have still had a chance. So it's instances like that. That's what I really wanted to focus on with that whole scenario, because our lawmakers are going to be the ones to push this agenda for us, and if they're not doing it in like a way that we see is beneficial, I think we need to hold them to the fire on that and basically get them out of here, or at least not, because they still could be lawmakers or whatever. But as far as like on the issue that we have them fighting for reparations, like that team we had built up, no, they can't be on that team if they're not gonna fight. So I think it's kind of like a top down approach. I think it is going to start from getting the right voices and the right people at the top. I don't know, or at least, yeah, I haven't looked into it too much, but from what I can see, it doesn't seem like they have um, as much of the resources at their disposal that they need to have, like as far as the people that's at the top organizing and planning. That could be deliberate, could not be, but I'm saying if we could get that taken care of, focused on, I think that we would have real traction in procuring this. Yeah, some serious traction. And then while we're talking on the issue, Taz is a big proponent of it not happening, and it's not even legal or something like that, right? Because slavery was legal. Because I was thinking about it, because taking Indians' land was legal at one point, and a whole bunch of other stuff that people got reparations for was legal at some point. So you can't really say just because it was legal at some point, you're not due reparations for it. That's not a strong argument. When I could show you just about everybody who's gotten reparations for something, the act at the time that was done against them, like the natives, and even we gave reparations to the Japanese. That was a legal process that had happened, but they would still do that. Hell, even Jewish people with the Holocaust, that was a legal process. And the only reason I'm bringing them up is because we actually paid the bill of that. I think we're still paying Jewish Holocaust survivors, and we weren't even directly involved in that. At least like them getting messed up. So that all these examples only points to, yeah, they got cases and can get it. We 100% owed the same. I don't see why uh, people think it's a difference when we're in reality. Our situation is more extreme when you put it up, weigh it to each other.
I got the article too, Jihad. for anybody that wants to article. It's Reuters, law firm and bank had slavery links report by Reuters, June 27, 2009. Uh, that's London Reuters. The 19th century founders of the British investment bank Rothschild and top law firm Freshfields engaged in business linked to slave trade. The Financial Times reported on Saturday, cited new research. The news could prove contentious in the United States, where both firms operate and where numerous banks and other bodies have been pressured to make amends for profiting from slavery, the newspaper said. Again, that article is Reuters News of London, uh, June 27, 2009. That's for the brother that said that I was, I don't know, fabricating its connection to Rothschild, something of that nature. Just wanted to share that. Didn't mean to interrupt the job. Go ahead, bro.
Nah, that's awesome, bro. Yeah, I would love to get that source. Did you drop it in there already?
I'm on my laptop with it. I wanted to show it, but I guess Deb, busy doing something. That's fine. But I just wanted to share it verbally. I also share the other source verbally. It's a
Just post the
PDF.
screen up. Yeah, just hit share. I got you. Go ahead.
I'm on my laptop in the back, Deb.
Oh, okay.
In Memphis, Americans didn't benefit from paying reparations to the Jews and Japanese. That's like I like you somebody paying a debt, that forcing them to pay a debt, it's not going to be beneficial to the debtor, but that's not the purpose of it. So I don't know why you would focus on would it be beneficial to America. It ain't the purpose of you winning a lawsuit and somebody forcing you to pay back what's owed. You're not supposed to be thinking about you know what I mean, the person that did the crime. You're supposed to be thinking about the victim.
Yeah, devastating. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Can you see the screen, bro?
yeah.
Okay, yeah. This is the Reuters article, family. This is 2009, June 27, 2009. Law firm and bank had slavery links report by Reuters. London Reuters, the 19th century founders of the British investment bank Rothschild and top law firm Freshfields engaged in business linked to the slave trade, the Financial Times reported on Saturday, citing new research. The news could prove contentious in the United States, where both firms operate and where numerous banks and other bodies have been pressured to make amends for profiting from slavery, the newspaper said. So that's our Reuters news. This is the other. If I switch to the another PDF, would it
Just say,
still?
yeah,
Did it?
just hit share this tab at the top. You see where it says share this tab whenever you click over?
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
See, Dev, I'm learning. Did it share?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
switched over. We see it.
Okay, yeah. This is the article by Francis in Ju, in Juby. Forgive me if I slaughtered the pronunciation of the brother's name. But as you can see, the case for, let's get that nice and big.
the case for Pan-African Truth and Reparations Commission. So as we can see, from a political and a social cultural standpoint, Pan-Africanism is meshed and intertwined with the reparations movement. That's why I just punched in the word pan here, so we can see it's mentioned frequently throughout the PDF, but it's always been connected to Pan-African movements. The conference resulted in the formation. Let's highlight this right here. The conference resulted in the formation of a Pan-African movement to deal with issues ranging from racial profiling to poverty and reparations for slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. Wilkinson, 2002. Participants agreed to form a Pan-African movement and initiate lawsuits against Britain, Germany, France, and Belgium. I mean, it's simple, family. You know what the how Pan-Africanism has been historically and very relevantly connected to reparations. I mean, it's in the historical narrative. It's in our people's arguments. It's in our people's arguments over and over again. You know, this is just the narrative. You know, this mobilization and formation of a Pan-African organization facilitates communication and cooperation amongst activists in different parts of the world, demonstrates the growing maturity of the movement. It's a part of a process of maturity for Black people to move towards a global way of thinking that is centered around their heritage. That's a part of, it's always been an organic part of the conversations concerning reparations. You know, I don't know, you know, what, you know, all of this segregation between FBA and all of this is really nonsense, and it detracts from our people's ability to consolidate our forces, you know, in my opinion, you know, on a global scale, which I think that's a part of it, the diaspora, you know, definitely. But I'm not the only one of that opinion. You know, I'm just not standing on my own feelings.
Yeah, that's a fact. I mean, just the documentation is, especially when you got, you know, companies coming out and admitting it, trying to get ahead of the whole thing. You can't get around it. They it was a huge foundation for a lot of these institutions, and they know the history and know, you know, how it started for them. So yeah, it's a strong case. And yeah, but I kind of, since we've been going so hard on the whole FBA, like I've been thinking a lot about different kind of things, hearing the arguments out and stuff. One of them I have heard that could have validity to it is like the amount of effort, like if we all Pan African, right? The amount of effort the American side might put in versus the other side, like let's say just Africa as a whole, putting in to our stuff. versus us putting into their stuff. And in a weird way, I don't see nothing wrong with that, right? Like I think in a weird way, Pan Africanism should have not like totality, 100% of it, but a good amount, probably a majority of the movement should go to efforts in building up, Africa itself. Because I don't know what we would really, other than just getting ourselves out of poverty over here in America, I don't know what else we would. I mean, we could focus on infrastructure and stuff, but like I'm saying, if we got a pot, I wouldn't want more than 50% going over to American issues out of that pot versus fixing up Africa and getting it done there. So I kind of can see the argument for maybe having something to where Americans like a FBA thing if they actually did work, but they're not going.
Yeah, these corporations though, they definitely gonna have to be held accountable in the reparations conversation. And like I was talking, I was telling Deb earlier, I think it's short sighted for black people to agree to this paper money in the form of reparations. Oh, okay, Jihad dropped off. Yeah, but paper
Yeah, I
money
thought
is.
that was me.
Hmm. Yeah, paper money for reparations is a bit short sighted. Just paper money.
Yeah, cash on. Yeah, as far as the helping out part, uh, when we're talking about the borders of the United States, what are they actually claiming that's black in the United States for, um, like they're saying, African corporations, African citizens, uh, Caribbean. I mean, they have the African Union, they have CARICOM. So, what can black folks outside of the United States, I guess, lend their support inside the United States and say, okay, these are for and what they want to identify as FBA. Is there a town? Uh, Obviously, the mom and pop businesses, uh, some land and property developments. I'm not, like I said, they're not really laying anything out clear. So uh, I just hear a bunch of yelling, uh, you know, just based on the fear of entitlement to reparations, not acknowledging, or I heard the word undermine a lot of times this week. I'm just not really seeing. Uh, Obviously, they're not serious, but even if it was to be developed, any type of relationship, could there be anything to say, okay, now this goes for said organization or black or FBA in the United States? What what is that specifically? And so obviously that's not a question to Pan Africans. And then when they begin to scratch their heads and deflect and respond with things that don't have anything to do with the question, you will be able to see the pattern and some of the main reasons where disorganization, results into feudalism and circular arguments and more frustration and anxiety, distrust, more separation, if you will, even amongst themselves. Kind of idiotic, if you ask me. See, we had a few FBA cheerleaders in the chat. If y'all could lend some assistance to that particular question. I mean, we can start addressing some issues, but there's no issues to address because they haven't presented any. See, Miss and checked in with us, what's up with it. Yeah, we've been going almost 8 hours. So, yeah, morning crew checking in. What's up, Only? What's AES?
AES is that's the alliance of the Sahel states in
Oh, okay.
West Africa. They
That A
call it
is for Africa, not America. Yeah.
AES. Yeah, it's good to see Ghana join them though. It's really good to see Ghana join in with the AES. Which I was surprised because Ghana got a lot of Western influence in Ghana, but apparently, the people are thinking, the government is thinking, because they decided to join forces with AES.
Yeah. I think it would be kind of beneficial to see some sort of trend progress when it comes to the different African governments, political, corporate leadership um, being governed by and influenced by strictly native, African people, as it always should have been.
Right. Right. And I don't even like to really criticize, so much, but things just be so blatant, with like the Nigerian government, like Tinubu, uh, Tinubu, and the Kenyan president Rodo. They be going so hard for European interest. It's hard not to be critical of them,
Mhm.
but unfortunately, that's where they stand politically. As far as the government is concerned, now they people stand, they having problems with their people because their people see it, and their people is beginning to, protest against them. They just, uh, they just turned down the Bill and Melinda Gates was trying to get the status of basically being diplomat and have diplomatic immunity in Kenya, and the Kenyan courts shot it down. because it's just not right. Why should personnel from your corporation have diplomatic status on our soil? And that's what they were trying to do in Kenya. But they did shoot that down. But Roto, has allowed the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation a lot of liberties in Kenya, and the people are beginning to push back against that. But yeah, that's what we have in. We basically have a bourgeoisie class, at least from what I can see, in power in Kenya. Not the Kenyan people, but the upper crust that is governing right now, and in Nigeria too, unfortunately. But yeah, that's my humble take on the situation in Nigeria and Kenya, which is interesting because that covers the two coasts, of Africa, that and one in West Africa and the other in East Africa.
Okay. Yeah, Chuku, we had the FBA website on the screen about an hour ago or so. It doesn't really lay it out in terms of your lineage question. That's why I was hoping to get an FBA rep this morning point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chukwu is right too. Tinubu is a CIA asset. They got a case, unfortunately, on him in out of Chicago, I believe. But he's definitely working for the folks.
Yeah, I thought they said no jurisdiction on that Chicago case.
Yeah.
I didn't really follow it, that too close.
Mm-hmm.
But I did hear during that I think they had like a it wasn't a initial election, it was like a recount or something. And they were trying to use the Chicago case to say he wasn't qualified. And there's a lot of stuff going on over here. I kind of got sidetracked, but
But
I never been hearing too much else about it. Once I heard that they didn't have jurisdiction, I did hear no jurisdiction. So I'm not sure if was there any more efforts trying to get a full indictment or prosecution.
mhm. Yeah, I've been looking at their actions, what they do with their military. They wouldn't assist. Say for instance, Niger, they wouldn't assist them with so-called Islamic surgeons when it came to protecting their populations, but they come in to assist France and Western interests when uh, Niger rebels against AES. They cut off electricity to Niger, in a way, I guess, of sanctioning them to punish them for rebelling against ECOWAS policies. That was basically French policies, with the brother that they recently overthrew. I believe it was last year in Niger. They overthrew basically a sellout and a person that was allowing French companies to exploit the people of Niger. They overthrew that guy, but they didn't even kill him. They just locked him up. They just locked him up in his residence. They didn't even kill the guy. So that shows a degree of humanitarianism on the part of the government of Niger because they didn't even kill him. They just locked the guy up, put him on house arrest, which is a pretty humane way to handle things, considering how the US and France does things. They execute people and, murder them and drag them through the streets, things of that nature. The Africans handle that in a far more civilized manner.
Was his name Obi, or I'm thinking about another.
The one in Niger that was
Yeah,
overthrown.
yeah.
I forget
I
the
might be
guy's
thinking of somebody else.
I forget the guy's name.
But I
Yeah.
do remember that incident actually going down.
Yeah, and they didn't kill him. They didn't kill the guy.
Right.
They put him on house arrest,
Yeah. Yeah, they could have made a big spectacle about it. So.
Right. They could have did, how, for instance, we look at how they did Muammar Gaddafi, how they did in recent history Gaddafi and Saddam, even how they did Thomas Sankara, Western forces, the way that they handle their adversaries and things of that nature when they capture them versus how the brothers in Niger did it. It shows a difference in the way of doing things. But we so accustomed to the European model and doing things so brutally, that's what that's how a lot of us want to behave in some cases. We start talking about harming one another over conversations and stuff like that. We want to act like them. But it's not the only way to do things, and that's not all of us, so just a part of the process.
What's up with it, Wale?
Okay, good morning. How you guys, man? I heard you up this morning. For Asiatic. And the
Peace,
stuff he was
brother.
talking about actually made me hit the panel. I was going to hit it on the stuff that you put on the title, and I said that's a good title. These things need to be discussed. I'm glad you did that.
Yeah.
And then I hear Afro-Asiatic talking about these so-called African countries, and I've been looking at them since 1960. 1958 was the first one, or something like that, and all the way to 1960, and the rest of them that came later, for they called themselves independent countries, and they got their independence and stuff. And then they just started putting on the white wigs and sitting in the crackers presidential seats and pretending like they crackers, and they still are, according to what I'm hearing this morning. So nothing has changed. Everything is still beautiful. Life still runs the same way. Good to hear, man. Back in the day when they first did all that so-called and I mean that every time I say it, so-called independence and all that garbage, they didn't change nothing. They got 3, sometimes 4 different nations of people in one country. Let's use Nigeria. Everybody likes that, to say that word for some reason. They got 4 different ethnic groups in there. 4 distinct, controllable. Them people got their own ways about them. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like they just will-I nil-I walking around like we do in the U.S. Everybody just do what the law says. No, they got different cultures and stuff. People got different ways of looking. Some of them, and the thing is, the cracker knew that when he made them borders. That's why he made them borders, so that no nation or ethnic group would be independently ethnic in a country. So he mixed them up. So they would always have strife within that grouping of that boundary. Like I take half of your house and make it half of his house. Now his half of his house and your house is his house. Now half of your house and somebody else's house is your house now. and y'all leave it like that when the cracker leave. You don't go back to say, hey man, go back to your house. I'm gonna go back to y'all. That never happened. Ain't nothing else gonna come out of that. You can watch it for the next 3 or 4 generations. Nothing will ever come out of that.
Yes. Go ahead and
Meanwhile, oh
yeah,
yeah,
you said unity, separation. We already had an excellent display of Pan Africanism between 3 black women at the beginning of the stream.
oh, beautiful.
Sister Miss Chocolate, Dee Dee actually came up, and Dr. Lamb went almost uninterrupted for a period of about 4 hours with their
Wow,
projects. Yeah, so we had Ladies Hour earlier.
that's so beautiful.
So that was unity at its finest. But on the separation part, uh, yeah, that's literally how we ended up in the United States, being separated from our culture and land and everything else in Africa. And this FBA discussion has helped continue the separation. So I'm not sure if there's one thing, a collection of things, any desire at all for unity or state black community when it comes to unity or separation. Or you can just touch on the FBA part of it. If you like.
Well, just personally, I see no unity without truth. I watched a movie with Jamie Foxx last night. Beautiful movie. He played a lawyer, and to me, it just exemplified that in truth we can get stuff done. We can unify. As long as we arguing and ego tripping and fighting, and especially arguing out of ignorance and malicious intent. I see that people are arguing out of, first of all, ignorance, just plain in your face ignorance. Y'all spent 3 or 4 days talking to people who were just ignorant. They would ask you, well, how did that happen? And you say, well, maybe Google it and talk and read the Google thing to them. And they'll still ask you another question. I'm like, dude, Google it. And they want to, but no, I ain't going to do that. See, I'm going to argue. That's arguing out of ignorance. That's what I call arguing out of ignorance. When you don't know about a thing, you haven't studied a thing or looked into a thing, and you refuse to, that's important, and you refuse to look into it, yet you argue on it. That's to me, that's just total argument out of ignorance. Don't make no sense to even do it. I saw people that I really respect arguing with people who were arguing out of ignorance. I even got into it, and I realized there's no sense in even talking to a person that's going to argue out of their ignorance. Everybody should learn something, you know. If when I talk to somebody and they say, "Oh, well, maybe you don't know this pod," and I say, "What pod?" They tell me the pod. I say, "Damn, I ain't know that pod. Let me think about it a couple of minutes or something." You know what I mean? Give it some credence. This new information, log it in or something before you just go right back to arguing. And I hear sometimes. I mean, that's what I mean about this thing has to be discussed. Everything, all these parts and participles have to be discussed, I think, to bring about some ideas in people's head, because people have a lot of people have these thoughts and don't express them. And so when somebody expresses them, that's hundreds of people talking at that moment. It sounds like 2 people, but it's hundreds of people talking at that moment. Them ideas are in thousands of people's heads, and they need to be discussed so they don't have nobody to talk to sometime. And when they hear y'all or anybody discussing the topics and that's in their head, You know, that's important. I think this is doing our people a great service. Great service.
Okay, yeah. That same dude that you tried to come up and dialogue with kind of got sidetracked. I don't know if you stuck around in the chat, but yeah, it definitely did not go well in the end with him.
Yeah, I didn't stay to the end, but I stayed around a while. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But I didn't see how it ended.
Mm-mm.
I'm thinking maybe one day he'll just say, you know what? That's new information, and really take it in. Sometime while you're telling him, not just one person, because I've heard other people do the same shenanigans.
Mm.
You're telling them the thing, new information they may not know, and they busy saying, no, 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 no. Like, whoa, what kind of stuff is that?
That's
they,
exactly
they
what
won't even
happened.
they won't even take it in. They'll be like, no, no, no. And you say, hey, I'm trying to tell you. And they busy saying no. So they definitely not listening. It's fun. I mean, it's a joke. I don't ooh. So I
Yeah, that's just
appreciate
yeah, that's exactly what happened. As much as we tried to put the effort in, he was just hell bent on maintaining what his thought process. I'm not real sure. I can't really put any logic to it whatsoever.
for me, I call everything position.
Mm.
Sometimes I call it perspective, but perspective from that position. And he's doing everything to maintain that position to the point of not even taking in new information. If I take in new information, I can't maintain this position. God damn it, I'm gonna maintain this position. That's how it seemed like they just want to maintain that position, come hell or high water. You know what I mean? It just unquestionable till it
Motivated.
becomes like, oh, I'm sorry.
Uh, it's kind of hard to judge the compelling factor in terms of you're doing this due to what? It's got to be something just other than just wanting to, or I'm not real sure. Probably had to get a Marley psychology philosophy on it. I'm not, but he displayed adamant to the point where he was yelling and screaming so much his phone battery died on his phone in the middle of him arguing. And he didn't show up until this in this stream right here to finish it off. That go true right there. He he came back up when the ladies was talking. Said, I didn't let him up on the panel though. He'll probably be back too. But yeah.
I I see I see where we get into cross cultural conversations. For instance, I think to consider what's called Generation Z is called cross culture conversation. I don't think there's a Generation G in our culture, Z or whatever the hell it is. Like there's no boomer in our, there's none of that stuff applies to us really. We can put ourselves in there if we want to, but it really doesn't. They're talking about their people. And then when we sit around them and absorb their vibe and their culture and their status and their standing and their ideas, we start talking the same way about our people. And then that's what I'm calling cross-cultural conversation. And we get lost, and now we're not talking about our people anymore. We're talking about somebody else's people. The reason I said that is because somebody said this hive mind mentality is slavery. Actually, hive mind mentality is community. Hive mind mentality is community for us. But if you're into the cross culture stuff, then you're talking about hive mind. They ain't no hive mind because that's how they do. They have that. That's for them. But we think it's for everybody. It's not. It's for them. And our people, I mean, we don't seem to have separated where we separate at. That's what they do. This is what we do. They beat their children. We don't. I hear people say, "Oh, my mama would have slapped me down in the whatever." That wasn't our culture. It has become our culture, our customs. Excuse me. It has become our customs, but it's not our culture. Our culture is not to hit children. That's just silly, especially your own children. Why would you hit your own? That's like slapping yourself in the face or shooting your own self in the foot. It don't make no sense. And I was watching another movie, and the guy said, "Oh, that one was with Red Fox." And the guy grabbed the boy, Red Fox's grandson, grabbed him and did something to him. And Red Fox said, "No, we don't do that here, man. We don't treat. No, we use reason with our children, not violence." And he was growing a prodigy, a piano prodigy. Red Fox was. And the guy gonna approach that child like he's some kind of trash and grab him, and you know how you see us sometimes behave toward our children. And Red Fox had to tell him, "No, we don't do that, baby. That ain't what we do." And it's true, that's not what we do. So I'm just saying that often we are in that cross generation or that cross cultural thing and not realizing that, I hear people saying, "Oh, I'm a capitalist." I can tell you almost without even no conversation. I've only met one, excuse me, Negro who was actually a capitalist in my entire life. Only one. A capitalist will kill you. Are you ready to kill a dude for $1? If you're not, you ain't no capitalist. You just want some money. You got to be ready to kill a dude and don't even get $1.
Okay, we don't need all the violence, huh?
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm saying I ain't met no real capitalist. Because that's, my understanding of what it does. I recommend communism for our people. I mean, that's where the idea came from. People were watching us and said, "Wow, they cool." How they do that? They studied us and then they wrote it down and called it communism. From being a community and communing with each other, coming together and communing, because we commune like we doing now. We communing. This is a commune. A commune, as you say, of Pan-Africans. Then there's a commune, as they say, of Abo. There's a commune, you know what I mean? That people come together and be with like-minded people or like people. That's a commune. And then when they build each other up and work with each other, man, ain't no telling what you can accomplish. So I was just saying a hive mind is not slavery. A hive mind is actually unity. But we'll say, "Oh, a hive mind ain't gonna do that." So now we anti-unity through our conversations. Yet we beg for unity through our implorations. It don't make sense. You got to either do it or don't do it. Afro-Asiatic, What you think about what I said on the people, man? Oh, he's still here, right?
He was on his laptop. Might have took a break a little bit. Been up here for a little
Yeah, I
bit.
wonder.
Yeah.
I, I wonder what he thought about what I was saying about the African countries, the so-called independent African countries that didn't reschedule themselves. They still wearing white wigs. They still doing all the rest of the stuff that the cracker left them. They just following a blueprint. They didn't create a new blueprint for their own people. And following that blueprint that they were left from the colonializer, and they still doing working with the colonial people.
Yeah, you right though, Wale. That's a part of the decolonization process. You know, that's what they doing over there now. They start to take off them wigs.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, well, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, they got rid of the wigs. You know, they threw out the colonial costume in the jurisprudence. You know, because the colonizers definitely influenced their judicial system, but they taking
The,
off the wigs.
the thing I'm looking at in slow motion is the Arabs are taking over. Excuse me, not the Arabs. What they call that stuff? The Islam is taking over because a lot of people are going Islamic. They're finding that they are going anti-Christian. They're going Islamic, and the Islamists are taking over. Do you see that yourself in those regions?
Hold on one
Um,
second. Hold on one second. Shout out to the nickel bag. I mean, $5 Christian.
Oh, yo, no, damn
Yeah, yeah, got me on that one. They got me.
that was a slip.
Yeah, you got me on that one.
Okay.
All
I
right,
ain't
go
even
ahead.
heard. Wow.
yeah, Wale, I see the influence of it, but those parts of Africa got a rich Islamic history, you know, to begin with. So it's not really anything new, you know,
You
in
call
that
it rich?
particular.
You call it rich? You call it rich? Islamic
Well,
heritage?
I would say old Islamic context. I don't really
I
want to
would,
go into that part of the conversation.
I would go with old. No, because it's personal to me. One of the first Nigerian friends I we met in Texas. So neither one of us was in like our hometown, but I was still in the U.S. and me and him got along real good. I met another guy who was there with him, and me and that guy didn't get along real good. That guy hung out with crackers. He just loved cracker women to death. He said that in my face, and so I just left him alone. But the other guy we got along with good, and the guy that I got along with was also uh, he was Yoruba, and we spoke. I spoke more Yoruba than I do now, so we were able to talk and get along and talk about different things, aspects, cultural aspects of what the other thing is called, historical aspects. It was beautiful. That was almost 40 years ago. Today, he's a very proud Muslim. I asked him, I said, what are you doing? You giving up your ancestors for this Islam thing? He said, well, right now, it's socially and economically advantageous for me to be a Muslim. And so, assalamu alaikum, my brother. Like people go to jail and become Muslims, as long as they're in the jail, though.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Wale. Yeah, I think it does have it. It's some of it is Islamic, but not all of it. You know, you have people practicing traditional religions, but it is a lot of Islamic influence in West Africa. Yeah.
A whole lot. And they the ones that kidnapped the girls, the 250 girls, just the other day. And now we joining them. I don't even talk to him no more. I can't. I can't maintain my composure. I start cussing, and I don't,
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we gotta. I mean, if we study the politics of Africa, we're gonna know that extremist movements are sometimes funded by French intelligence, U.S. intelligence, um, and characterized in a certain way. But when we look at the movement, when we look at the people who are leading revolution right now in Africa, they are Muslims. Burkina Faso is a Muslim state. Mali is a Muslim state. Niger are Muslim state, but they're all Pan-Africanists. And they really don't put the fact that they are Muslims out front, but they are definitely Muslims. But they have a certain, school of thought that they come from, so it just all depends.
Right. The school of thought that they come from is not their ancestral school of thought. Is my contention with that.
Well, I mean, it's consistent with when we look at Traore. Traore is not a new name, and I don't know if we may not be aware, but Traore is not a new name in West Africa. It's not a new name in West African economy or West African movements. That name Traore goes back to the Wangara Sonenke empire that goes all the way back to Mali. The name Traore.
Okay.
I got documents on that though. I got documents on that.
Okay. What about a name? Why did you mention a name? What that got to do with it?
Well, I'm talking about in reference to Ibrahim Traore, the young brother, the young president that's leading revolution out of Burkina Faso.
Oh, okay. I'm sure they're all wonderful people, man. I ain't tripping on the people themselves as individuals. I don't really try to get into that individuals. I try to.
You going in and out, Wale.
Oh, okay. I attempt to look at a different kind of perspective on things. Individuals bore me. I mean, to me, it's boring because they could die tomorrow, and then you got to look find another individual. But when I look at circumstances and stuff like that, they don't die so quickly like people do. So I tend to follow them.
Yeah, the brother has survived 22 assassination attempts. They count on the 22. They tried to kill him 22 times so far. Ibrahim Traore.
Who named they?
French intelligence. Possibly American to name names.
Let me say this, because you were talking about CIA funded and stuff like this and that funded and funded and funded. A lot of people are funded, but we're not building funds. We should build ourselves a war chest. We need one because we're going to be funded out. Everybody going to listen. If I could buy 15, I got my funds, right? And I just go buy 15 dudes to make a hit. And you ain't got no funds. How they going to work out, you think? You had to have funds to be in the game. I keep saying that you can't get up to the table without funds. You got to be able to what they call it when you get up to poker. You got to be able to you got to be able to ante up. And as long as the CIA got big pockets and the, like you say, French government got deep pockets, the people who are attempting to deal with them got to have deep pockets. And a lot of times that's when the Arab slips in. Well, watch what I'm about to say. They both Abrahamics, the Arabs and the doggone Christians. They are Abrahamic. So they play good cop, bad cop with you, and you fall for it. That's what I'm just talking to myself, man. I ain't talking to you personally. I'm just talking to myself. Okay, so now They come in with their Christian stuff like Liberia. You know, they're heartedly Christian, and if you don't follow Christianity, you ain't gonna get over well socially as a Negro in Liberia. Just similarly, if you don't follow Islam well in Nigeria, you will not get over well in that arena because Islam is running things over there. It used to be Christianity like crazy. You weren't a Christian, but now Islam has gotten a foothold, especially with those things they have done have intrigued people. They look powerful. When you can kidnap 250 girls and nobody bothers you about it because you're so bad, that's intriguing. That's why people like pimps and stuff, because they're intriguing. People watch accidents and stuff because it's intriguing. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to be in no accident, but it's intriguing. And so now the Muslims have a foothold, a good foothold in Nigeria as a country, as a boundary and stuff. And at the same time, the Abrahamics got a good foothold in part of Nigeria too, with the Igbo them talking about they are what they say they Jews or something. I think something like that. So you see how it's just the good cop versus the bad cop, whichever one you want to call good cop or bad cop, the Muslim or the Christian. But they playing good cop, bad cop, and meanwhile the niggas are leaving their ancestors in the dust, in the dirt, their own ancestry in the dirt, while they're capitalizing and copying. I mean, and being proselytized to convert. If that's my ancestors, why I gotta convert? You understand? So no, that's conversion, and they're converting to Islam or they convert to because it's a tug of war. They pull in a good cop, bad cop on people. They've always done that good cop, bad cop. That's their game. Good cop, bad cop. That's what they did in America. Good cop, bad cop. The English fighting the colonists. They were both English. They were both English, fighting each other. The French fighting the English. They both Europeans as far as that. They both crackers. They ain't got nothing to, but meanwhile, I'm gonna join with them. I'm gonna join with them and fight them. And it's just silly. And by the time we had fought with them, basically fighting each other though. Fighting with them, we fighting each other. And when we decimate each other, they sit back and laugh and take over everything because we done decimated each other.
Yeah,
They write books about it. They
I
have
agree.
read. I have read books about what I'm saying now.
I agree with you though, Wale. Islam do have a complex history in Africa. Not so simplistic, not as much, but we tend to look at it simplistically, because we take from certain narratives. But when we look at the actual history and look at what Africans say, we get a more complex picture of how Islam moved into Africa. It always wasn't at the end of a sword. Actually, we have tribes, African tribes, who are very prominent still to this day, who were very instrumental in the spread of Islam, not at the end of a sword, but they're called the Wangara. And they ruled also Soninke, but they were instrumental in the spread of Islam along trade routes. That history is well documented by Africans. Also said to be responsible for the building of Dar Tichet in Northwest Africa, or the west coast of Africa, Dar Tichet. But yeah, we look at the history. It's a little more nuanced than we would like to believe. In particular, the Wangara, Soninke tribes of West Africa.
Solinke sounds like a man's name. Who is that? Solinka? I'm thinking of.
Soninke, SON, Nike, Soninke.
Solinke. Yeah, it's a guy that used to write or something like that had a name similar. Anyway, I agree that all the time it wasn't at the sword. However, I know how badly the sword affected our people. It wasn't always, but it was a lot of time. And the other way is like, okay, sending in missionaries, like look, I've actually heard, read, and seen stories from the cracker himself that said he sent in missionaries because they like you said, they didn't always send in the sword, they would send in missionaries. The Muslims sent in missionaries. That don't make it no better. Now, according to the cracker, excuse me, I say cracker, I mean the English, the British, they sent in missionaries who they knew had a disease. Check it. They knew the missionaries had diseases when they sent them. They sent them missionaries over with diseases and the plot to get people off their own ancestors and get them on to get people off of whoever their ancestors are and get them to jump on the train of the British ancestry, whatever that means. In this case, it means Christianity. And by that, they convert through Jesus, who is the gateway to that conversion. And now their ancestors are Moses and the rest of them guys, just like they do with Christianity. I mean, Islam. They talk a good Muhammad,
Yeah,
but
my reference too for the
they
one
going
God.
right back to Moses and the rest of them guys.
My
Yeah,
reference for what I said about the Wangara Wale is
mm-hmm,
Andreas W. Massing,
mm,
Massing, the Wangara and Old Soninke diaspora in West Africa, and that's
diaspora.
online, published online, diaspora. Yeah,
What does that mean?
published online 2000 November 2013.
Mm-hmm.
That's for the Wangara and Old Soninke diaspora in West Africa. Andreas W. Masson.
Okay.
Yeah,
What
but
about?
those are populations that are responsible, according to their own narrative, that are responsible for spreading Islam peacefully along trade routes.
Oh
That's why
yeah.
I like to reference the African narrative, not just the European or even the Arab or even the outside, Arab sources, and let the people, what I mean, speak for themselves at times, on certain subjects. But it's definitely Wangara. And they have a history of traveling back and forth, traversing the Sahel that goes back at least to 4,000 years ago. Them traveling backwards and forwards across the Sahel, even into the Mediterranean, doing trade. So it would make sense that they would have contacts in the Mediterranean.
Not doubt, no doubt. I know them people you're talking about. I'm glad you reminded me. You're talking about the yeah. I know them people. I know stories about them people. I mean, I should say that. I
Yeah,
know.
I think from my own research, I believe that that's more of the Phoenician, what we would call the Phoenician type. I believe it was more of a Wangara stock than anything else. Definitely not European. Definitely not modern European. But I think
But
that would be attributed to Soninke type of people that we associate with Phoenicians nowadays in the literature.
uh, I find once again there's cross culturalism because when you say Phoenician in the so-called I'm gonna just say so-called conscious community, people envision something totally different than when you say Phoenician, and you at Harvard or Yale, they conjure up a whole nother different image than what we conjure up
Right.
in our mind's eye. So I'm just saying though that I recognize what you're talking about. I've heard stories about that. I've even heard stories about those people in relatively telling stories about the different things that happen in a lot of different quarters of Earth as they traveled around in their what you call trade routes.
Right. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think the picture that comes to mind often is a European, but I think a lot of the data is telling us it was more of a Wangara, Soninke, Ganawa type of stock, which would be more African like than anything, more Africans than anything, you know.
The thing is, though, is that first of all, because I like the fact that you go back further than most. The idea to me is continentalization is what I'm realizing that classification has went into continentalization, and continentalization is a recent occurrence, a recent geographical occurrence, and so we had a different way of classifying or denoting groups of people before we would continentalize them. Now we are deep into continentalization. Oh, he's a European. Oh, she's an African. Oh, she's a this, and based on their continent or land mass or country or something. Like, oh, he's a Jamaican, when really he may not be a Jamaican actually, because you know, do you understand what Jamaica is? I mean, let me ask you in this fashion. Do you understand that Jamaica is a ship owned by the British government? It's a ship. They consider it as SS Jamaica. Maritime law type attitude on it. And so everybody in Jamaica, who especially citizens, are actually subjects because they use British concepts. So they call them subjects. They don't waste their time talking about
subjects to the crown.
Yeah, and in the same way in the U.S. they just call them citizens. That's a pseudonym for subjects. It's the same concept. Subjects of the government. Now, when you're citizen, you're subjects of the government. When you're British, you're subjects of the crown. It's still subjugation.
Meaning that what you taxable. You taxable.
All of the above.
They want to tax you. That's what they want to tax you. That's what they want to make sure they do.
Now, are you familiar with the actual? Of course you are. Word tax. Tax don't mean just 10% of this type. Tax means to draw out energy from a thing. You understand the concept of taxation, right? Tax, I mean, to tax something. I would look up exactly, because I looked it up when I checked it out. And it gave the exact meaning. It means to draw the energy out, to tax a thing. And so the actual, it ain't a strain or heavy demand. That's what a tax is. A strain or a heavy demand. They would tell you a compulsory contribution to state revenue. That's how they would say that.
I only think the demand is heavy when the people taxing you is not doing the right thing with it. But when they're doing the right thing with the tax money, taking care of people, building up roads and hospitals and schools and things of that nature, and keeping the infrastructure right for the people, then that's taxation.
They are doing that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, wait a minute.
Tax is not always exploitive. It just depends on what they're doing with it.
This is what I mean by cross-cultural whatever I was saying earlier, how we be taking their words and culture and trying to apply it to ourselves. When they said we the people of the United States of America, and they wrote that paper and signed it and everything like that, the rest of that story, according to Taney, you recognize Taney of the Dred Scott decision, according to Taney, and he put in several examples. The people who wrote that were not talking about niggas. The people who signed that, excuse me, I don't know who wrote it, but the people who signed that had slaves. And they were in a societal mental framework where they can own niggas. So when they wrote we the people, they weren't talking about us. And they show that all the time. Even when Cuffy was there when they wrote it, Cuffy was there. And Cuffy said, y'all not talking about us, are you? And they say, no, nigga. And he said, damn, we ain't gonna get nowhere here with these people. Let's see if we can find another place to go to. And that's why they looked at Africa. They weren't looking at Africa like, oh, I want to go back to Africa. I want to go back home where I left my mother and my brothers. And no, they were going back because they say they need a place where they can get their stuff off. And then they went back to Africa and realized you can't get your stuff off there either. So they came back to America. A lot of niggas went places trying to get their stuff off. Because every time you try to get your stuff off in the U.S., you will be attacked.
What you mean as far as making progress and things like that?
Of course.
Yeah, almost, you definitely get attacked.
Almost minute progress. Like them guys in Philly moved. It was only maybe 3 little families. They brought out the airplanes and bombed. Oh, come on. That wasn't overkill. What? They'd be like, no, don't even move, nigga, until we tell you. Talk about putting your foot on my neck. No, they put a bomb on us. And children, they didn't care. And they threw down. And the guy, Good, he was the colored guy there at the time. And they told Good, move out of the way or we'll bomb you too. And guess what did Good do? He moved right out of the way. That's why I say we have to have a war chest. We ain't got no war chest. Good could have came back to the brothers and say, hey, man, we got to do something about this. And the brothers say, okay, we got you covered, Good. No problem. You go hang out. We ain't going to let them get you. Then Good could have performed like a real nigga. But we are not shoring up our people. We have to shore them up. We got to build this war chest. If we don't have a war chest, you can't go to war. Even Ben Franklin went to France to get a war chest when he was going to fight, bring a contention against the British monarchy. He had to go get a war chest, man. You can't just start talking about, oh, well, we demand this and that, and you ain't got no war chest. You might as well sit down. People laughing at you. I mean, the people that you're talking to, not the other people that may be trying to join you or something, but the people you're talking to, because I notice it's a one-way conversation with, we demand this and that. That's a one-way conversation. You don't take that to nobody. When you take it to the people you're demanding it from, you put it in a petition, which is a beg. A petition means to beg. You don't go in there with demands and declarations. That's what I'm saying. Go in with demands and declarations. That's what I say. Go in with demands and declarations. Declare ourselves nationhood. Go in with, but we got to have some powerhouse. We got to have some backup. Gaddafi giving niggas $1 billion. That's nice. How much was it? $1 billion? Asiatic. How much?
Yeah, I don't think it was $1 billion. I'm not sure. I don't think it was $1 billion though, Wale. I think that's a little bit much.
It was a few million, maybe.
I think it was 5 million. I'm not sure, but I think it was about 5 million.
Look, at $1 a day, we can pull that out of our butt. Why we got to go over there and worry about whether the cracker going to allow somebody to give us 5 million? We can pull that out of our butt at $1 a day and don't even miss it. That's toilet paper to us. $5 million. As a group of people, we are 30 million deep. We can pull $5 million out in 3 minutes.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Wale, but I just don't think the marketing is in place to get black folks to do that. You know, black
And
folks need to be reached with those types of ideas on a mass scale. You know, and that's what's not in place.
cousin, that's what being in we're putting it in place. No, it's not in place.
I could
Oh
do it.
my goodness.
I would
Where's the
agree.
bridge? No, nigga, I build bridges. I don't go looking for, oh, I can't get across that gulch because ain't nobody build a bridge yet. So I just sit over here and wait till somebody build a bridge. No, nigga, I build bridges.
Mm-hmm.
No, this ain't in place yet. We're putting it in place. If we keep waiting on the thing to be in place before we, come on. We have to make things happen. We have to make things. That's why I keep saying make things.
That's right, 100%.
And then we make it happen. Build a war chest. We can build a war chest in such a time, such a big war chest in such short time, and we don't have to refer to it as a war chest. I know a community chest is what I like to call it personally, because calling it a war chest is like intimidating. So we just refer to it as a community chest, in public. But in private, we understand that it's a war chest, because who paid Johnny Cochran? Not Johnny Cochran. Who would pay a lawyer to do the reparations case? We must pay them. Who would pay a lawyer to do a case on my property? I must pay him. You know, the plaintiff must pay the lawyer. You can't say, well, do it out of, pro bono. We have to have, something that we're doing for ourselves. That's all. Just our children will be proud. You think the stuff buying a car make them proud? Ain't no buying no car gonna make no child proud. Make a car. That'll make the whole neighborhood proud.
Who's y'all talking about? I ain't talking about no reparation.
Nigga, I don't know what the hell they talk about. What y'all talking about? Y'all definitely ain't talking about no motherfucking reparations. I don't know what the hell he was talking about neither. Yeah.
I don't talk much about reparations unless I'm saying let's repair ourselves. We're the only ones that can.
100%.
Nigga Dev said we ain't talking about no reparations. The fuck y'all talking about? Talking that FBA shit. Nah, let me stop just joking.
Would you agree that reparation be seen as a strategy? Because really a sovereign entity doesn't look for reparations. A sovereign entity serves itself.
Nobody's sovereign, yo. You gotta slow down on that talk. Bro.
Yeah, we ain't sovereign over here. We definitely ain't sovereign.
I am.
You know, at least legally, I'll say that.
Legally sovereign. I am legally sovereign.
Yeah, that's what's up, Waller. Oh man. Whew. Life ain't nothing but tricks and hoes.
Hey, that's so beautiful.
This nigga Wale, boy, you be wildin', son. Like you bugging up.
So Wale, you talked about building a bridge. You're a builder. Do you think it's possible to construct a sovereign entity?
Of course.
I agree. Just like building a bridge. And Wale, would you go on?
What's that? You call my name?
Yeah. So you agree with me that it's possible for people who are not in a sovereign position to construct a sovereign entity to carry out sovereign activities. Would you agree with that?
I'm gonna tell you what I agree with, because I studied this stuff about that we're speaking on now. It appears to me that the concept of sovereignty is what we say a state of mind. That and a state of being that is natural law. Under natural law, we are all sovereign. In that natural law of us all being sovereigns, we can give or loan our sovereignty, our sovereignness to a group, so-called. Let's say you got a little group, it's 5 of you guys hang out, and y'all take y'all little sovereignty, and like the Three Musketeers or something, and you put it together. Now, all for one and one for all. That's a sovereign group.
Excellent. Excellent. Yes.
Y'all gotta hold off on the Hollywood talk, man. Y'all just talking. Y'all
I'm
just
not.
feel like just messing around. But you're
No,
not getting into the true details of the definition. Don't pretend
Oh,
like you're the only one that know what sovereign means. Don't nobody here.
okay. I wasn't the guy that I was actually talking to the mentality, the position and perspective of the
But
question.
anybody can do that. You don't have to be sovereign to have that mentality. Anybody can do that. A
That's
brainwashed
what
Manchurian candidate can do that.
we agree.
Y'all getting kind of bored. Y'all ready to kick the action up? What's happening?
I thought we were getting somewhere because the dude seemed to understand and agree with what I was saying, and you seem not to understand or agree with what I was saying, and therefore you wish to make a difference. Please do. It's your run, man. Do your thing.
Yeah, we operate in financial commerce.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're supplying your own assets and resources and sustainability, you had no business even discussing with sovereign activities.
That's so beautiful.
In a dependent citizenship that good. How we gonna claim sovereignty?
Mm-hmm. It's like Marley saying, people around here ain't sovereign, man. Ain't nobody around here sovereign. I mean, I am. But in answer to dude's question, you see it, and you see how it's defended. It's like a disease almost. It's compared almost to a disease. Ain't nobody around here sovereign. Shit. We can't be sovereign. How the hell we gonna be free? We can't do that. We gotta be under the crackers, whatever. I understand. I just was making sure the guy with that asked me the question that he fully understands the answer.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that we can't be free. I'm just saying you're not sovereign. You don't have any sovereignty in the nation of America. You know
Sovereignty
what I'm saying?
is
Sovereignty.
freedom. If you're not sovereign, you're not free. If you're not
He
free,
don't
you're
really
not
give a shit.
right.
Yeah.
Marley don't really give a
It's-
shit. I know Marley don't really give a shit. I get it. Just
No,
conversation
no,
and
no. I was talking about IC3. Unless he writing a book. Is he writing a book?
I was trying to explore Wale's points.
Oh.
So I agree that we're not black people. Some of not in a sovereign position, but the question was to Wale. Okay, so can non-sovereign or people that are not in a sovereign position, can they create or build a sovereign entity to carry out sovereign activities? And Wale agreed with me, I think, but
Oh.
some of you disagree.
I want to know. I say no. I didn't mean that necessarily. I want to know what's the definition of sovereign. Let's put that down so we can have a decent and enjoyable conversation without people saying, "Well, ain't nobody this." Whether we can all know what we're
Sovereign.
talking.
Sovereign
And
means a supreme. It means a supreme ruler. You're
okay,
sovereign.
no,
Yeah,
okay. Look the word up because we need actual definition.
that is the actual definition.
Okay, I'm
Gonna go
about
to
to read.
Google? You gonna go to
That is.
Google?
That's what he's gonna see when the actual definition.
What am I going to see?
You're
Tell me
gonna
what I'm going
see.
to.
You're gonna see someone who is in rule.
Tell someone
A
what?
supreme ruler. That's what a sovereign
I don't
is.
see that. I'm looking at three different definitions, and none of them have that definition that you just
You
described
look.
to me. I don't see it in
Definition.
Did you hop?
So what does
three.
so what
Did
does
you?
it what does it say?
Did
It
you hop
says
onto Google?
yes, of course. I
Pause.
Google right away. 10
What does it
seconds. I
say?
get how many things they give me in 10 seconds because in 2 seconds sometimes. I go to Google, man, and I see 3 or 4 definitions, and they all start here. Supreme power.
Right. A supreme ruler. That's a
No,
supreme ruler.
not ruler. Don't say ruler, man. You keep saying that, and
Where does it
none of
say that?
them.
Where does it say? Where does it
None of
say
them.
that? Where does it say that? Where does it say that? Pull it up on the screen. Pull it up on the
Okay,
screen because you're lying. Pull it up on
I'm
the screen.
gonna share the
Pull
screen,
it
please,
up. Pull it up on the screen.
Yeah, give him time, Wally. His connection is not as fast as people in the United States. Yeah.
Because it says a supreme ruler. That's what it says. A supreme ruler, especially of a monarch. That's the first definition. Then it says a former of British gold. Sorry, a former British gold coin. That's the second definition.
I got British in it. It's a British source.
Okay.
Cambridge or Oxford.
Is Marley showing that stuff he's reading? Show what you're
Then it
reading,
also
Marley.
so no,
Show us.
I'm going to show it. I'm going to show it. I just asked you to show. Don't try to deflect now, nigga. Don't worry. I'm gonna show mines, nigga. I'm gonna show mines. You show yours. Like I said, show yours, and then I'll show mine. Because it says nothing.
About
It says nothing. It says nothing about what you just now said. And no definite. And you lied to us, bro. Like we were dumb. Like you literally lied to us like if we was dumb, bro.
We're talking about a word. We're talking about a word, man. We're talking about a word.
Nah, it's not even the word. It's the fact that the nigga lied just now, bro. And then he tried to deflect like if we stupid. Like that shit is mad annoying, son. That shit mad annoying, bro.
That's the part that
give him
pissed me
time.
off.
The fuck
You
is
say I'm
like so
lying.
that shit is annoying, Wale. That shit is mad annoying, bro. Like that shit is annoying, bro. Like I don't see why the hell. I don't see why you just can't. I don't see why you just can't be humble, bro. Why you can't be humble, son? So
Share
so
the
All right, here
so
we go.
yo so
you gonna
Wait,
stop me to cuss with your
hold
dumb ass.
on, Marty. Hold on, Marty. No.
yeah.
Share the screen, man, before I start cussing up in here. Because he keep that bull
Share
crap up,
screen.
I'm gonna start cussing like a crazy maniac up in here,
Okay.
man. Enough.
Okay. We talking about a word, man. Come on with it.
No, he called me a liar.
Dumbass old nigga. Show the shit.
Oh, see, you a piece of
Show the
shit.
shit. Show the shit. You fucking idiot.
I'm gonna
Fuck,
go
now
ahead.
niggas gotta clown your little dumbass. Show the shit.
You see it
Son
right
on
here.
Sunday morning.
Come on
It's
now.
supreme power. It don't say nothing about ruler. The next one says something about an authority to govern itself, or to the authority of a state to govern itself. The next one says a self-governing state. It goes down there even more. But the first three, just as I said, none of them mention ruler. This fool called me a liar. He's a liar for doing that. And it's very irresponsible, and it shows your character.
All right. We have some consensus here, or what's happening? We on the unity end, or we on the separation end? Which end are we working with?
We're on the clarification end.
Yeah, hello? 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 Yeah. So what does it say? It says it's a supreme power of authority, right? That's what it says, supreme power of authority. It's the same thing. It's a ruler, bro. The person who is an authority. It's the same thing.
Okay, go
They're
to authority then.
synonymous.
Go to authority. We on the word game situation here, man. We caught up
It's the
on
same thing. The
authority.
person who is of
No,
authority,
we
the ruler.
got it. We're going to
This
it. We're
nigga
going to it.
slow, son. This nigga dumb.
You there, Wale?
Everyone,
His
don't get
connection. Yeah, his connection.
I'm here, but I will not discuss anything with the asshole that's talking.
We are not doing harmonies, both of you all.
See, ready. I was here cool talking with people, and I'm ready to cuss a mug out.
We
I ain't
don't
doing
cuss
it.
people out.
And to be technical, and to be technical with your dumb ass, you said it means to be free
No,
anyway. You said it means to
no.
be free, so you was wrong from off the rip anyway. You fucking idiot. That's
Come
what you said.
on,
The definition. That's what you said.
Stop.
That's what you said. That's
Marty.
what you said. That's what you said. The
Marty.
definition meant. You said the definition. Oh, I'm talking. 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 That's what you said. You said the definition means to be free. You were wrong in your definition, regardless to the fact. You idiot. You're wrong. You're wrong. Why can't you just be humble and just say that you're wrong, you dummy?
Here it is, right here.
Fucking idiot, son.
And yeah, okay, I get you, man.
Yeah, that's what you said. That's exactly what you said. You said sovereignty means to be free. It says nothing like that in the definition. Yeah, I hate niggas like that, son. Hope y'all niggas die, son.
Just hate
Niggas be
niggas.
mad arrogant, bro. No, you an idiot. You a fucking dummy. I hate ignorant people who are stubborn and fucking arrogant. You're dumb. And you don't belong here.
All right.
Fuck.
Marley.
Niggas like that, son.
You're supposed
Niggas
to
just be
pray for
sitting
people
up
to
lying. Yo, I'm talking. I don't care about anything that you're saying, Nina, right now. I don't care about that.
I know, Marley, but
Yeah.
if you want to learn
Bro, I
things,
don't
the
care.
fucking
Bro, I
child don't
don't
want
care.
to.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't
We
care.
teach
I don't
people.
care. I don't care. He's unteachable. He's slow. He's slow.
Oh, here it is. Are you looking at Dev? Is my thing still on the screen? Because I just found what he.
It's still on.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to that because I have to go from screen to screen, in order to bring it up. So right here, it says right here under Merriam-Webster, it says the sovereignty definition and meaning. Number one, a supreme power, especially over a body politic. That's what I described with the Three Musketeers.
No, that's not what you said. You said it means to be free. That's what you said, you dummy. That's what you said, dumbass. Okay. You said it means to be free. I said it's the one who's in supreme power or supreme. It means supreme rule. I said that, right? You said to be free.
Are you
That's what you said.
Are you looking at the screen or
Bro,
you
I'm not
just?
trying to see, bro. I'm not trying to see none of that shit that you talking about. You's a goofy ass old nigga that just be sitting up here
Okay,
lying
all
with your
right,
little stupid
okay,
ass.
man.
Man, yo,
Hey,
I'm
here,
out, yo. I don't even want to talk to
Okay,
this
bro.
dumb nigga. So I'm out, B. Fuck
All
out
right,
of
please,
here.
though. Okay,
please,
all right.
under the Merriam-Webster definition right here, sovereignty, definition and meaning: A, a supreme power over body politic. B, freedom from external control. It says right there, freedom from external control. It says right there in the definition on the Merriam-Webster dictionary,
Okay,
freedom from external
okay,
control.
okay.
Yeah, very clear.
You got it. Okay, you
So,
can stop.
Wale.
You can
Oh,
stop sharing, Wale. It's kind of eating up
Oh,
his
okay, thank
bandwidth.
you. Okay,
Okay.
thank you. I'll cut
yeah.
it off.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wale.
All right.
So, thank you for that clarity. So, would you agree that a people who do not are not in a state of sovereignty at the present moment can work together to form or build a sovereign autonomous entity in order for that entity to carry out the needs of that group of people?
Yep, happens all the time.
Hey, what's up with it, Psycho? Hey, not sure what happened last night, man. Somebody typed in the chat that somebody flag you. Did you get a
Hmm.
notification or just technical difficulties? There was a few people having issues with StreamYard last night. Sorry for the interruption, man. This stream right here is actually a continuation of Psycho's cast, even though he went 12 hours. Oh, okay. All right, all right. Um, so yeah, did y'all get any clarification on the sovereignty issue?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, with that clarification on sovereignty, which goes along with the concept of freedom and autonomous entity, I think Wale and I agree that it's possible for a people not in a state of sovereignty to construct and build a sovereign or autonomous entity. So I don't know if anybody else agrees or disagrees with that. Because I had the impression that there are a few people that disagreed with that idea or principle, I should say.
Disagree with what?
Okay, so here's a statement. I am saying that, I'll put it in context. I'm saying that the people classified as black are not in a sovereign position at the moment. But I'm convinced that people classified as black can come together and construct a sovereign or autonomous entity to do what they want it to do. That's my statement. So maybe some people would agree with that or disagree. But I'm saying that's my position.
Nah, that would take a governing body, whether the people come together or not. So
I'm not sure what Wale is on.
Okay, so you say it would take a governing body to allow that group of people to be allowed to create its own sovereign entity. Is that what your disagreement? I'm not sure.
Oh, he's typing in the chat.
What? You asked a question, man? I didn't hear a question.
Oh, he was asking you. Oh, he was
Yeah.
saying that people had to come together and construct a sovereign body, and I was like, no, you have to have a governing body to enforce that.
Oh, okay. This
Yeah.
this is what I'm understanding from reading the conceptualizations of America, of the United States, excuse me, of America. Uh, Sovereignty is each man's right. First of all, that's a natural law right. Natural law trumps any law you can think of. That's You can take that to court. I've seen people take that to court, natural law, and win. It's takes balls because most people are frightened by what they call what do they call positive law, which is codes and stuff like that they make up. That's called positive law, or something of that nature. Maritime law, all that stuff. But all that falls prey to natural law. And natural law says every sentient being is sovereign. This is not Christian law. This is natural law. Christian law says something different, talking about pagans and all that. No, no. Natural law says every sentient being is sovereign. Now, what you do with that is up to you. Okay, I'm going to tell you, you're sovereign, I'm sovereign. I come up to you and say, hey, do this. And you get scared and go do it. You just relinquish your sovereignty. I didn't do nothing. You did. All that stuff happened in your mind. And you go do it. Anything else I could do for your boss? Maybe he say, I'll pay you $5 to do some work for me. You have just traded your sovereignty because your work is your life, is your time of life. You gave that time of life for a couple of dollars, whatever amount, 2 million, it don't matter, whatever, a couple of dollars. And that was when you traded your sovereignty for money. But your sovereignty is always yours. Watch any event and you'll see that people make decisions. Long as you can make a decision, you are sovereign. What decision will you make? You want to group up, you get 4 or 5 guys, like I say, the 3 guys together, and y'all say one for all and all for one. You are declaring a, what do you call it? A group sovereignty. Y'all are all throw down together. You stand on this. If you don't, that's why people be saying if you don't stand on nothing, you know what I mean? That's what you stand on. That's where you're gonna claim your sovereignty right there at that position. And that's so now you're gonna join up with other people who are gonna claim that position. That's what the marches in the 60s and 50s was about. Them freedom marches, but they weren't no civil rights marches. I don't think I ever saw a civil rights march. I've seen freedom marches my whole time I was alive, though. Freedom marches. Those people were joining their sovereignty to one another, and they say, "Hey, no, we're gonna do this," and everybody throws down. And that's what I saw, and that's what people were marching for. The not only the right, because we all have rights. Our rights are given to us at birth. Nobody can give you a right. No constitution can give you a right. Your rights were given to you at birth. By you being born inherently, That's why they're called inalienable. They cannot be taken from you. No one can give it. No one can take it. That's inalienable. We misunderstand and think, oh, the Constitution gives us the right to do. The Constitution don't give you no right to do nothing. The Constitution promises to defend your right, or not even your right, because they weren't really considering you. They promised to defend the rights of the Europeans and other Christians and stuff they were bringing over, and stuff like that. That's why they didn't include, the Jews had a hard time because they weren't Christians. That's why everybody else had about it, because they weren't Christians with their law. Their law is made for Christians. When you convert like Paul Cuffey them did, and you think you're a Christian and now you should fall under their jurisdiction, and they get to the last point and say, well, wait a minute, you still a nigga. Then you say, oh, wow, I did all that thinking I was hooked up with them and following all their little rules, as they say, and now get to the bottom line and it's catch 22. I'm still a nigga.
%. So I think you agree with me, Wale, that a group of people can come together and construct a sovereign or autonomous entity to do something. So the other brother said, this is not possible without, well, he didn't say, but the impression I got was he disagreed because to do that, it has to have an authority above that group of people to allow them to do it. That's the impression I got. Is that correct? Because I know you disagreed, but is that correct understanding of your disagreement?
Yeah, why else would you need to do it if you was already sovereign since you were born? Why would you need to claim or declare a state of whatever that you're claiming? And so you wouldn't have to do that if there wasn't already an established governing and enforcement entity, if you will. So yeah, you're mandated and required, and you cannot transfer, build, or operate without a governing body.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. So, sorry, go on.
I also say we are all familiar that the governing body that you might be referring to was created and made up by a group of people. We have the history of them making it up.
And the people signed off on it. So whether they made it up,
and I'm agreeing with you. And I'm saying we have
they signed off on the made up governing body.
We have the same ability, is what I'm stating. My contention, as it were.
Is that in line with secession? Is that where?
Nah, it's something
okay.
different.
So, if a group of people are under this governing body, as you were saying, and this group of people, this group of people feel that the authority or the governing body that they're under is not treating them well or not serving them justice, so they want to build their own sovereign entity. Is that, what would be the word for that? You say just an act of rebellion.
Good morning. Hey, Pam. I was just waiting for everybody to talk. Happy Kwanzaa. For those celebrating Kwanzaa, is you job? Job. That's today. Today is the focus on economics and finance in the Black
Yeah, you gotta
community.
wait till a break in the discussion. Then we called your name earlier for the break.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I was here. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Finish up your point. Whoever was responding.
Yeah, well, I suppose we can leave it to after the Kwanzaa. We discuss our two positions. One, what your position is that a group of people cannot set up their own sovereign entity without the permission of the authority. And my position, in contrast, is that it can be done, but it will be a clash with the authority, with the authority that has control of them at the present moment in time. That's it.
I just want to
Yeah.
respond. Sorry, Marley. I was interjecting because I didn't want y'all to fight. I was just trying to calm y'all down. I wasn't trying to disrespect if that's the way you was taking it. That's not what I meant to do.
Oh, I thought you wanted to do a Kwanzaa
I
celebration or
do. Just
something.
somebody just mentioned something in the chat. I don't like to be like cause of stress or an irritant. But yeah, I was going Kwanzaa. I wish Truth would do Kwanzaa. I think Truth, he has a very good background in history or whatever. But I've been trying to practice Kwanzaa. I don't have the candles yet. I need to set up the candles. The candles are red, green, and black. The black one in the middle. The red, I think, is on the left, and the green is on the right. And each day you light the candle and you practice the theme for the day. Today is economics. So, black own black, businesses support black businesses, buy black, all of that's today. So I just want to encourage people to celebrate Kwanzaa. People who don't, I understand, but those that are just supporting and giving information about Kwanzaa. um Anybody, I know it's a little off. I know we were talking about, it's been like so um I won't say negative, but it's we've been arguing back and forth every day. FBA, Pan African, this and that. Regardless, we're still black, and we all um face some of the same adversity. So no matter if you call yourself FBA, Pan African, nothing wrong with being positive and trying to improve yourself, no matter what um which one you support. So I'm definitely for black people, whether they FBA, Pan African, ADOS, whatever you want to call yourself. If you black, I hope that you are prospering. I hope you're progressing. I want nothing but positive things for you. So that's what I was hoping, this morning would be. That's why I didn't want to hear and I won't say I don't want to hear. I didn't want, there to be an argument. That's why I was interjecting, trying to diffuse it. I guess I did. My apologies. But let's think of something positive. What we doing for the Black community 2025? Staying live in 20 all the way in 25. Let's go ahead. Let's sit up here and see how we're gonna make Black America great again. They making America great again. We making Black America great again. Let's do this.
Nah, they was on a sub reparations issue. They were breaking it down. IC3 and Wale was discussing. I'm not sure Wale has some ideas, philosophies, I guess. Wale, you still there?
Yeah, man. Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was addressing you. I'm not sure if you
Oh, I didn't know you were addressing me. I thought you were addressing Lena at that moment.
Yeah, I was, but IC3 was addressing you before she jumped in. She's
Yeah. He might get back to it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he's on the screen or not.
Yeah, I'm here, but I thought the sister wanted to say something about Kwanzaa and remind us about Kwanzaa. I think the impression I got from her is that she just wants to remind us of the positive time of year, the Kwanzaa, the meaning of Kwanzaa, and to have a more positive discussion. And I think that's the kind of impression I got what she was saying, which is good. You know? So let us, because the topics that we're discussing, they're always highly, well, I'm just going to give my position here. I believe that once you start discussing economics and Black economics, it's always going to be a highly charged situation. And it's the kind of topic that the white supremacists and the enemies of Black people don't like us to discuss and find solutions and positive ways forward. They would rather spend hours and hours discussing the problems and not discussing solutions.
Yeah.
So I'd like to explore our disagreement as a positive, you know, in our discussion, we can explore the disagreement about the creation or the construction of a sovereign or autonomous entity. Can Black people construct a sovereign entity, an autonomous entity, without the permission of the authorities? And I say yes, and I think you disagree with me when you say, I think you say no. Is that correct?
It's the concept of Black people that will make me say I doubt sovereignty will ever happen in that purview. See, everyone knows we are not Black. They will even say that's asinine for me to even say that statement. However, when out of their mouth, they will proclaim that they are Black, knowing that no one is Black. See what I'm saying? That they are not. They're, you know, it's a classification put on them by what they are willing to accept as a supreme authority. So, as long as you're willing to accept that, you cannot be sovereign because you are already accepting a supreme authority over you.
Okay.
You get the logic of it.
Right.
You have to come out of that first. Once you come out of that and you say, hey man, I'm just not even a human, because we ain't sure what that is. You look it up in etymology, you don't want to be that. So I'm just saying that when we come into truth, my ultimate answer is truth. When we speak truth, we know what truth is. People are like, yo, you like that boy just said I was lying. Then when I showed it, he bugged off. Because I'm so dedicated to truth. You know, we have to, that's the for our people to unite, to prosper, and all them other great things that we talk about. We must dedicate ourselves to truth. In that dedication, we will find our sovereignty, because no one can take you off of that position of truth. Then on that position, you are sovereign. And then you add that to other people who are also sovereign, and then we can go on and move forward. And you won't hear nobody talking about, using terms that we know are not true, but that were placed upon us, stamped on our forehead by another entity. No, you ain't no sovereignty in that, cuz.
Good point. Good point. Okay, so let me challenge that. Truth. Okay. That's a very strong point. So I'd like to split truth. Okay, let me put it this way. For example, the white supremacists know that they are not white. No, there's no person who's actually white. They know a white piece of paper. Everybody knows what a white piece of paper looks like, and nobody looks like a white piece of paper. But a group of people decided to come together and classify themselves as white. Even though, going back to what you're saying, the truth, they're not white, but it's a construct. Yes, and it's a very effective construct that they have built and work with. And that construct has given them a form of sovereignty. So it's almost like sovereignty is an entity that they built. It's a bit like the golem. I don't know if you know about the golem. The Jews built the golem kind of thing to do the work. So you make this. It goes back to this. The free man of the land. Yeah, go on, continue.
What a Christian is, a golem.
Pardon?
That's what a Christian is, a golem.
Right. Yeah. So when attacking that word truth, okay, there's truth of reality. The sun shines and so on, but there's also a constructed truth. They say, well, the government says white people exist. Okay, so that's a truth now, isn't it? It's a constructed truth. The state says white people exist. Therefore, it's a kind of truth. So that's why I was trying to address your issue about truth. There's constructed truth, and then there's truth that which is. So
that's the only truth, that which is. Truth is that what truth is. It is when it is not, then it is not truth.
Okay.
When it is truth.
Right.
Truth is.
Okay. So it is true that white people do not exist. Okay, that's the truth. Nobody looks like a piece of white paper. So how do you counter that system of white supremacy, which is functional? It's functional, it's operational, financial, political, and cultural.
What, truth? You say truth is cultural?
No. I'm saying, yeah. So truth, we don't have to discuss truth. That's obvious. So,
say that again.
Yeah, there's no point arguing about truth. Truth is.
Truth is.
Right. So when we discuss, we say that the we, there appear, who is this we? The we, they say, is people classified as black. People classified as black are catching hell by those who have constructed the classification. So this we, how do we, because I'm classified as black, and I've suffered as a result of being classified as black.
Can you likewise kind of argue that there's no such thing as black people because there aren't people that's the color like black?
Pardon?
Like you said, there's no people the color of a sheet of paper. There aren't black people the color of like coal or something black, absolute black. So could you kind of argue that?
No, that what we're saying is that's an obvious truth. So there's no point to argue that. There's no point spending time discussing that. Yeah. Okay. So we are in a financial political and cultural system. We're using the money in our pockets. Yeah, the money in your pockets can buy real food that you can eat. Yeah. Okay. So there's an aspect. The structure that we're in is a structure built by the white supremacists. So it's a kind of reality. It's a kind of truth. You have to accept that it's operational. It works. So therefore it's real, and therefore it's a kind of truth. So who would disagree? Would you anybody disagree with that?
What is real? What are you calling real? What are you saying is real? Define that clearly, because the way
Okay.
you speak is kind of is difficult right now to follow. I'll catch on, but
Right. Okay.
explain what.
When I say real,
No, I know what real means. What are you saying is real?
right? Yeah, I'm saying it's real that people classified as black are overrepresented in the prison system and in the justice system. Therefore, something has to be done to counter that, in my
Okay.
opinion.
Okay. So now you say overrepresented. Yeah, the words you use are confusing because of the concepts that I associate with the words you're using. So I'm attempting to recategorize the words that you're using so that I can accept them in the context that you are using them.
Okay.
I would go on to agree with the statement that you made based upon me understanding better your statement. Yes, I agree.
Anybody else disagree?
I say I agree.
Yeah,
Does
yeah,
this
you
seem-
you agree, but maybe somebody else disagrees.
Oh, someone else. Okay.
Yeah. So we can walk through this.
Hey, it's up to you, man. I ain't got
Yeah.
nowhere to go.
Okay. So we walk through because we're still staying on the issue of sovereignty and the possibility of the people classified as black constructing a sovereign or autonomous entity to deliver justice to those classified as black. So it's a counter white supremacist entity. So I'm saying the white supremacists have constructed their system and it's working, it's functional, and it's having an impact on people classified as black around the world. It's fully functional. So I am working to counter that system. So in order to counter that system of white supremacy, and I'm in it, I have to use materials from the system that I'm in to build with others something to change my life and their lives. So going back to what you were saying, Wale, and I think the other brother was mentioning earlier, devastating that. So if you accept that identity, by accepting that identity, you put yourself, you're accepting the system of white supremacy because they're the ones that are classified you as black. So if you accept that identity, you are putting yourself, you're accepting that you're in that system or within that prison. I agree with that. So therefore, how I'm addressing that is by saying we have to use the materials of the world system, of the system that we're in order to construct something else without of it. So therefore, I am saying the solution is that we have to use black identity to unify the people classified as black in order to effectively counter white supremacy.
Okay, so to me, that's like saying I'm gonna stop him from beating me up every day. I beat myself up. That'll stop him.
Or would you agree that it could be that the tools that he is using to beat me up, or the tools that they are using to beat me up, maybe there could be a way in which I could grab those tools
Shout
and
out to
reverse them?
Taz. I hope Taz coming up here to teach us about. I'm sorry, I don't mean girl. I was just reading the chat. Shout out to Taz. Good morning, Taz. Good morning, Mizzo. Welcome to the panel. Continue. My mic's muted.
Yeah, so if I got Wale's point, I think what he was saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Wale's point is saying that um, for those people classified as black to use black identity to counter white supremacy is the same as beating yourself up with the very tools being used to beat you. Is that correct, Wale?
As you describe it, yes, of course.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I would like to say that I agree with you to a point. So you can use those tools that are being used to abuse you as a black person. You can use them to abuse yourself, beat yourself up, but you can also use those tools that are being used against you to reverse engineer and counter the system of white supremacy. Would you accept
Okay,
that?
not at all. Not even. For, I wouldn't even consider it. I dismiss that out of hand. Actually, I'd ignore it. Actually,
Wow,
personally,
interesting.
because it's a concept that I use for things, and I'll describe it to you. It's going to sound strange, but I will describe it to you. Uh, to me, when someone uses a weapon, that means they're afraid. First of all, while they're using a weapon, they're scared to come at whoever straight up. That's why. So that's they're afraid. Mhm. Secondly, the weapon is not what's attacking me or attacking the person. It's the person using the weapon. So I don't give the weapon much credit. Actually, I kind of ignore it, as I say. I focus on who's using the weapon. That's the one, that's the one I want to attack. So listen,
What's going on?
I think
Nina
that's
sorry,
a
is,
huge
Wale.
Nina is doing her thing.
I'm sorry,
Where
Wale.
I
I'm
have no
sorry.
idea.
I don't think that a weapon doesn't always mean that you're afraid. It could also mean that you're prepared. You don't know if your opponent has an weapon either. Maybe me being from Chicago, I always expect people to carry. You know, it's like shot and be shot almost here. Hell, they so gangster here. They shot the mayor's son. They done shot priests. They crazy out here where I'm at in some spots of Chicago. So
That's it.
I don't think that just because someone has a weapon that they're scared, maybe they're just prepared.
good
So
point. Good point.
even that shows here didn't prove not were scared of an action, a proposed enforcement
Dev, you're breaking up so
Well, I
bad in
actually
my I can't
concur.
make out nothing you're saying. Every now and then I hear a word.
Can you hear me now?
Uh,
Can you hear me
More than
now?
just, I hear it better, yes.
Okay. So yeah, even in your example, that displayed fear. They were scared of greater enforcement or a movement or an act, punishment and enslavement. So that did not disprove what he was saying about weapons. And yes, colonizers used weapons because they were also scared of not accomplishing their objective. So I
They
agree.
they scared. They're scared of the niggas. Period. They scared.
Yeah.
Period. They ain't
Yeah.
gonna go over no one on one. But even now they're scared. That's why they apply so much pressure on the so-called black population. It's because they're scared. They know that so many niggas get up on them. There's gonna be a problem. They
Well,
scared.
Nah.
it depends what you mean by weapon. Like maybe I'm thinking of the
Nobody's
most primitive form. Good morning, Taz. How you doing, dear? I'm just
I
saying
tell
the
I tell
most
you like
primitive form we think of guns, knives, other forms of weaponization. Some of the most effective weapons that Europeans used wasn't even that type of weaponry. Sometimes it was like germ and disease warfare. Like smallpox was taking out niggas left and right because they weren't used to it. So you'd be surprised what could be a weapon. It's not always the weapon. It's not always a gun and knife. Don't look just for that.
They
The
still
system can be weaponized.
they still used the biological weapons because they were scared and fear was still prevalent. But go ahead, Taz. You contest.
Yeah, but for real, I'm gonna wait for y'all to move past this shit. I want to talk about Kwanzaa for real.
Go ahead, let
You know,
Taz take
Oh,
over.
even worse. Oh Lord.
Get
Take
Taz
your
first.
pick. Pseudo
Taz,
yeah,
get history.
reparations or bullshit ass holidays. What's the options here? It's on y'all, man. Go ahead and work
Go
that shit
ahead,
out however
Taz.
y'all want to do
School
it.
us.
Yeah.
I love Taz. Go ahead, school
but now
us.
my issue though, because I agree with you, it's a bullshit holiday, but I think the ignorance surrounding it is why we still, kind of respect it. Um, and I'm only saying that because, like I said, most people kind of know some of the issues with it, but I don't think everybody's aware that the founder of Kwanzaa not only went to prison for messing with some black women, but he also shot some Black Panthers. His group was literally an FBI front to get black people away from the current movement into his. And so we don't do enough research on Kwanzaa, I don't think, because if we did, we wouldn't be rocking with that. It was clearly in a CIA operation. Clearly.
Interesting. Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard
actually,
that
I
from
don't
him
feel bad
before.
because it's my second, no, third year celebrating it. I've been celebrating because I was trying to get my daughter into more black thing holidays. But she said, "How come we don't have anything black? And how come Santa Claus is white and Christian?" I was trying to get her into something that was more black and meaningful. But you got a point. If the founder's like that and it really was like a front, and then I don't really want to, celebrate, even though the principles are good. But she been working up every day, getting a small little gift, and I've been trying to pronounce it. She's like, "When we gonna get the candles?" I keep saying I was gonna get the candles. And I'm glad for the insight. I'm gonna look it up some more and go in depth in it. But that's wild.
Yeah,
I had no
yeah.
idea.
It's a story out of LA. It's Los Angeles, California, like I say. And he's definitely credited with being like a black nationalist or whatever, but he wanted to be the black nationalist. And so after Dr. King died, like I said, he was meeting with some Black Panthers. The Black Panthers were more of the chosen entity. He pulled out pistol. It was five of them. They pulled out pistol and shot two Black Panthers. I'm pretty sure you've heard of Bunchy Carter. Okay, if you ever heard of Bunchy Carter, this group is who killed him. This Kwanzaa group. And so if you look up a man by the name of Louis Tackwood, he's the FBI, excuse me, the LAPD agent that actually told the story and talked about how he recruited Karenga, and they came up with Kwanzaa and all of that to kind of throw off what traction the Black Panthers had. So it's a whole write-up on it. It's actually an article that came out in '74 called "How the FBI Attacked the Black Panthers," and they lay out how they used the United Slaves, what the group of Karengas. They were called the United Slaves. So that's where it came from. That's why I say we got to be careful with Kwanzaa because it's pretty much documented. There's no questions left as to where Karenga came from, and then he came out of prison and started working in America's colleges and universities like he never went. So, yeah, he was an agent for sure.
Was.
I mean, I say was. I mean, because his relevance today is no longer. It's not like he's relevant as much today. His holiday still stands though, but nobody talks about Karenga as a Black Power leader or any of that. But we talk about Kwanzaa still.
His legacy, yeah, is still what it is.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
So, I was looking through the thing on Karenga right now, Google, and I was sure to find. I wanted to be able to say it with complete surety that anytime you find Karenga in a group of 5 or more, you will see a cracker. That's how he rolled. Karenga rolled. He was a kumbaya dude.
Mm-hmm.
And
but shot somebody.
The girl that was always in the photographs with him was a CIA operative or agent or whatever you call them. I mean, anytime you let them in everybody knew that. Even Eldridge Cleaver, come on, man. He would bring them crackers in. People say, "Why are you bringing a cracker in here, man?" And he talking about blah 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 blah. Got all them. To me, it was all infiltration, and it was brought in by bringing them in. Just like right now, the Black Caucus got Jewish people in it. What? The African whatever their name is, I saw that was today. They said, why Jewish people at the Council of African Leaders? Why?
Yeah, I saw something last night. That's gonna kind of upset that FBA crowd. I was actually reading something that was totally unrelated. So just right quick, Dev. So the next time they start this reparations talk, bruh, I want you to take them to this place right here. I'm going to pull up something on the screen, share it for me. I want you to take them here. This is how stupid this stuff has gotten, brother. It jumped out at me last night, so I got to share it with y'all. So last night, share me up there. So last night, while I was reading into some of the different reports that's been come out about reparations, I came across one out of Massachusetts, right? So this is what was considered an FBA effort to get reparations in Amherst, Massachusetts. Do you see the name of the group that's fighting for these reparations? The group that put out the report, the group that's doing the work to get you these FBA reparations in Amherst, Massachusetts. Do you see the name of the group?
African Heritage Reparation Assembly.
Right. So for me, the FBA versus Africa shit is stupid if you got African named groups doing the research. We wasting time with this back and forth Pan-Africanism versus FBA, because at the end of the day, they're all one. At the end of the day, it's one conversation being held, and that conversation leads you to reparations. They don't care if you call yourself African. They don't care if you call yourself FBA, Negro, Afro-American. We're coming together at the end of this report as one. So, I mean, like I say, I love the back and forth. It's fun. I can do it with you. But at the end of the day, the African versus FBA sounds stupid to the people who cutting the check. Okay? Okay.
Yeah, good point. It's a good
Cool,
point,
man.
and I think you've
When you
highlighted
leave
the
that on
point.
the screen, I'm attempting to Google that assembly, but I'm attempting tried to copy it, but I have to do it word for word. Will you please leave it on the screen for a moment so I can
my
copy it?
bad. I'll put it back up for you.
Or just read it off to me. I think that might work even
Okay,
better. Just what's the name of it?
It's the African Heritage Reparation Assembly.
Okay, Miss Heritage. Okay.
African Heritage Reparations Assembly. And what they're doing, they're just getting the data for Amherst, Massachusetts. Because, you know, a lot of the cities are pursuing reparations on a city basis. So they're pursuing the city's reparations for Amherst, Massachusetts. And if I sound stupid,
What's the last, wait,
say, bro?
What's the last word? Assembly?
Yes.
Assembly. Oh, I gotta look that up. That's what made me look it up. Thank you.
And it's the rejection of it for me, because the person in the chat says one report ain't jack. Well, that's the one report for Amherst, Massachusetts. Okay, so you dumb FBA remedial. I love Tariq Nasheed. I wish I could sit on his lap, motherfuckers. You don't have a report that denotes anything to do with reparations. These other groups that may be called foundational black, they may be called African. They're doing the work, bro. I don't care what they call themselves. They're doing the work.
Okay, I just found them. They look just what I thought they would look like. I found the assembly.
Yeah, it's the people that's doing the work, but they don't care about no damn FBA and none of that shit. They're doing the work in regard to black people in America.
Mm-hmm. I think that's beautiful, man. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I was reading that last night because I wanted to see how far along they were in some of these cities, and like I said, that jumped out at me on that report because everybody wants to argue about the name. And so, like, if the name is the problem, well, that's kind of stupid because even though the name is African, the work they're doing is for Amherst, Massachusetts. So can we leave the dumb shit?
Oh, it's just for Amherst they're looking into.
Yeah, that's just for Amherst.
Only for that little space. I mean,
yeah.
That, you know, a little space. Okay.
Yes, that's just
NPR is the program. The program NPR, National Public Radio, comes out of Amherst. I used to listen to it for years. Coming out of Amherst, comes out. There's a university there. They sound kind of like the Quaker kind of attitude, liberal, very liberal area kind of thing, and yeah, that's what I know about Amherst on that. So when I heard you, and then when I saw what it said, assembly, that let me know it was some crackers in it, and so I went and looked.
That's right.
Sure enough,
that's right. The Quakers are very involved. They're doing work over here. They're giving us we have an annual reparations conference, and there's this really massive building. It's a Quaker building in the city of London, West End, huge, and the Quakers give it to us to have our reparations conference free of charge, and it's free food as well. So a lot of black people will all go there for the reparations conference, and a lot of people from the political state are there.
You think they do
a lot of people in the UK? How much black people even in the UK?
I'm making the point about the Quakers. I'm making the point.
No,
about
I know.
Quakers
I hear you
involved.
about Quakers, but I hear you saying that a lot of black people was there. I'm trying to say, like, how many black people are even in the UK?
It's enough. Have you been to the UK? Have you been?
I got family in the UK. I'm not. If you ain't in the UK, Wale, and don't know, then I don't even know what enough means. I'm asking IT3.
Yeah, well, it's the largest gathering on the issue of reparations within a building.
So you don't know how many black people is even in the UK?
Yeah, I was. That's not relevant. Why do I want to talk about that? I'm talking about
I'm
reparations.
asking you because you use words that can be quantified. Like a lot of people be there, and if you're using words like a lot,
Oh, right.
I'm
Okay.
trying to figure
Okay.
out how many people are actually even black that's in the UK.
It's a small percent because UK itself
You can
isn't
look. You
big.
can. You can look it up, and if you don't want that figure, you
I,
can look it up
I ain't
on
even.
the
I'm
internet.
asking you. Is you being in the UK? All right. So how many black people have attended? How many black people on average attend your reparations meeting? If you say it's a lot.
I'd have to look up that and get all the stats. I don't
Oh,
have it in
all
head.
right, all
Yeah.
right, all right, all
Yeah.
right, all right, all right.
Yeah. But I was just
Continue
making a
on.
point about
Continue,
Quakers getting
continue.
involved. Yeah, the Quakers, because Wale mentioned Quakers, and I'll just mention the point that Quakers are, they seem to be very interested in the reparations activities, and I suspect that, which is why going back to the earlier conversation when we
And don't you still think that the black European needs to take the lead of the black community and the black diaspora worldwide? Then you ain't that your
yes,
premise?
yes.
That's why I'm so when Wale asking me that it's enough, I'm trying to figure out Wale. You might not understand where he's coming from in terms of the black European and and what that means to him in terms of reparations and these conferences they're having. Did you know, Wale, that he thinks the Black Europeans should be leading the Pan African movement?
Uh, I didn't know that.
Okay, okay, okay. So pretty much
The
the
Black
reason why I'm
European.
asking. There we go, Taz. Come on now, come on now. I need a little action. It's a little
I
low
forgot
energy
he
this
said.
morning.
I
I
forgot he
need
said
action.
that.
I need
No,
action,
wait,
baby. I
he
need
put some
content. I
action.
need content, baby. We need content. I mean, the whole kumbaya thing is cool, but yeah, we need some content. Yeah, so yeah, Taz, he feels like the black Europeans should lead the movement in terms of Pan-Africanism throughout the diaspora.
You
Yeah,
know
He
what?
hold
said the
on.
black American has taken us far enough. He said the black American is, if I'm not mistaken, has taken us far enough in terms of leadership in the Pan-African movement, and that it's now time for them to pass the reins off to the black European.
So my question would be IC3. How do you see that passing off happening? Because I think one of the reasons why America and black people in America would be viewed as the leaders of that movement is because of this country being considered like the superpower or whatever. So how do you get like the countries underneath the quote unquote people that, because like I say, we live in America and we're told we're at the forefront of the world. So how do we step aside and let people that would be underneath or behind us in that regard take the reins? Where you gonna take us to?
Okay, good question. Good question. So America is perceived to be the most powerful entity uh, in the world, or is the world, and that is clearly seen through the great desire uh, of the whole world to uh, get dollars. So the dollar is uh, the ratification of American value and power. So, and well, this is where you may disagree. Um, the underlying value of the dollar is really white supremacy or uh, anti-black Africanness. That's the core value of the dollar. So, any effective movement or operation or organization to deal with the issue of reparations. Reparations is the direct counter to the most effect and direct counter to the system of white supremacy internationally. So I'm just making these statements, and then you can come in where you like.
Well,
so,
I thought you were done. Go ahead. You can finish
yeah,
up.
yeah. I'll stop there. Then you can find some more points.
Well, so because I guess what I'm asking is, being that we understand white supremacy as a global issue, the fight doesn't typically happen on Front Street. So I guess what I'm asking is, what would you or people on your side of the world, what would you be doing differently that leads to a better result in terms of putting a dent in ending white supremacy? What would come from your side that we haven't seen?
Okay. Yeah. So here's the alternative model. Let's say the Black American model is to organize locally to extract reparations for Black people regionally and locally. Just like you shared that information about Massachusetts, there's people trying to do something in Massachusetts, and there's other regions within America. So the overall model, the impression I'm getting is that Black Americans are trying to organize themselves to get their fair share of reparations from the entity of America. Okay. So what's new? You ask what's new. Right. What's new in our approach? The alternative is to say, which goes back to the earlier conversation, a sovereign or autonomous entity, a sovereign, autonomous, international Black entity, a bit like the Black Bank for International Settlements, as it were. You know, you may have heard of the the Bank of International Settlements. Some kind of similar entity, sovereign, autonomous entity, has to be constructed, and then that entity will have representatives from Black America, representatives from Black Europe, representatives from Black Africa, representatives from the Black Caribbean. They would sit as the board of this international Black sovereign autonomous entity.
But we've seen that before, though, right? Just because what you're describing sounds like the UNIA conference. We've seen that before. We've seen that for over a century. So what would be different, though? What would be the outcome that would be different? Because we've seen people come together, collectivize, have the conversation, work towards it as a group effort. We've already seen that.
Okay. So here's the difference. In that effort to come together internationally, previously, those who did that did not clarify the identity question.
I'm sorry, what identity question?
Okay. In order to have an effective international sovereign autonomous Black entity, the Black and mixed Black question has to be clarified, has to be codified. You have to, it has to, people that are mixed race and their relation and how they're, I'll just say that people that are mixed Black they have to be recognized as a separate, not separate, a separate department, I should say, department of the black world. And that the black world, we call it the black world, this entity, has to recognize black Americans as a separate entity, black Caribbeans as a separate entity. All of these have to be departments of the black world. That is
But how
what's
does
new. That's
but
what's
how
new.
does the black world get ahead? Because where I thought you was gonna tell me is where we get ahead at if y'all take control over across the pond. That's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is something that is completely different than what I asked. Because I'm only asking if you took the reins where we would go. I don't think
Okay.
mixed and not mixed matters in that regard. Where are we going if you got the reins?
Okay. Right. So if we have the reins, right, what it basically means is the use of the UK government race and ethnicity codification system in order to effectively organize the black world. And an effective organization of the black world will enable the black world, or this new black entity, to generate power for the delivery of justice, of regional justice to black people. So I'm saying that this entity, if the black Americans are seeking reparations in America, it would be this international entity that would have the resources and the power to help black Americans get what they deserve from America. And it will be this international sovereign entity that would help black people in the Caribbean get what they deserve, serve justice in the Caribbean. Do you understand? Does that model make sense?
No.
What
No,
part
it
doesn't
doesn't.
make sense?
No, it doesn't.
I
Because
agree with that.
I don't. What I'm at, because I don't think you still. I don't know if you understand what I'm asking, but so, I'll ask it a different way. If you're saying that we haven't been productive in terms of moving out of white supremacy, ending, put a dent in, whatever verbiage you're using, I'm only asking what would be your plan and why would that work? I feel like you either skating around the answer or you just don't understand the question.
Right.
But
I'll answer it. I answered it before, but I'll answer it in a different way. The plan is to use a new way to organize the black world, an unprecedented way. That's what's going to be new, an unprecedented way of organizing the black world.
Right. Now, what's that way?
Oh, right. So that way is to create an international sovereign entity with
A company?
representatives
But is this a
from
company?
each
Is this a
aspect of
business?
the black world.
Whoa, slow down now. Is
Okay.
this a company? Is this a business? You're talking about creating a country? Because you're throwing sovereign around just freely.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. So I mentioned the Bank for International Settlements. So it's not the perfect model, but it helps to illustrate the point that if you had something like a black bank for international settlements, it's the equivalent of a black central bank. So you have to create an entity with its own central bank. in order to effectively organize the black world. Not just having a black bank. No, you
Black
need
central bank.
the concept of a black central bank, and it's states or countries have central banks. Sovereign entities have central banks.
Give me an example, because I would argue there's no central bank. Let's say for the United States, the Federal Reserve would be our central bank. So, what do you mean? Because when you again, I think you're throwing sovereign around like that word doesn't have a meaning.
Yeah. So for example, just like you said, the Federal Reserve, that's like the central bank of the entity of America. So America has a central bank, and that central bank is the Federal Reserve, correct?
That's what I would argue. Yeah.
Yeah. So so the UK has a central bank, and that's the Bank of England. So central banks go with the construct of a sovereign or autonomous entity. So yeah,
no,
that's the point I'm making.
Okay, so, and I don't know if that's going to always be true, but I guess to move the conversation forward. So, are you saying that Black Americans, in conjunction with people in the UK and whatnot, and the diaspora, come together and create a central bank for Black people? What?
Yes,
because
yes.
I'm going to this foundation that gets us across the finish line in terms of how it's going to be better under your control. So you saying you need a central bank?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think the Americans right now need that central bank to get ahead, and maybe that's why what you see isn't to your liking, because we don't have a central bank?
Okay. Oh, you mean the Americans not having? Do you mean the Black Americans don't have a
Black
central bank?
Americans don't have the central bank that you're saying we would need.
Okay.
So is that your issue with the where we are today then?
Okay. The central bank, the Black Americans can do much to help establish this international central bank. But America does not have the codification system as refined as the UK. So, yeah, you need the Black world has to be clarified in order to organize itself effectively. Identity, the issue of identity has to be clarified. That's number one. You cannot organize effectively until you clarify identity. That's the first thing. So that's why even you have this issue. Well, it appears to me you have the issue with who's a foundation of Black American, ADOS, all these things. They're just identity issues. So the model that we're saying is that the story of what the Black Americans went through is a separate department from what the Africans coming from Africa and living in America, that's a separate, that they are Black people as well, but they their story is a separate story. And so therefore it should be treated as a separate department of the black world.
Right, and I don't disagree, but what would put then their experience to the forefront as we put ours to the back burner?
Well, the forefront and back front, there's no forefront and back front because that
It has to be. Hold
would
on
have
now.
its own-
No, it would have to be if you saying y'all need to take the lead.
No. When we say take the lead, we take the lead in terms of the infrastructure of the black world, not its operation.
I'm sorry.
Because
What's the infrastructure of the black world? Can you give me an example?
right. So the infrastructure of the black world will be the codification of the black world. Therefore, dividing it up into departments, with each department having its own specialists and to go with its own story. Rather than lumping all black people together with no structure, you say all black people come under, because IC3 is the official code for all people classified as black. So then it has subdivisions, and then you can make even further subdivisions. So if you create an entity, an international black entity, then you'd have different representatives coming from each region, and then they will be laying the issues on the table, and then that central entity will discuss what is the best way to apply the resources that it has for the most effective impact in particular regions. It could be that the African representatives arrive, the Caribbean representatives arrive, American representatives arrive, and so on. And then they decide, you know what, we need to focus, we may decide that, you know what, we need to focus our resources on the delivery of reparatory justice to the Black Americans, because it will have it's the most strategic way to apply our limited resources for the greatest impact that will benefit all of us if we focus on the Black Americans. It could be that we decide, you know what, it's what's taking place in Barbados. Maybe we need to focus 80% of our resources on Barbados and 20% on what's going on in Black America. I mean, that's how governments work. That's how countries work. A government has separate departments: Department of Health, departments of education, departments of security. So all it is the construction of a black entity, an international black entity, using the UK codification system. That is what is new. That is what is unprecedented. Never have I heard any discussion about treating people that are mixed black separate from those that are full black. So blackness, this new model sees blackness as an asset class. So 100%. Yeah.
Wait, so in the UK, is there a division between those who don't have black parents, two black parents? Is there some type of delineation for those people?
100%. It's codified. That's right.
So what are they called?
Yeah, if you're not black, full black, if you're mixed race or mixed black, you are there's a code for you. There's a code. Yeah, there's code for mixed
So
white
what is it?
black.
So what is it?
Right.
Tell us what it is. Don't just tell us it exists.
Oh,
Tell us what it is. Tell
oh,
us what
okay.
the
Yeah,
for this one. Tell
I
us
can
what
show
the
you the
code is.
government chart. I can show you the government chart.
Oh,
Yeah, let's see the chart because
Yeah, okay.
I want to, like, I guess what I'm asking is in terms of leading the conversation, are you sure that the blacks would lead the conversation, or is there a possibility that these mixed blacks could lead the conversation? Because I haven't heard a strong push for reparations coming out of the UK. I haven't seen it in the content that comes out of the UK. I haven't heard it on a mass scale. So if there's a discussion that puts reparations into the forefront in the UK, I just don't know about it, and I don't know who
Yeah,
would be the face of it.
yeah. Okay, so let me see if I can get the information up for you.
Yeah, because when you say mixed blacks, I'm
Yeah.
wondering if that's an actual identifier, or is that just what you're
No,
calling?
it's an actual identifier.
what is the actual identifier? What
Yeah,
is it?
yeah. I'm trying to get up on screen now.
Okay, beautiful. Taz, I agree with you on, the conversation more or less. I want to ask the guy a question about his, because I thought he was going to come from the fact that when I was in England, uh, I was in, the people that I saw, the colored people that I saw there, they had a different kind of unity of being out of their country and in England. So I got to see it. I felt like I got to see it without being in America. The same people come to America behave a little differently when they go to England because of what the history of them and their people with England. They have a longer history with England. Almost everybody there has. The people from this place, that place, wherever the colored people go, and the Caribbean, you say the Caribbean, the West Indies, I call it. They go over there to England. They behave differently than when they come right here in America and I mean the United States. And I dare say they might even behave a little differently in Canada. It might be just slightly, but for sure I noticed it in England that they get together real quick. They see a brother in need, they will respond with that kind of empathy, whether they do something or not. They're empathetic right away because they are a small minority and they are all imports, immigrants. They're all immigrants. They're from somewhere, and they are usually going back to that somewhere. Like I met immigrant when I was there for a very short time. I was there, but I met 2 or 3 people from the West Indies. I met a guy from Africa, and I was there about wow. I was only there 3 or 4 hours, and they all came. They came to me with just nothing but camaraderie is called, rather than people say love. I'm not into love. Camaraderie, empathy. So I thought that's what's going to be his take because people from America are there too. So in that sense, it's like a place where a lot of people from a lot of different, a lot of colored people. I mean, I have to say, I don't know why, but from a lot of different uh, 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 experiences and locations come together in England. I know a couple of people who are there from different countries myself. I communicate with them semi regularly, and I thought that was going to be his angle because in the U.S. right now, there's a lot of separation talk going on, so you don't get that empathy of camaraderie like goes on in England. And I thought that's why he was saying the Pan African movement, not the Black movement, but the Pan African movement, because a lot of them people are from different countries in Africa and the
Mhm.
Caribbean by way, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
I mean, not the Caribbean, but the West Indies and the United States are in England. So it's like a good enough group of people. I thought he was just referring to Pan-Africanism. When he got on this thing about black, I had to throw my hands up. So I want to see this chart he's talking about, because we just asked him to just say what it is, but he said he's going to get a chart, and I've been talking for at least a few minutes, and I see no chart yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the chart. I think I got it now. Let me see. Share. Right. So let's see.
Well, that would make it perfect timing.
Can you see it? Can you see the chart?
Nah, you there, Dev? We would need Dev to share it. He might not be there though. But but you could just tell us what's on it for now.
Yeah. So the government has they call it the IC codes. These are the identity codes, government identity codes. They're used by the police, security services, and also the private sector, G4S. They use it in the prison service, civil service. So IC1, identity code 1, stands for white Northern European. IC2 stands for dark Southern European. IC3 is the code for black people. And IC4 is the code for South Asian. IC5 is code for Oriental.
Just right quick, right? When you say for black people, now would that be of people of African descent? Who are you calling black people?
Wait. Yeah,
I just want to be clear on what the identity for a black person would be in the UK.
Yeah, that's why I want to show you the chart, because it's got all of that. It'll answer all of that in one go.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Google, and I'm going to ask Google to show me this chart you're talking about.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you look at UK race and ethnicity. UK race and ethnicity codes. Yeah, that'll make it a lot easier. Yeah, look at UK race and ethnicity codes.
All right, let me see. All right, I see it.
I'll be back shortly. 1 second.
Now, okay, so, and see, this is what I'm asking, right? So, this says, like you said, I see 1, 2, and 3, 4 and 5, but I see 3 just says black. So I get like I'm asking, in America, black has a definition though. So the definition for black in America is actually tied to your African ancestry. So where is the black tied to in this ethnic code?
What I'm looking at, okay, hold on, is this thing on? Yeah, okay, so what I'm looking at, I Googled the same thing, and I got number 3 reads, IC3 reads black, such as sub-Saharan African or African Caribbean. That's the categories I have listed, in the categories that I have listed, that I looked up. That's how it reads.
Okay, I see it now. I see what you're looking at now. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it actually does denote African or Caribbean.
African Caribbean.
Now, where would the code be for the mixed though? Because that's what I don't see.
I didn't think so. Where is it, my dude? You say it exists. Please tell us where we can find it. We're looking at the thing.
I'm gonna put the link. I'm gonna put the link in the chat here.
No, man, we looking at the thing IC3. Where's the thing that talk about the whatever? What's the name of that stuff Taz just mentioned?
Yeah, click that link I put there. That's the government site. That's government.
Let's see if we get anything.
That's literally what I'm looking at. So yes,
that's what we already looking at. Taz, that's all what we already looking at, is it?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Scroll down, and you'll see mixed and multiple ethnic groups.
Okay, now here's what I'm saying. I see that, but in that category it has white and black Caribbean,
That's
white
right.
and black African, white and Asian,
That's right.
And any other mixed or multiple ethnic background.
Right.
So,
right. Yeah. So I have. Yeah. So I'm going to try and.
Well, what is their designation? IC3. Is their designation IC4, or is
it comes under IC6.
Oh, it comes under their designation comes under IC6.
That's right. They're not classified as black. So mixed race people are not classified as black.
They come under Arabic. So they come under Arabic.
That's right. They come under Arabic. That's right. You got it.
So when Taz ask him your question, and the answer should be Arabic. Ask him your question about the mixed race thing again.
Well, the question I have now is this just one box for all mixed ethnic groups? Because I don't see anything that denotes the difference between a person mixed with an African or a person mixed with an Asian. It's just one big mixture.
No, and he said that one big mixture is not even the African or the Asian or none of them, is Arabic.
Yeah. So this is the system, and this is what a lot of people here, even over here, don't know, which is why I try and raise awareness of this. It's very hard to get information about this, the roots of all this. You know, who started it? Where's its roots? But I've found out that the race codes are the ethnicity codes are subdivisions of the race codes. People don't know that because the police use and security, they use the race codes or the IC codes, but the civil service use the ethnicity codes. But I have documents that show that the ethnicity codes are related, are subdivisions of the race codes. So a lot of ordinary people, they don't know that. So under IC1, which is white Northern European, right? Then it has different subdivisions. So under IC6, you have Arab, you have mixed race, right? And you have any other ethnic group. These are subdivisions.
Give us the link to that.
Yeah,
now.
that's why that's right.
That's right. Now you're talking about something we don't see again.
Yes, that's right. That's right. That's
show me the thing.
That's right. So let's have you got you're on the government site? So let's see where on this government site now, because I've got the information now and I put it on the graph. So I want to show you what to click.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's see where to click now. You might
find it says at the top of the government site, it claims that this is a list
of ethnic groups.
A list of ethnic groups. That's what this claims to be.
Yes, that's right.
This page we're looking at is a list of
good. Right.
Okay, so now tell me how the ethnic groups, where we go to find this other stuff you're telling us about.
Yes.
That's different. So we can look at that too.
Yeah. So let's see now.
And compare the two with our own eyes.
Exactly. That's right. That's right. So let's see.
You know, back in the day, Taz, excuse me, you ask about mixed race, and people used to ask, ask me what I was. I would tell them I was mixed. And they would say, "Wow, I didn't know you were mixed." And I say, "Yeah, my mother was Yoruba, my father was Hausa."
Okay.
That's a joke.
Yeah, 2 tribes. I got
Oh, you say you got it already, Taz?
No, I said I understood what you were saying with your joke. I don't know what he looking up. I was giving him a chance to pull it up.
Yeah. Click that link here. I'm going to try and find, because they scattered this all over the place, so it's hard. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Click that link that I've showed you. There's some information there. I want to give you. I have the full list as a chart, but I want you to see it from the government site itself.
Okay. So where do we look at this?
Click. Yeah.
See,
Click and scroll down. Census.
So I go to code 6, and it says it on this one. Code 6 says Black, British, Black Welsh, Caribbean, or African.
Yeah, I'm confused now.
Yeah.
Now
Did
what
you
am
click
I?
the link I put in the side? Did you click the link that I put in the
I'm
side?
looking at that link. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah,
It goes
I'm
down.
looking at the link, but now it's like, because I don't see the IC thing anymore. But now it seems the codes have changed.
I don't see no mix in this thing here at all.
Scroll
here it
down.
is. 9.
Scroll down.
Yeah, I was gonna say 9 through 12 is mixed.
9 through 12. Okay, thank you. I see it now. Now what about that?
Yeah, so there's mixed white and Asian. There's white and black Caribbean. So So mixed race, white and black Caribbean is different from mixed race, white and black African.
Yes.
You see? So yeah, so if you study this, you'll start to see the details. You just keep drilling down. So I've simplified it by putting in one chart, but I'm having difficulty showing you the one chart. But each one of these code, see, it says code 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 19. But there's actual machine codes. So this is just for people to read, but there's actual codes that the system recognizes. There's actual direct codes. But I can email it to you right now, and
So
then some of you can pull it up on your screen.
Okay, so I get your point with some of this, but I guess my question about the people identifying. So how do the people view it though? Because this seems to be
they don't like it.
No, man.
It's a lot of numbers and nonsense.
He told Taz, he's told us he was going to show us where it says that mixed race is Arabic in the other chart. This don't say that.
No, it doesn't.
I said, Arabic? He said, yes, Arabic. I'll show you. See, in the ethnic chart, it says that, and it says such and such and such and such. So now I said, okay, my dude, show me the ethnic chart. Because I had to pull the first chart out of him. I got this one now. And I'm looking at what he claimed it to verify, and it don't even speak on that.
Okay, so watch this.
He's claiming it to verify. Okay,
relax. Don't worry, you're gonna get there. The more we dig, the more you're gonna see. So watch this. You relax, because it's good. The more questions you ask, everyone can be answered. Watch this.
Arab is way down to 18 on this group.
I do see it at 18, but it's under other.
See, so but he's telling me all of them that's at the 9 through whatever equal Arab on the other chart, and he can prove it by this chart, is what he said.
No, I can't prove it by. I have the chart. I have the complete chart, but I'm trying to let's walk through this. No, let's walk through.
Chart. Okay.
I want you to see it I want you to see it for yourself. I'm not going to show you my chart. I want you to. We will walk through this, and we're going to find out everything. So watch this. Click your. I sent another link. Can you see the
link.
Wikipedia link there?
Oh, now we're going Wikipedia with this.
Yeah, but the Wikipedia is going to give you a link to the government stuff.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. Yeah.
What do you want us to
The
do now?
more you dig, you're going to end up. You're going to see what I'm showing you. So it's okay. I'm under no pressure. You'll see. You will know.
No, you dig. I'll watch you dig.
So IC codes. Do you
I'm
see that
looking
link?
at them now. They are linkable except a 9.
Right.
So I should go to. I should
Yeah.
go to 6. I see 6, and that'll tell us where the whatever. Hello.
Have you got the link?
Oh yeah, man. I'm looking at it. I'm at.
What's at the top of the
right?
page? What is the top of the page?
Top of what page? Wait a minute. What page? I'm at the top of the Wikipedia right now.
Yeah. What does it say?
It says at the top of Wikipedia, it says I see codes. The link you just sent. I scrolled down, as it were, to where it says the codes, a list of the codes in a bracket or a box. Now, in that list of codes, some seem to be linkable, all except IC9 have links associated with it. So now, you want to dig any more? Because this is so far as you have dug. Complete your task. Dig this hole.
Yeah. So you can see here. These are called IC codes, or identity codes. Okay, and before 1975. Oh, actually, I should. Yeah, let me find the news article. So everything I say, you can actually see the reference.
Wikipedia reads thusly: IC codes used by the British police in radio communications and crime recording systems to describe the apparent ethnicity of a suspect or victim. Originating in the 1970s, the codes are based on a police officer's visual assessment of an individual's ethnicity, as opposed to that individual's self-definition. In most circumstances where an individual's ethnicity is recorded after spoken contact with police, such as a stop and search or arrest. In addition to visual assessment, police are also required to use the more extensive 18+1 self-defined ethnicity codes, even if the category chosen is clearly at odds with the officer's visual assessment.
Yeah. So
now,
that's a hint there. Yeah, there's a hint there in what you just read.
Yeah, I'm digging this hole because you seem like
no,
you ain't.
We keep digging. But let's walk through this.
You don't
Can
say
you
what
see?
Cousin,
Okay.
wait a minute. We've been at this a little while of time about this mixed race thing that you claim, and we haven't reached it yet.
Yes.
Find the bottom of the hole, take us straight to the bottom. You know, if you know the way, get us to San Jose. Don't be wasting our time anymore.
No. See, all this information that I have has come together through a lot of research. So I don't want to show you what I have now. And what I'm going to do, we can walk through this together. So I'm just going to pile up. So what did you learn from that first thing that you just read there? What did you learn from there?
I just learned exactly what it said. That's what I just learned from that.
Okay.
In the 1970s, there was a code that they adopted for the British police communications and stuff. That's what I just read. That's what I just what?
Good. Okay. So
it stay different.
Okay. So watch this. When the police officer, when you get arrested, okay, I put another link there for other people who want to see. When you get arrested, the police officer codifies you. And these codes are race codes. Now, the link that I've put in there in the chat, that's the link to prove that they're race codes. Okay, so you can, if you click that link, so I'm making the statements and then the link is there. So the first, when you get arrested, the officer gives you, identifies you. It's called visual ethnicity with a race code. Then when the officer takes you to the police station, then the custody sergeant presents you with a list of codes, and these are ethnicity codes. The ethnicity codes are self-defined. So the ethnicity codes are what you were looking at. Yeah? So
the 18 plus 1?
That's right. So those are the self-defined. So in other words, the officer will show you those codes and you select, you self-define yourself. You choose one of those preset codes.
Oh, that's very generous of them.
So that's the self, those are the selection of self-defined codes. You choose one. But when you got arrested, you were codified before you reached the station. The police sergeant, the police officer already has defined you. So
based on 6 plus 1 now.
Correct. So
okay.
The police officer can say, "There's 3 blacks here." He's not going to say 3 blacks. He'll say there's 3 IC3s. Yep, 3 IC3s. We've arrested 3 IC3s. That means he's arrested 3 black people. Right. When he brings those 3 black people to the office, to the station, he's going to give those 3 black people, they're already defined as black, officially, they give the 3 black people the opportunity to define themselves. So those 3 black people might wish to define themselves as white. So they can define themselves, yes, I'm white. Fine. So it'll be recorded that these 3 black people, they all said that they are white. Okay. That's what they said. Put them in the cell. And we'll proceed. So what there is at that point, there's a disconnect between what the officer perceives those 3 people to be and what those 3 people have to see themselves as. See, can you see? You understand the disconnect, the possible disconnect.
Cousin, I'm wondering what this got to do with anything, because right now, we understand. I mean, I understand entirely. I was asking you questions to show you that I understood, and you're still asking me that thing. But I'm going on to say that, yeah, the police have an initial street thing. I just read a whole paragraph about what that is. and what
Yeah.
the street thing means. And in that paragraph, it says, yet when the people reach the station or wherever, then they get to all that stuff you just said again. They get to talk from Wikipedia. I read it. You gave us Wikipedia. It did say it. You just said exactly what Wikipedia read again. It
Right. Right.
says,
Yeah.
in addition to visual assessment, police are also required to use required. So it's not official. I-6 6+1 is not official. It is preliminary. Official is why do I say that? Because it says self when in addition to visual assessment, peace police are required to use the more extensive 18+1 self-defined ethnicity codes, even if the category chosen is clearly at odds with the officer's visual assessment, which means the 18+1 at that point takes precedent over the preliminary 6+1 street codes, more or less, that you're talking about, the slave codes, 6+1. Those are just slave codes like you find them in every other uh, country. Now, every country got slave codes. You ain't saying nothing new. But in that also is the self of natural, the assessment of, I'm trying to remember the name of it. I think it's natural rights that say you have the natural right to define yourself. No one
Yeah.
can take that.
Mm-hmm.
They can assume it like they do with the 6+1. That's an assumption by the police officer.
Yes.
6+1 is.
Yeah.
But you have a right, which is 18+1, to define yourself.
That's right.
And that right takes the precedent over the assumed whatever garbage the police are using. This is what I learned from that paragraph. You asked me what I learned from the paragraph, my dude. And then
Good.
when you just repeat it to me again and say
Yeah.
it's so deep. No, it's in one paragraph. This ain't deep, dude. This is
Good.
one paragraph
Yeah.
we done here.
Okay.
Well,
So yeah.
if you want to go somewhere else,
yeah.
please get there expediently. Please,
Right.
please get there expediently.
Right. So what I have to do now, the challenge is, I have to prove to you that the ethnicity codes and mixed black Africa, white and black Caribbean, white and black African, that they are classified in the same group as Arab and Middle Eastern.
Go on.
Yeah. Okay.
By the police.
So,
This is something that's up by the police you're talking. I understand. Go on, please.
no, the police use these codes, but these codes are central government codes. They're used by the government. The police are just an aspect of the government.
We agree.
They're the tools of the government, and the police use them. They don't belong to the police.
So I'm gonna look up these two because they say Arabs, also known as Arab people, are an ethnic group mainly inhabiting the Arab world in West Asia and North Africa. A significant Arab diaspora is present in various parts of the world. That's what it says under the Arab link. North Africa, encompassing the northern portion of the African continent. There is no singularity accepted scope for the region, and it is sometimes defined as stretching from Atlantic shores of the Western Sahara in the west to Egypt and the Sudan's Red Sea. And so they use that, the police use that IC6 for mixed people. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes. Yes.
That makes sense. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So yeah. So I think that addresses Tazar's point that this system is recognized by the state, race and ethnicity, and that this codification tool can be used to reverse engineer the system of white supremacy and effectively organize the black world. And that's what is new. An answer to Tazar's question: what is new? What is new is one, the well, what is new is the organization of the black world by codification. That's what is new. Yes, there's been many efforts before to organize black people, unify black people, Pan-Africanism and so on, but it's never been codified before. And the codification has never
was
been
that?
so precise as to codify mixed black, mixed race people. That has never
So
been the case.
Wait a minute, dude. What was that thing they did back in the 1500s? Was it the 1500s where they had the Spanish and the Portuguese? They got. I just had the link for it, and they got a whole chart. That
Like
if
the
you
mulattoes and quadroon.
thank you, oh, you already know.
I'm
So why
there,
are you
yeah.
putting these words for it? Like this
Yeah,
is
I
some
know.
kind of stuff they did. They started this in 1970, and you are pitching it to us as though it's brand new. Who do you think we are?
No, yeah, but don't forget what I'm saying. That's what they have been doing, but we have never codified ourselves in a counter operation.
That you know about.
That's right.
So you don't know whether we have or not. Just say that. Say, but I don't know whether we have done that or not. Instead of saying, we have not done that. That's an assumption that I will not accept.
Okay. I make the
even if
statement,
it's
and
true,
then it's
not.
yeah.
I'm
Watch this.
sorry.
Watch this. Okay, watch this. Very good. Very good. So, in order to progress, I make the statement, and then see what challenges can come. I'm making the statement. I'm saying it has not been done. I am saying it's unprecedented. Now, who is going to come up and bring something to say it's been done before?
Mm-hmm. So you're making a statement,
That's right.
an argument out of your ignorance, and you want somebody to come
Okay.
and correct
Yeah.
and
Okay.
give you
Yeah.
the benefit of correction instead of saying simply, "Hey, anybody know this or not?" You're going to make it a detrimental assumption, a racial and a racist and bigoted and prejudiced assumption, and then expect us to come on clean that mess up you just made. You clean it.
Clean that mess up.
Yeah, you made it. You
You're a
clean it
tough
up.
man, but that's good. That's good though. I like your approach. That's good. It's going to be tough. That's good. Yes. So that's the model, and that's the model we're organizing under.
You want to take something that was made in 1970, take up to our people to formulate our mind like Ronald Koringa with this garbage. He came up in 1970, and formulate our people behind somebody else's categorization. Utilize it in some kind of we're gonna technically flip it on them, and unprecedentedly, I might add, and flip it on them, and then we're gonna do all of that instead of simply you saying, "Hey, dude, do we have anything to work with in this order?"
Okay, so let
You
me
rather go through all of that copycat, learn what they do, take what they do, and use their weapon against them instead of formulating or even knowing if you have a weapon. You didn't check and say, "Hey man, do we got any weapon?" You just came and said, we ain't got no weapons. Hey, you know what? We got weapons. Are you willing to use the weapons that we have, or you just want to mimic somebody? And that's what you want to do, I don't blame you. I mean, you know, you're doing your thing. I just want to, you know, don't, what they call it, uh, don't piss on us and call it rain. However, I thought it was valid that you were saying the Pan-African thing, like I said, the TAS, because of the demographics and the way people have to live. When you out of the country, you like anywhere, even tourists, I see when they from somewhere, they bond up right away. Oh, you're from Finland? Oh, I'm from Finland, and they bond right up because they finish. And I see colored people from different ports. They do the same thing. The Nigerians got a group over there in Kingston. The other people group up. They out of their country. They're gonna group up. And so now everybody's in England, which is an assumption that everybody's willing to take, or most people are willing to say, is a not a what y'all call a black country. And they go over there. They group up once again, just like the Arabs here group up, and the Chinese group up. Everybody group up when they go, especially out of their country. Now, when they get back to their country, they can go back to infighting. Like, you know, everybody in China ain't friends. But when they come out of China, they try to group up. That's just, you know, birds of a feather thing. So as far as Pan, I thought that was what his angle was in Pan African, you know, talking about Pan Africanism. You know, it has the conversation can be fertile there. You know, that's what I thought he was making a reference to. Oh, I'm not looking. Oh, Jada Bell said it was a good convo. Wow. That, I don't know if it was you or the other guy. It sound like something Judah or Jada, but it's good to hear that. It's beautiful. Oh, nobody. My name is Nobody, so I'm gonna just call you Nobody. I am not human. I don't do race.
And while I see you, the last of the Mohicans, huh?
Hey!
The last of the
I like to say
Mohicans, huh?
the last of the Tasmanians. I'm the last of the Tasmanians. Yeah. Yeah. Mohicans ain't bad though. But like I used to say, I was mixed, and I used to say I was the last of the Tasmanians. That's why I mentioned that. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, it
beautiful.
looks like in this community you're gonna need some endurance.
There you go. you know, it's I'm contemplating for the past 3 days a broadcast I want to put up, and I was contemplating doing it in on a video and just upload the video. You know what I mean? Which is most of my broadcasts are just upload. I've done a handful of lives. I don't get much participation, so I don't. I mean, I want participation, but there you go. And I was thinking maybe I could do it live. I don't know. Have to see how things go. But I'm contemplating the doing a broadcast on the concept of creation, of creating, so that it's a concept I learned in voodoo, is that we are always creating. Everything you see around you, your circumstances as you perceive them, are created by decisions you have made, whatever those circumstances are. Once that acceptance of the responsibility for yourself, once you accept responsibility for yourself and what's occurring around you, you at the same time imbue the ability to control it.
Sounds good.
There's a saying in physics. I'm going to put it up. I have it here. I want to do it exactly, though. So sometimes I get words a little. Oh, here it is. In order to make a deep and lasting impression, one must at the same instant make a deep and lasting depression. The easiest way to have everything you want at any moment is your decision to determine that you want everything you have instantaneous. Instead of this crazy stuff about I'm gonna make something happen over in this outside world, and that outside world control your inside world, and things will happen in those outside world because you have accepted the fact that the truth that you are the creator of yourself. You are self-governing, self-sovereign. You make your reality. Without your perception, you make no reality. You make your reality through your perception. And I'm saying to you, when you can control your thought process and not have other people tell you stuff, and then you inculcate it from your childhood, mostly they ingrain things into you. But I'm just saying, revisit your childhood and see what you and your childhood talk about for a few minutes. You'll see what I'm saying. Anyway, the thing is, though, go ahead and decide that you are responsible. Take that responsibility. That takes guts, hustle,
So how would you
maturity.
apply that? How would you apply that knowledge to the organization of
Mhm.
other people. So what you're
So how
saying,
would you apply that knowledge to what, sir?
yeah, how would you, because that was about the self. So
Say that again. I'm not quite
yeah,
following you.
yeah,
Your communication network is breaking up a bit.
okay. You spoke about the self.
Self, okay, self is the word I heard. I spoke self
Yeah.
is the way I heard it.
Okay. So how do you apply that knowledge to the community?
Hmm. Oh, yeah, that's what I always say. Speak the truth. You speaking the truth all the time. Other people speaking the truth. We revive our ancestors' reputation because it's a revival with me of speaking truth. When we speak truth all the time, we don't have to doubt one another. We know that's truth. We can count on it. We can trust it. Once we build trust, we automatically build unity because unity is bound by trust. Without trust, there is no unity. So in order to, it's a building, I mean, you walk up the steps, it's the same steps all the time. Many people will use these steps. So what we do from there is face the truth, which is the responsibility as adults. See, this is an adult responsibility. Now, if you're a child or you're a minor or something like that, you want to be that and maintain that kind of status and civility, then you should do that. I welcome you to do that, and no problem. But the almost the definition of adulthood is to accept the responsibility for oneself. That you watch any movie, read any book, they'll say that's it, what I'm telling you. That's just what they're gonna tell you. Go to the church and they'll tell you the same thing. You go anywhere. Billy, you just don't take responsibility for yourself. I know. I know. Become an adult. Act like an adult. Take responsibility for your actions and yourself. Stop blaming other people. We hear it all the time. I mean, come on, this ain't no.
So does that mean when you can take responsibility for yourself, you can be responsible for other people? Is
I'm
that
sorry,
true?
I missed out the question well.
Yeah.
You said something about taking responsibility for yourself and other people. What's the relativity? I don't understand.
Right. So
Right what?
a person who has successfully
Mhm.
taken responsibility for himself or herself,
Uh-huh.
is
Go
that
on.
person
Mm-hmm.
qualified to take responsibility for other people?
Is that person what?
Qualified to take responsibility for other people?
To me, taking responsibility for yourself assists with taking responsibility for other people as is warranted.
Okay. Is it warranted?
Yeah, some people worry needlessly.
Is it warranted?
What, there's a new word, warranted?
No, I'm typing because you can't hear me speak so well, so I'm typing.
Okay, because I could look up warranted and we agree on the, the definition and move forward. Unless you already know the word.
Yeah, I got the word, but I'm trying to. I'm typing. Is it warranted that responsibility needs to be taken for the delivery of reparatory justice to the people classified as black? Is it?
Oh, you put something in the chat or something?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
put
I
it-
put the question in the chat. Put the question
Is
in
it
the chat.
warranted that responsibility needs to be taken for the delivery of reparatory justice to the people classified as black? Is it warrant that responsibility need to be taken by whom? That's a question to you.
Well,
Is it
answer.
warranted?
We'll
I'm
do that
asking you.
afterwards. Yeah, but let's deal with the first
Oh, no,
question first.
I'm dealing with the first question first. I'm dealing with the first part of your question first. Is it warranted that
Yeah. The
responsibility?
verbiage is funny. The verbiage is funny. I see what Wale's saying. You're asking, is it warranted? Warranted by who? The people who are seeking reparations. The people supposed to be giving. What do you mean warranted? You mean the system itself?
Oh,
What do you
right.
mean warranted?
Yeah, yeah. Drop the word
The
warranted and
verbiage is
use word.
yeah.
It
Let's
doesn't.
see. Necessity. Then is it necessary? Is it necessary?
You,
Yeah. Let me change the word. Let me change the word.
I'm still
Is
going
it
to ask you. I'm
necessary?
dealing with responsibility, dude. Needs to be taken. That's the phrase I am dealing with. I don't think Ms. is misleading you, but I think you're taking it as an opportunity to appear misled. So I'm correcting you before you go through all of that noise you're about to go through and tell you directly what I'm dealing with, which is who is responsible. Responsibility needs to be taken, excuse me. By whom?
By black people.
Okay, well, you say, let me read it with that insertion. Is it necessary that responsibility needs to be taken by black people for the delivery of reparatory justice to the people classified as black? Is that your question now?
Yes.
With that, hello?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're still
Yes.
making that question. That don't even make no sense. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yes.
My answer to that question is yes, as well.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So, how do we define
How we
who
well?
the black people are who need to be taking responsibility? Precisely.
Okay. Is that your question? You can put that in the questionnaire and all that stuff. I don't know if you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
put it in the
You
chat.
heard? Did you hear? Okay,
If
that's
you
good.
can, it'll be
Yeah.
better
So,
to
how
put
do
it.
we define
Are
who
you
the
listening to
black
me?
people?
Please, I don't know, but it would be better. These little typings you're doing, it'd be better if you put it in the regular chat because I'm not really looking at the back chat like that.
Okay.
If you want to communicate with the
Yeah.
writings
I'll put
and
it in the
stuff,
regular chat.
yeah, put it where everybody else types. Because that's where I'm looking when I look for type stuff. Please, thank you so much. And I'll answer your question, man. I've already answered it, but Apparently, you know,
I see three
hey,
question. I see three's question hasn't changed much since he first appeared here on this channel. His question is always going to go back to how do you identify who's black and who's not. That's simply
okay,
his question. He beats around, he runs around the bases, but never really gets to home plate a lot. Home plate is him and codifying who's black and who's not. Am I mistaken? I see three.
You are correct.
oh, beautiful. Thank you so
Correct.
much,
I'm
man.
from Brooklyn. We
Appreciate
don't really like running around bases without knowing we're gonna get the home plate.
it. Hey,
And you
I've
probably
been
don't know
trying to get.
baseball, so that's probably why you're doing it. Similar to cricket. You know cricket, but you don't know baseball.
So I would say this. I see three. First of all, we both know it's uh, a construct that is built upon cultural norms of the people who built it. If you and I both know what black comedy is, you do know what black comedy is, right? Most of the people that hear my voice right now do not. Black comedy is grave comedy. It means uh, comedy of a morbid nature. Morbid. You have to look the word up. MORBID. Morbid nature. Morbid has to do with death, you know, morbidity and stuff like that. Okay, so uh, mhm. so that's black comedy. Uh, in the culture of the people who are designating one another group of people as black. And so when you assume their what am I saying? When you assume their designation, you are assisting in itself. By so doing, you are assisting white supremacy more than anyone that I can even think of. Huh? Huh? Imagine that. Because that's what's really going on. Because you, first of all, you know it's not true, so you're not binding with truth. Secondly, you know it's something they put on you as a designation, classification, categorization, and such. And then you assume it, and then the rest of that, even be proud of it. How dare you help them so much? Because as you say, they are not white. They know that. I'm surprised you know that, because every time I say we're not black, people say, "Oh, they're not white either." So why join in this classification? What's up with that? And you know it's called white supremacy. What are they talking about if it ain't white? And then if you don't classify yourself in the opposite, the law of opposites is a tough law, man. The law of opposites is a tough law. Hmm.
All right, all right. I see three. See, I think you got an issue in terms. I kind of agree with Wale in a sense in terms of this misunderstanding that you got, right? In terms of equating reparations and being black. But and you're mistaken in terms of thinking that everyone who identifies as black means that you are a descendant of slavery. Reparations is about descendants of slavery from in terms of the transatlantic slave trade, and not everyone. Black is just simply an identification. So just because you identify as black doesn't mean that you equate to a descendant of slavery. A white person can identify as black. Is a white person necessarily a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade? No. The reparations sought by Pan Africans, as if, I mean, you're supposed to be able to contempt. You're supposed to be able to see that when you look at the term Pan Africanism or Pan African. Uh, if the term was Pan Blackian or Pan Black, then maybe I could see a confusion. But I see that the confusion lies in you have an understanding of every black person or every person who identifies as black is a descendant of slavery, when that's just clearly wrong. Being a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade is a total different thing from identifying as black. But your question tries to equate being black with reparations and automatically receiving some repair, when that's a total, I guess I could call it a misnomer or a misunderstanding of terms. And it might be because you're just from the UK and you're boiling up what you hear in America through media channels, because you haven't been to America, right? So majority of your information about how we identify over here in America is just going to come through media channels, and it's not going to be a thorough understanding. And then you take that understanding is not as thorough as it should be, or as intricate as it should be, or as nuanced as it should be, and you start to equate the term Pan-African with the term or the identification of black. Like, you can be a Pan-African and identify as black, but you can't necessarily be black and identify as black and be a Pan-African per se.
Okay, so uh, how I challenge that is that African identity is useless if it's not attached to black identity. So the use of Pan-Africanism could be anybody. You need
Again, I think you see that's where you're mixing it up. You're trying to boil it up too fast. When you totally negated the part where I said that Pan Africans are Pan Africans because they are related in the sense of the transatlantic slave trade and what that meant in terms of dispersing people from certain parts of what the European came up with in terms of calling Africa, and thinking that every African is automatically a Pan African in that sense. If it's rooted in the transatlantic slave trade, then every African or every person on on the continent of Africa wouldn't be regarded as a Pan African in that sense. The Pan African that you see today, that you know of from here in America and not over there in the UK, is a Pan African, or is a group of people who are basically what's the word I'm looking for? While they communing, or they're not necessarily unifying. Well, I guess you could say unifying under the commonality that they all share a relationship in terms of the transatlantic slave trade and the subjugation, the oppression, and every other word that you could come up with that uh, would only add to everything that everything that led up to this disparity in terms of the representation in wealth, certain industries, and economics. So that's where you kind of you thinking African and black, and they should equate when we're talking about being Pan African over here. Black is just an identifier, but being a Pan African is a whole different term that has been created in order to connect people who share commonality.
okay.
So what he's using is the codification that's being handed to the police. The
Yeah,
codification
codification. Yeah, you're right.
method that's being handed to the police, and and being identified no matter what as IC3. So in the codification, it gives that thing where no matter what you are, if you look like a nigga, you're a nigga. That's the codification. It's called IC3, and they refer to it as the black code, because it says anybody that looks black is black from the cops' perspective, and that's really all he's saying. And
Yeah,
then
his
Yeah.
ideology is rooted in Spain, or in the Spanish identification of the people who began to begin to have babies with each other from different quote unquote races. So his idea of identification comes from the Spanish in terms of who's a mulatto, who's a mestizo, who's a anybody who was of this race or this race who mixed with this group and that group, and how that was codified and how it evolved into what he calls himself now, IC3. It's the same way that I said that, a Jamaican identifies as Jamaican as himself as Jamaican, as if that is rooted in the actuality rather than European standard of identification. So it's the same
And,
way
and
a Haitian would identify as a Haitian because he's just taking the standard that was set by the European and applying that to itself.
may I
Go ahead,
present
Wale.
a perspective? The perspective I get when someone tells me that, like you say, a Haitian or whatever, Lottie da, who, whatever, what they're telling me is that their story occurred in this land. Not that they are of, I mean, I just saw it. Let me see if I can grasp it again. What I'm saying is the guy say he's Haitian, then his history, his story is about Haiti. That's the story he's walking and carrying around in his head. When somebody tell me they're Jamaican, their story is about Jamaica. And that's the story they're carrying around in their head. When you say you're New York, Bronx, whatever, that's your story. And that's the story you're carrying around in your head. So when I meet you and you say, hey, man, I'm from the Bronx, I'm like, hey, man, tell me about the Bronx. Because that's the story in your head. And you say, hey, man, I hear you from the locks. Talk what was happening in the locks back in the day. Then that's my story. I'm going to tell you the story in my head. And so when I hear people saying, oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, and I'm that, and I'm this, and I'm that, that's their story. So you talk to one Italian who, and that he's a primo Italian, and then you talk to a Sicilian, they both Italian, they say. But they got different stories in their head about what that means to be a Sicilian or what it means to be a Castilian. You understand what I'm saying? As far as
You
the
use it
thing
where
we
you're from is imposed upon you strictly by European geographics and location and how European used to identify people in terms of the system that they were doing, the system of slavery, because in order to in order to conduct that system efficiently, they had to begin to identify so that way they can make money better, make money come through more efficiently. They could now basically codify like what IC3 says, who's who,
exactly.
so that way they can better conduct their business. It was never about an actuality. That's why I said when you hear somebody identify as a Jamaican, as a Haitian, or as a Bronxian, or as a Brooklynite, no matter where it was, if the European gave you that geographical location, conduct slavery more efficiently and to make money more efficiently. It was never about who you actually are. Because if it was about who you actually are, you were just a victim of the transatlantic slave trade at that point.
And I'm saying, I dare say, we're not just a victim of anything except our own, considerations and perspectives. Because, like I said, okay, a lot of people that I know, I mean, a lot of instances, not a lot of people, a lot of instances that I know of, I'm saying simply that yourself, even Brooklyn, whatever that is, we're using like like we're not using. I mean, we're using north and south. You know what I mean? We're using north and south. We're using the terminology of English. If you spoke a different language, like Arabic or something, we could use different words, and we'd just be speaking Arabic. That I'm secure in the fact that the language itself should not hinder the truth.
Okay. Good points. Good points. Uh, okay. Good points. Strong points. Strong points. So let me get my thoughts together. Right. Okay. To clarify.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. I see three. You should know. Don't play with Miz by now.
All right. Watch this. Watch this now. Watch this. Next level. Next level. So watch this. Now those codes.
Try. Give it a shot.
Those codes, race codes, right? I've done some research trying to find out the history of those codes. There must have been a meeting at some point in time where a group of people sat around a table and they decided how many of those codes should be, whether it should be 6, 7, 10, whatever. They decided the number. So somewhere there must be minutes of that meeting that took place to codify the people. Okay. I've come across a great deal of trouble trying to find that information. But over the years, I did find some information, which you will not be able to trace because as I'm doing here, I went to a conference and I had a presentation board, and there was most people were coming up and saying, wow, I never knew about this. I never knew about this. But a black woman approached me in the conference, in the foyer where I had my display, and she said, oh, what you're displaying there, that's correct. And I was so shocked. I said, what? I've never met somebody who actually knows about this stuff. And she said, cut long story short, she was a top consultant, a black woman is a top consultant for the police and the government. And she's also very high up in the Church of England. And I said to her, can I have your contact details? Because I've been trying so hard to get some information, and you know the history of this. And she says, I can't give you my information, and that what I'm going to tell you, they'll never tell you. You'll never get this information. It's only verbal. So what I tell you is what it is, but you will not be able to trace facts. You're not going to get it. They're not going to tell you. You know, that really fired me up. But what she said, and I later found out, you see, the 6 codes and to 7th, because 7th is unknown. Originally, there were only 3 codes. They upgraded it to 6 codes, but the original 3 codes was white people, black people, and other. There was only 3 identities: white people, black people, and other. Then they upgraded that, modernized the system, and then put somebody in between white and black, and then somebody in between black and other, to make it up to 6 codes. So in her conversation with her, I told her, I've been trying to find out the history of these codes. And because she's high up in the Church of England, she told me that it's based off the 3 sons of Noah. It's based off the idea that Noah had 3 sons. One of the sons was Japheth, and he's the father of all white people. One of the sons was Ham, and he's the father of all black people, African. And one of the sons was Shem, and he's the father of all Semites.
Well, a part of that is true. Yeah, no, you do got something there. Yup, you definitely got something there. I can't front. You got something there. Yeah, I mean, I was about to interrupt you with that other stuff you said before that, but once you got to the part where you're at now, you definitely got something there. Now you cooking with some grease. Before you was working with water. Before you was working with water. Now you cooking with some grease.
No, you know. But you see, here's the problem. You see, what I'm giving to you now is the verbal information. People are going to jump on me and say, "Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that from?" You see, but the, this information
No,
is like,
no. Over here on this platform, we know about it because all of that stuff is stuff that people argue in terms of the Israelites and the 12 tribes of Judah, and all of this stuff is all related. And even, yeah, so the way that yeah, all of that stuff is related. So the way that the Spanish would codify who people are in terms of identification. So let's say if a black had a baby, a black person or an African had a baby with the Native American, you would be codified. That baby would now be a certain particular race. If a person from Europe, a particular part of Europe, if you were from Spain and you had a baby with the Native American, you were a particular new group of race. Or that was an evolution of what you're speaking of in terms of
yes,
identifying people and codifying people. That's where, so that's why I said you are cooking with some grease right there. But all that other stuff you said before was like just going and dancing around that. The fact that that's how the European learned to identify and to just basically run the slavery system more efficiently. They use that, and they use the Bible to even begin it, their slavery system. So yeah, go
that's
ahead though.
right. Yeah. Um. But yeah. So it goes back. See, all of this stuff now. I will not be able to. Somebody says to me, "Where's the references? Where are the references?" Now I'm going to move into the zone now where this is oral history now. This is oral race that I've been told by certain people. So,
Hello, may I just interrupt you a moment before you go into this soliloquy?
yeah,
The idea of suing the Vatican and Jehovah for reparations is the idea that I'm proposing. The Vatican, because of Dom Diversas, the doctrine of discovery, that was set on the world. They set that armada on the world with the doctrine of discovery to
yes,
enslave, murder, kill, all kind of stuff. People take this, and it was a hit put out by the Vatican. And
yes,
secondly,
yeah,
Jehovah, because he put out a hit, he gave it to the Jews to destroy Palestine and kill all them people over there. That he put out a hit on them people, and he gave the hit to the
Be
whoever, I
careful
don't
with the
know.
language though, Wale. Be careful with the language. Use like unalive and stuff like that.
I understand. He put out. Can I say it? Put out a hit.
I think so. I never heard anybody complain about stuff like that, but just the K word and M word.
Okay, then I get you. So that's all I'm saying. So I'm thinking about putting out a class action suit on both of them entities, the Vatican and the entity known as uh, about tetramontaton or something like that. I forget what they call it, and
right,
usually pronounced Jehovah. Yeah, I'm
yes,
looking for a class. You with that? You with that? So
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying
yeah, yeah. You're going deep now. It
call,
goes
call
down
all the
there.
things you done here. I mean, not done here.
Hey yo, I
Uh,
see three. Be careful with the verbiage. Be careful with the verbiage. I gotta warn you too.
what he okay, because I missed what he said. Now I don't know what not to say.
He said he was going. He said that you were going somewhere now, and he probably should have used a different kind of verbiage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah. So to link to the stuff I was talking about, the codes and the ethnicity codes, those are linked to the Abrahamic faiths. There's those codes, IC1, IC2, IC3, they're linked to an interpretation of the Abrahamic faiths. And then the Abrahamic faiths, going back further, right? They're associating African identity and blackness with sin. So you're perfectly correct. It the some a commission was sent to the Pope that asking the Pope to lift the curse of Ham. And the Pope said that the curse of Ham, which is on black Africans, will not be lifted until Jesus comes.
Oh boy, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's official. Yeah.
Talk about forever and ever.
Yeah. Well, that's what this actual world is built on. Because as you were saying, going back to Latin and so on and law, yes, it goes right the way back that they perceive is the fundamental aspect of this world that the black African is the personification of sin. Black skin is the result of sinfulness.